I was actually thinking of starting up on Christ mysticism, and I only backed out of it because I figured I should actually read up more so I'd be able to respond better. Unfortunately,
I think that's a
you know,
pretty. I think that's a pretty. Uh, like not just because I'm biased, because I do admit I'm biased, but I think that's a pretty crappy position to take in Christ mysticism. And I don't remember you always being a Christ mysticist. That's why I think that. I mean, I realize like
yeah,
you want to like get a rise out of Christians or whatever and come off, but I mean like
yeah,
I think that to take a position that's just really weakly founded would just it wouldn't be a service to the amount of study and knowledge that you're capable of to just take a weak position by virtue that it helps your position or whatever. I think that you shouldn't just take a weak position just because of that. I think that you should thoroughly research it totally on both sides and then come to what you agree on, because I think the reason why the vast number of scholars that write on the subject believe that Christ existed is because of this just like preponderance of evidence to the contrary that cumulatively kind of weighs in on the most highest likelihood that Jesus did exist rather than not existing in the movement come in some other fashion. So anyways, I mean, I'm not going to convince you through just a single little dialogue, but I would say that for as smart as you are, to take a position that weakly founded is kind of just, it's beneath you.
well, well, I read Price. Sorry, yeah, Price and Carrier, and I was convinced. I should probably actually, look up a bit better, and but unfortunately, my access to things that I actually have to buy is limited. So, but like I said, I backed out of making that the topic of this hangout because, like, oh, I knew I didn't have the research. So,
I think that a lot of secular scholars will take a more even road position that I think is a lot more tenable, and they'll say that, well, yeah, it's most likely that a person named Jesus existed that some of these things were based on. Now, does that mean that all the gospel accounts are true? Heck no. Does that mean that the gospels were probably embellished? Yes. Does that mean that he did all those miracles? No. But it means that there wasn't just a made up name that they attributed something to start a movement. That there actually was a physical, tangible person that was behind that they most likely embellished or did whatever, and this legendary attributes were kind of given to. But I mean, most like Bart Ehrman and other people, the
say
Bart
it again.
Ehrman and other people will kind of just come to that realization where they'll admit that yeah, it's probable that Jesus existed, but not in the way that most Christians think. And I think that's a middle road ground that's way more tenable.
Yeah, it's easier to define. Yeah. Uh, what is it? Bart Ehrman actually wrote a whole book dedicated to, I guess, rebutting Christ mysticism.
Well, because Bart Ehrman's a pretty smart man, and a lot of his criticism is placed on the inconsistency of secular historians when recounting. For example, like everyone knows that the ancient works that Christianity is the most well attested in manuscripts, and a lot of Greco-Roman historians, a lot of the manuscripts that they work on to reconstruct history were severely biased and written either several decades later or even centuries later on what they're talking about. But Greco-Roman historians still have full faith that they can reconstruct Greco-Roman history to a very, very high certainty, even though the material that they have is much, much worse than the documents of early Christianity. And not only that, but a lot of people will, and he hones in on that perfectly. And he also hones in on the ability that a lot of people say that, look, you can't take any of this stuff as true because it's biased. And that kind of, I think there's a guy named Mike Lacona. He's a Christian apologist, but he has a PhD in textual criticism. He made an argument that said, I thought it was pretty unique, where he said that when people accuse Christian writers, whether it be early church fathers or the different writers of the gospel, or especially early church fathers, of being biased, what they're really saying is that there's no way possible for someone that's part of a certain people or part of a certain movement or part of a certain anything to write unbiasedly. And if that was true, this was the reductio he gave. If that was true, then no Jewish historian could ever write on the Holocaust. He would be biased, and they would reject his scholarship out of bias because he has interest in it. And it said no African American scholar could ever write on the Civil War or slavery because he would obviously bias and they'd have to reject his scholarship. But see, that notion seems ridiculous because we can have a Jewish historian write on the Holocaust, and we can take his scholarship on what it is. It's not, you don't reject something just merely because it comes from a party that could be biased. You reject something as biased once you've identified that it clearly is biased, not that it's suspicion of bias. So with those two things being said, Bart Ehrman's very, very well about pointing out inconsistencies in secular historians' approach to biblical text.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I don't think it's that general of an issue. I think there are the dearth in rather specific details. I mean, for instance, the ascension of Isaiah is very closely parallels Christ stories. Predates him by some amount and has a one-to-one correspondence with the lines from the Descent of Inanna. Right?
A one-to-one correspondence with what?
The lines from Descent of Inanna.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, Ascension of Isaiah didn't make it into the canon, of course, but at the same time, it was almost a prototype for retelling of the story of Christ, right? So, given that kind of analysis of what's in it, then where it came from, has some pretty strong weight. It's more, what is it? Too often like Philo and stuff is shows the absence of a figure or even much of a movement very early on. And Philo came to it later and such.
Well, so upon for a little bit of inspection about this ascension of Isaiah, I've heard you bring it up a few times, but there's a lot of problems with this piece of work, specifically in its dating. So apparently there's 3 different parts of this. With the first part, it said the earliest section regarding chapters 3:13 through 4:22 was composed at about the end of the 1st century AD, or perhaps the 2nd century, the early 2nd century, and is believed to be a text of Jewish origins, which was later on redacted by Christian scribes. So what they're saying is that this piece of textual data, this ascension of Isaiah, is dated in the early 2nd century. So let's say from 95 to 125 or something like that. If it's writing about the prophet Isaiah, who was I think prophet Isaiah was 400 BC. That presents a lot of problems in and of itself, right there. Why didn't the Christians accept it? Well, because it was dated way too late. Why didn't the Christians accept a lot of the apocryphal writings on Christ? Because they were just dated way too late. All the earliest writings we have on Christ are contained in the New Testament, and all of the apocrypha are older than the New Testament. So every piece of it. The earliest bit of apocrypha is usually regarded as the Gospel of Thomas. Most people won't put that any earlier than 120 AD, so the New Testament contains the earliest Christian writings. Wouldn't that be a problem, though?
Question about the dating. is suspect, and I don't recall the full reasons why, but.
I pulled it right from the wiki. It's just the ascension of Isaiah, and then the first text is called the dating of the text, and it's at the bottom. It says Nib, which is a guy that's written on this subject, KNIBB, thus states the whole text as being written between AD 150 and 200, but assembled at a later time. So if he's writing about the ascension of Isaiah, but was written as no earlier than like 100 AD. I mean, this is like 500-600 years removed from what it's speaking of, and I think most likely, since the funniest part about this is almost unanimously scholars say that the earliest it could have been written was in the late first century, which means that Mark would have easily predated this telling here. So it seems like, if anything, the ascension of Isaiah probably ripped off the Gospels and not the other way around. Because obviously, and I'll post the article here, the stub, but obviously it's dated later than the Gospels. So if you're accusing the Gospels of ripping this off, and this being later than the Gospels, I think that argument just fell flat on its face. There's the dating.
Yeah, the ripping off isn't quite a word for it. It's substantially different from gospel narrative. Also, welcome, D-Res.
Yeah, I'm thinking most likely that the similarities in the ascension of Isaiah were probably lifted from the Gospels, since it's dated later. So, we know that the earliest Gospel, Mark, was dated around 70, and no one really disputes that. And then this could have been no earlier than 90, which would have placed the first three Gospels ahead of this. Only John would have been after this, and that's if I give the most liberal dating possible to you. So I think that argument's really terrible.
Well, isn't it? Go ahead.
Isn't it the case that Corinthians 15 is sort of dated by scholars to 15 years after Christ's death? So that's a part of I think that's a part of Paul's letters, and it pretty much affirms all the core Christian doctrines.
Maybe. Yeah. Oh.
Yeah, generally 1 Corinthians is one of the earliest texts. I think Galatians is also placed pretty early on there, and with like things like Philippians placing somewhere in the middle, like shortly before the Gospel of Mark, you would place like Philippians. And so I think 1 Corinthians and Galatians are considered the earliest works by Paul, which, like you said, at 15 years after the death of Jesus is about appropriate. Most people are going to place them in the early 50s.
Yeah. I think there's a dispute about the dating of the ascension of Isaiah, and the other one is that I mean, like I said, I am by and large not entirely prepared. I mean, in fact, I don't have resources. Yeah, I can't buy dead trees.
Well, you don't want to go get prepared on Christ's mythicism. You need to read in stuff and then come to a conclusion that Christ's mythicism is true. Don't go prepare. Going prepare is arming yourself in bias by saying, look, I need to go read up on more Christ mythicist material in order to have good arguments. No, you need to read up on Christ mythicist material and Christ historicity material and then come to a conclusion. Not go arm yourself with the best skeptical material and then come back and volley away with arguments that were unprepared.
I already read Price, Carrier, and Ehrman.
Well, that's a very good start. That's a very solid start. That's a great foundation already.
Well, Price and Carrier are, as far as I know, the only two serious ones on the mysticist side. And the historicity, I guess, stance is so prevalent that it's rarely explicitly defended.
Say that one more time, that it's rarely defended because of what? It's
rarely explicitly defended because it's the prevailing view.
Right. It usually doesn't need to be defended. Most people will just assent to the fact that Christ was a historical person, but that doesn't mean that the portrayal in the Gospels is accurate. And I think that's a fair position to default to because, like I said, due to the preponderance of evidence to the contrary, I think to take a position that Christ didn't even live would just be having a really, really weakly founded position because of the preponderance of evidence. I think, like D-Rez said, I mean, one of the many cumulative pieces of evidence is just how absolutely early some of the Pauline epistles are, even predating the Gospels.
Well, Paul's epistles being early doesn't really tell you that Christ was a real person, right?
Well, no, not exactly.
This is a repetition of the evidence. And in many ways, a lot of what the counters are. Right. You know, like,
Shamus, by the way, have you ever heard of something called the internal evidence for the Gospels? So there's a scholar called Dr. Tim McGrew who has a whole lecture on the internal evidence, and I thought that was like the most, I guess, convincing
Are you talking about like?
argument that.
Are you talking about like self-authentication, or?
Sorry, your connection sort of cut off.
Are you talking about self-authentication?
No, I'm talking about how some gospels sort of back up the other gospels, so you can actually establish that they were sort of written independently. It's pretty complicated. Have you heard of Dr. Tim McGrew?
No, I haven't.
Usually the arguments for all these lines are that they were derived from each other. So
well, Dr. McGrew is
like a Markian versus Mathian priority and such.
Right.
Well, Dr. McGrew is actually he works at Western Michigan University, and he I think he has a very, very good lectures on the internal evidence for the Gospels. So I'm gonna put up a link if you want to watch it. I think it's actually very informative.
I think Nadia had actually a pretty, it might have been her best objection so far tonight, where she's saying that Markan priority, which is pretty strongly supported in textual data, is that, or even regardless, some priority is, which means that at least 3 of the works were, or at least 2 of the works were just based on, basically hand lifted the testimony from the other, which means that it's hard to use the 3 authors of Matthew, Mark, and Luke, the synoptics, to cross-corroborate each other if they used the same source. But there's interesting, and that's kind of interesting coming from me since I'm a Christian, especially given the flow of the arguments the last few nights. But I've actually thought about it some, and the argument should pace like this. The fact that most doubtedly they use sources, for example, and the most consensus priority is that there's a 2-source hypothesis, that they use Mark and another source, because there's about 200 verses that Luke and Matthew share in common that aren't in Mark, which means that there's so much similarity in those 200 verses between Matthew and Luke that there must be some second source that's gone amiss. So what are the implications if we have 2 authors, two source hypothesis? If we have 2 authors, no, yeah, it could be Q, yeah, exactly. So what are the implications of having 2 authors using multiple sources for their testimony? Is that bad or good? I would say that that's good, because using what's known as reliable testimonies and corroborating them is kind of what we see today in a lot of these things. It's even a good practice today. And you would say, well, look, if some of these people were disciples, why would they need to cross-corroborate? They were there. Well, that's not exactly true. For example, in the Garden of Gethsemane, Jesus only takes 3 of the disciples. Okay, so not all of the people would have even been present. So some of the people, like John, for example, not John, for example, but Matthew, for example, would have to use, because since he wasn't there in that particular instance, would have to rely on Peter's testimony. And if Mark, who was a disciple of Peter, had Peter's testimony and he knew that that was credible, then it would be an okay thing for him to use Mark as a source, knowing that that was a reliable testimony from Peter. So I think that that is the main thing to consider.
Yeah, well, it's a bit speculative to really propose those additional sources and such. There's generally.
Who's actually talking right now?
Oh, that's me.
Are you far away? Oh, it's just that the video and the voice don't seem to match up, or I don't know.
Are you not a fan of the two-source hypothesis, Nadia?
Well, I've not really seen it, I guess, supported very much in readings I've done.
Most of the two-source hypothesis actually comes from a lot of the studies that have given us the Markan priority. The fact that there's roughly 600 verses that are similar amongst Matthew, Mark, and Luke. Okay, 600 verses roughly. So this means that they're so closely together that at least one of them had to have been used as a source, and they think it was Mark. Okay, but there's another thing that backs the two-source hypothesis is the fact that there's 200 verses that Luke and Matthew have in common that they don't share with Mark. So so we have 600 verses in common, and then another separate 200 that are only found in Mark and Matthew. Matthew and Luke. So what they think is, yes, since these 600 verses are in common, obviously that portion of Matthew and Luke were based on Mark, and there's another 200 verses that Luke and Matthew have in common, and that's most likely based on another source that's been lost, i.e. Q, like you were saying. So the similarities that are found within the synoptics are the basis for why Markan priority or some priority must be, and then the similarities between Matthew and Luke are the same basis for why two source is most likely true. So that's a little basis. I'll post the article stub for you.
Yeah, the trouble is that they weren't written in parallel. And welcome, Positively Godless.
Hey, how are you?
I am in New Hampshire.
All right.
And I guess it's an improvement over sleeping on top of a suitcase at Penn Station. So you can just simply have a linear sort of pattern of derivation, right? You know, Matthew and Luke can share verses from basically Luke borrowing from Matthew.
Here's the quote that I told you I was going to link you. It says this. Let me see if I can read it so everybody can hear it that's watching. So the majority view of modern scholars is that Mark was the first gospel to be composed, and that Matthew, who includes some 600 verses of Mark's 661 verses, and Luke both drew upon it as a major source for their works, citations 19 and 20. The author of Matthew did not, however, simply copy Mark, but edited his source freely, emphasizing Jesus' place in the Jewish tradition and adding large blocks and teachings. An additional 220 approximately verses shared by Matthew and Luke, but are not found in Mark, form a second source, a hypothetical collection of sayings to which scholars give the name Quell, source in German language, the Q source. Okay, so that's what it's talking about. There's additional 220 verses that are shared in Matthew and Luke and not found in Mark. And since 220 verses is of such similarity between those two texts, that it was obviously, unless they're just really, really that good, it was based on another source.
And I'd like to welcome Wolf. Good to have you on.
Hello, Wolf.
Hey. Some motherfuckers.
Again, a linear pattern of derivation with some additional innovation, you know, seems to handle this just fine. So it's not really it isn't really a good reason to support, say, the two source over, you know, linear derivation. And
well, what about the fact
really
that there is some
about that. Go ahead.
What about the fact that there's some material, for instance, in Matthew, which supports Luke, and conversely, there's some material in Luke which supports Matthew. So wouldn't that contradict the linear derivation?
I would say not. I'd say that,
So actually, Dr.
or it could be
Tim
one way if you use
raises
Go
this
ahead.
point.
Oh, could you back
He
up?
considers. I'm sorry?
Oh, could you say that again? I was still going when you started.
Oh yeah, so Dr. Timmergru raises this point that some passages, for instance, in the Gospel of Luke, supports the Gospel of Matthew and vice versa. So what that means is that, for instance, Matthew leaves out some details, and these details are filled in by Luke in a way that you wouldn't expect it to occur if the accounts are actually copied from a common source. So this is sort of tough to explain. But I think he actually gives a very good lecture on this that I think is very interesting, that I'm going to link on this side chat.
Oh, the explanation seems clear enough. That certain accounts shared between Matthew and Luke had greater specificity in one and less in the other, and then they don't follow a consistent pattern of greater specificity in, say, Luke. And
It's sort of like that, but what Dr. Tim Rigler is actually talking about is that, so for instance, there's an account in Matthew, and you find the same account in Luke, but Matthew leaves out certain details which you would find very puzzling, and these details are filled in by Luke, but in sort of an unexpected way. So I don't know, it's tough to explain. I'm just gonna link the lecture in the sidebar if anybody wants to watch it.
Yeah, I know what you mean. I don't see it as a particular problem. The trying to be unexpected was, in some respects, a literary device.
Well, see, the problem is that I think the two-source hypothesis has a lot of credibility, and even if Matthew and Luke use other sources to write their material, I don't see a problem with that. For example, let's say that I listened to a speech, right, by President Obama, right, and I didn't write anything down, but I listened really attentively. And I'm like, look, I've done a really good job listening to this speech. I'm going to try to do my best to give my testimony of what he said in this speech, right? And then another person comes to me and says, look, I was at that speech too. And I said, oh my God, I remember you being at that speech. He said, well, look, I took notes. I said, okay, let me check your notes. And I'm going to go check your notes versus what I remember. And I'm only going to give credence to your notes what I can actually remember. Right? So is it wrong for me to do that? No, that seems actually smart to do, right? What it does is if it might help jog my memory on something that I heard that I don't recall. And I said, oh my God, yes, I remember him saying this, and then I give that my authority by putting the stamp of approval on that. And I don't see the authors of the New Testament doing anything different than this. And I don't see this being a problem, and I actually view this as being historically more reliable. Thanks.
Well, it's not that it's not plausible. It's that it's not distinguishable. All right, so you can't really definitively conclude either way.
And I think there is a way to kind of conclude pretty assuredly. Now, we have something of this age, of this text, the historical uncertainty principle says it's really hard to know anything for certain, especially to that magnitude. But I think that we can know some things with a very, very high degree of confidence, and I think that's sufficient.
Okay. On what basis is this somehow more likely?
Well, like I said, so a lot of your initial objections don't seem to be objections, really. Like the objection of mark and priority, I've already kind of give you my argumentation against why I don't think mark and priority is a problem. In the same way, I don't think it's a problem to use multiple sources to help recite a historical event that you were part of. Doesn't mean that just because you're taking guidance that you couldn't have been part of that historical event. It just means that you're looking for other things to either jog your memory or further confirm. And you're saying, well, that's possible. We don't know it's possible. But that's not really an argument. I think that what's most likely to be true is that based on the preponderance of evidence that Matthew did use Mark. Okay, early church tradition cites these authors as being who they are. And early church tradition can't be thrown out due to bias in the same way Jewish historians can't be thrown out to be biased against Holocaust history. So I think that we can't just throw it out because we claim that church fathers were biased. So what we have is we have
the basis of counterclaims.
Sure. So what I'm saying is we have an early basis of the authorship of the Gospels, and there's no counter claims to the authorship. Like, for example, we don't have the original manuscripts of these works, so we don't know if they were authored, but the manuscripts that we do have were unauthored. However, due to early church tradition, they were ascribed later on in the 2nd century. But see, early people in the church fathers wrote on it as early as the right at the turn of the 1st century is when they were writing on the authorship of the canon. And I think that has some serious merit when you look at a lot of history. For example, one inconsistency that I've seen a historian point out is this guy named Plutarch. So there's this guy named Plutarch. He's a Greek historian, biographer, and essayist. Plutarch wrote the lives or biographies of a lot of different people. And what happened was Plutarch never ever autographed these biographies. They're called the lives of. And so Plutarch never penned his name to these things, but there was an early tradition that ascribed that Plutarch did write these things. What else do we have besides an early tradition that says Plutarch wrote these things? We have something 3 centuries later that is a works of Plutarch, and they write all of his works and they list these lives of biographies as part of Plutarch's works. So, but most historians literally, generally, unanimously assent that Plutarch wrote the lives, these lives and biographies. Certainly, but the information for it being true is way less substantiated than the Christian claims of the authorships of the Gospels. But everyone thinks Plutarch wrote them. And what is the only information we have of it? Early church or early tradition that he did write it, and something 3 centuries later that claims he wrote it. Guess what? We have even more than that on the authorship of the New Testament. So there's inconsistencies over there. And if you look at Plutarch, here it is. The parallel lives, they're ascribed to him, every single one of these. Not a single one was authored in his name, not a single one. So there's an inconsistency for historians there, and they'll fail to mention that. But so why should we think that the Gospels are reliable? Because it's pretty reliably accurate that the authors are who they said they are.
Well, the counterclaims go more along the lines that they're not generally independent, and so they effectively have to be taken. They have a unit, and so don't actually genuinely verify each other.
Say that one more time, Nadia. You broke up.
I said a counterclaim is essentially that they are not independent from each other. Right. The specific way they are interrelated is not so important. Right. It's that they have to be taken as a unit. All 4 Gospels.
The Gospels have to be taken as I'm not sure I understand your point.
Well, to the extent that they're ultimately representing, essentially all the same small number of sources, like one or two. They sources don't really independently verify each other. The four gospels are effectively one unit, and you have to find the verification inside them.
No one. Are you saying someone's claiming that the gospels are all one unit?
They are not doggedly literally so, but rather because they're all derived from each other.
Well, they're not all derived from each other. That's the point.
Or from common source or whatever. It needs to be taken as a unit. All four gospels.
But that would only be a problem with the synoptics. You can't accuse John of that same fallacy because John's not a synoptic gospel. So John is actually not based on any of the other gospels. It's not synoptic. It's not. It didn't use the others as work. So John, you could only accuse the three synoptics, Matthew, Mark, and Luke, of that. So please leave John out of that.
Yeah, the counter arguments for John are different, and I don't recall them.
John was based in the same ways like the other two were, and you can't count them as a single work by a single author because even if they use similar sources, people today use credible sources for like citations, references, and they take credible sources and then use them, and then they, especially credible sources that they know were present at the time and that they could cross-confirm with their own experience and then give credence to. I mean, that's pretty much tantamount in historical endeavors even to this day. So
even so, right, the synoptics, draw on all the same sources. Then they pretty much are all one unit. Or will have to be really verified or disconfirmed as a unit. Am I still connected?
you are. There's just a fair bit of interference. Maybe it's pretty staticky. Not too bad, but it's...
Oh, well, I'll be back in front of the computer pretty soon here. Oh. Yeah, I don't know what I saw stuff having to do with John, and I just don't remember it. The relevant material is pretty vast.
John's not a synoptic gospel, so it doesn't fall prey to that same fallacy of being used as a source. John doesn't.
There's just not independent sources.
Yeah, it's
all three count as one.
Like for example, there's no known or even hypothetical source for John. Like there's a known source for Mark and Luke, which would be, Matthew and Luke, which would be Mark, and there's a hypothetical source known as Q, but there's neither for John. There's not even a hypothetical source for John. The thing about John is that it was written completely independent of the Markan tradition.
Yeah, I honestly can't remember the entire. I can't remember even the gist of the analysis of John. And welcome, Truth, Butter, and Sugar.
Hey.
Oh.
Hey, how you doing?
Hello. I'm just getting a little bit tired.
Are you all settled in or partially?
Close to it.
Close to it? Moving's a pain. Moving's a pain.
I'm not sure who lays down where at this point.
Yeah. I'm going to have to move soon myself, so if you got any good tips, just keep them aside for me.
Yeah, sure. Okay. Looks like I'm laying down here. Yeah, I need to book up pretty heavily on this stuff. So, yeah, a lot of math memorization, which I can do.
I've been on a tear about this topic the last few days with Floyd and Ozzy, and they kind of condensed all of their objections into just one. They would yield to me everything, and they were saying that they don't want to talk about textual variants or the transmission of the Bible. They want to actually talk about how do we know that the four authors of the Gospels were actually honest about what they said, and it really raises some interesting questions because it's the questions that they raise are kind of funny because it talks about testimony. So at what point can you take someone's testimony as true? Under what criterion can you judge a person's testimony and then either authenticate it or de-authenticate it? And so this is a question that's played out a lot every day in courtrooms, right? How can we take something, the facts aren't known, okay, we do have a testimony, we may have contrary testimonies. How do we take a testimony, right, without the actual proof or this or that or evidence? A lot of times court cases don't even have evidences. They're just based on testimony. I saw this person or whatever. And so what they're basically saying is that they find it hard to one person's testimony is just they can't, they're just going to be skeptical, and I think that that's wrong, because if one person gives testimony, just because it's not cross-corroborated, or even if it is, doesn't mean that it's wrong just because it's one person giving testimony. And I think that the testimony of a person should be taken on its merits and analyzed in the context and the historical setting, and put under the scrutiny that way. But I think that I don't know, maybe that'll give you kind of an idea of where they're going with it.
I don't know if I saw him on that one.
May I ask a question on that one?
Sure.
I'm curious, because I hear what you're saying, and I think it's a question that we all ask, but I think it's one that deserves to be answered, because I know if I were on trial for something, I would want to make sure that all of these things were done. And this is such a, we all know the game of telephone. If you put 100 people shoulder to shoulder, and you tell one person something, and then it goes down the line, it often is very, very different by the time it gets to the end. So how do we prevent that? How do we make sure that each person that testifies, even if it's just one, how do we authorize their authenticity? What then needs to be done to make sure that that person's authentic? I mean, really, those who are atheists or non-Christians are asked to believe something that really is very counterintuitive, and we just want proof, just like you want proof from us, or not you, but the other side wants proof from us as well. So I'm not sure how one answers that question, because you would think with a modern judicial system that's already been addressed. So how is it addressed?
Well, I'll answer the first part of your question kind of it was often raised by a lot of people that talk about the transmission of the Bible when they'll kind of liken it to the telephone game, right? So what happens in the telephone game is there's one source, right? There's one source, and then it leads into a straight line. It doesn't, It doesn't diverge. It's like a snake. It goes all the way until the end from one source. But the New Testament isn't like this, right? The New Testament is more greaterly likened to a tree branch that branches out, right? And then what you can do is you can check all the leaves of the branches to see how consistent they are, and then understand how much of that goes back to the roots, right? So in Christianity, what happened, instead of like a single message being passed to the next person and translated, what happened is there were multiple books in the New Testament written by multiple authors that were transmitted to multiple locations, all at multiple different times. So what we see is like this huge spider web of transmission. And what it produces is this really, really reliable picture of what the originals would have been. Because we take all of that come from different sources, and then we analyze all the differences, and then we get all the early manuscripts, and we realize that resoundingly the New Testament is actually very, very, very consistent throughout its message, and the textual variants are actually pretty small considering a text of that size. So I think, if anything you would take out of that, it's not really like the telephone game, because there's not just one source or one line of transmission. There are multiple lines, and this gives us an easier way to check and balance.
I would not accuse the author. Oh, go ahead.
If I may, just real quickly on that, are you suggesting that if you were to take the game of telephone and you were to give them, say, 5 lines that went off the end, because it does come to one, that it would be different? Well, I'd actually strike that one. I don't even like that one. So you said mass information that it's reliable and that it was transmitted to people all at one time. Are you now saying that there wasn't the oral history that needed to be written down because it was so much was being lost? Is there new history that's been written? And also, how if you have all this, and if this is all verifiable, why hasn't the question been answered? Why are they still debating it if your information?
I'm not sure if I understood the first part of your question. Can you ask that again?
Okay, I will. The problems I heard with what you responded were that the likening of telephone is inaccurate. And you said it's more like a tree, which does have a trunk, which would be one line, and then it shoots off. So it should have come from one source, and even if it is a group of things, it came from one source. And you're suggesting that it was, if I'm understanding you, that it was sent out to multiple different places, and you said it was transmitted and it was reliable. It was reliably transmitted, but yet everything. Hold on. No.
Well, I just want to. I don't want to.
I will give you a chance in just a second because I want to make sure you know my whole point. That you're saying that it was reliable, but what I've heard is that there was problems with translation, problems with oral history being lost, and that's why things were being written down, and that things were changing, and that's why they were written down. So if there's new information, I sure would like to know where to find it.
Sure. So what you said is that if it's like a tree, it must have one trunk, but that's not what I'm liking it to. It's like a tree with multiple trunks. For example, the New Testament is not just one book from one source. The New Testament is a bunch of books put together from multiple sources. 14 of the books come from Paul, they're epistles. 4 of the books are gospels, each penned by different authors in different locations at different times.
I wasn't questioning any of it.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, so what I'm saying is it's not one trunk. What I'm saying is it's multiple books being sent to multiple.
You were the one that said you said it was like a tree, more like a tree with branches.
Yeah, but I didn't say a tree with one trunk. I'm trying to give you a better analogy than a straight line that a telephone game is. What we see is it looks like a spider web, more or less, with the bottom being a bunch of different origins. But so what I'm saying is, it's when you just have one single source, okay, and it goes just in a straight line. It's hard to tell the manipulation without that one single source. But if you have a bunch of different sources and it doesn't go in a straight line, then you go to the end of the leaves of the quote-unquote tree, and you find all of these different ones, and then you see where they differ, right? And then you go back into the earlier parts of the tree, like the earliest manuscripts that we have, and then you see how many of those differences are actually there in the earlier manuscripts. And what you see is the vast majority of what's known as textual variants, these are differences in Bibles, are not from the earliest manuscripts, they're from the later manuscripts. So the earliest manuscripts only have they do have textual variants. There's no doubt about that. But the bulk of them, the 95%, are all produced in later handwritten variants, where it's usually like punctuation, spelling, or something like that.
Okay.
Punctuation.
You still haven't answered the question.
Punctuation didn't exist until medieval times, and spelling wasn't standardized until like only a few hundred years ago.
And we were talking about reliable testimony and how to determine that. So I still have not gotten an understanding, because what you suggested was that we should have this reliable testimony, and I was just wondering how is it that we do that, because we do have a judicial system that has defined all of those terms, but yet it sounds as if there isn't. Is that what you're saying?
No, what I'm saying is, so, okay, say an event happens, right, and we don't have any proof of it, and the only thing we have is a person's testimony from him being there, right? But we also have some historical facts or some facts about what happened on that day, who was around during that day, and then we take that and we say, okay, we don't have any proof of this. All we have is testimony. Do you think it's possible to take a person's testimony about events and come to whether or not that was true or not? What I'm saying is, then, in modern courts of law agree with you as well, and I agree with you as well. So we all agree. So what I'm saying is, when we look at the Gospels, we're looking at specific testimonies of events, okay? And we can go back and we can corroborate these things and see how, like, are there any glaring, like, for example, in the Gospels, they date that, say that Pontius Pilate was the person that was presiding over Judea at the time, the Roman prefect, and when Jesus died, it's usually around 31 to 33 AD, and then we find out that Pontius Pilate was in fact the prefect of Judeo-Samaria at the time during Jesus' alleged crucifixion. Now, that could have just been whatever lucky guess or whatever or anything, but what we see is it's corroborated, and there's many things like that.
Okay, so what I'm wondering is, what would be the, see, I only see this being a need in a courtroom situation where you had to try somebody. You can't try somebody twice. So once it's determined that they've made the decision, it's over and done with. But yet this is a different situation. I mean, this is a subject that has been, they're fighting over, that people have died over, that people have given their lives to, and each side will fight quite fervently to make sure that the other one sees the other one's point or proves it. So I would think it's quite essential that we have the proof. And I'm all for finding the proof either way, regardless of what you may think about my view. I mean, I like what you have to say, and I'm curious for it too, because I think that would finally end a lot of this if we could have some
proof would be nice. Proof is what's, so there's a difference between evidence and proof. Evidence is kind of subjectively interpreted, but proof is like, bam, here's absolute undeniable proof, right?
Is that true, or is one synonymous with the other?
No. So evidence can comprise proof, okay? But evidence in itself, like, for example, me being on the same block as a murder, now that's evidence, but that's not proof. They're just saying, look, this compared with this, with these are evidence. Proof is the absolute undeniable fact that you would have to be ludicrous to deny. So what you're saying is that absolute undeniable proof would be a good thing. But what I'm saying is, in certain events, even in like murders these days, we don't have this absolute undeniable proof. Sometimes what we have is called eyewitness testimony, or just reliable testimony. And we have to determine whether that testimony is reliable. So it would be, I agree with you, Sugar, it would be beautiful if we just had some, bam, here's the proof, you must accept God, here it is. It's a proof is in the pudding, 2 + 2 = 4. But I don't know if we necessarily have that, but what we do have is testimony from eyewitnesses, early testimony. And I think that that should be sufficient, or at least we can strive to examine that testimony.
So how is it that you, let me just make sure I understand, because to me, I don't know how to verify 2,000-year-old or more testimony because it's written in a book, because as a modern person born in 1964, I have seen throughout history where, as they say, history is written by the victor, and that many things are written wrong. So how am I to, I mean, we've already caught so many people lying How do we?
Just
That's
ask
a great
me.
question.
Just ask me. I'll tell you what to think. You know I like.
That's a
I
good
know
question. Let me make a good point here, and this might be a perfect rebuttal, or it might not be. I think that you raise a good point that, look, it's been 2,000 years since the events. How can we know for any certainty something that happened so long ago? Well, here's the problem. The problem is not from when we are now to when the events happened. The problem lies in when the events happened to when the first available writings of that event. So what I'm saying is the first testimony or writings of Jesus were written in the first century, merely 20 to like 70 years after his death, very, 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 very early after his death, that we have these writings. And yeah, there's been 1,900 years since then, but the evidence that we have is not 2,000 years old. It's been 2,000 years since the event, but we have testimony from 20 years from the event. Okay, so here's the one thing I want to say. Let's say that I have good evidence. We have a reliable testimony from a witness, and this so happens to be good evidence. Let's just say we just know that this is good evidence. Let's say 3,000 years passes. Let's say 10,000 years passes. Does the amount of time turn that good evidence into bad evidence? No. Good evidence always remains good evidence throughout the passage of time, and that's what we're saying.
Okay, if I may ask, I'm just recently learning, because I don't really know any of the players on either side, religious or not, because I was literally third-generation atheist with no hate given or no bias. I recently noticed that this Christopher Hitchens, and he says that which can be assessed without evidence can be dismissed without evidence. Does that apply here? Because it seems like it would. I mean, you're saying it's evidence, but yet I don't know it as evidence.
Well, if I said just believe in God, just believe, you can dismiss that because I'm not giving you any evidence to prove that God exists. I'm simply asking you to believe on something without any evidence. But
sure.
in fact, what I'm giving you now is precisely that. I am giving you evidence. I'm telling you that the writings that we have on the New Testament were the earliest writings that we have on Jesus. There are no earlier writings on Jesus that are then contained in the New Testament. There just aren't. So
then why do other people oppose this? I mean, if it's evidence and it's to be taken, then why is it that everybody doesn't believe it just automatically?
Well, like I said, proof is undeniable. You would be absurd to deny proof. Now, evidence is less than proof, and evidence is subjectively interpreted. So if I had proof, you would be a fool to deny it. But you're not a fool to deny mere evidence, because mere evidence is short of proof. So your question is, why doesn't everybody interpret the same evidence the same way? Well, because evidence is interpreted subjectively. Proof commands that it be interpreted one single way, or else you're just a moron. So, and since I don't have proof and I only have evidence, then you're able to take your subjective interpretation and come to your own decision about that. Until I have undeniable proof.
Well, and technically, the only proof that I'll ever have is if God presents himself before me. Is that correct?
Yes, I would agree with that. I would agree with that 100%.
So unless God comes, and assuming that if I do see God, would that be congruent with Revelation, for me to see God?
What do you mean, would it be congruent with Revelation?
Well, what I'm saying is, if I say I walk out my bedroom door right now and I walk down the hall, and this apparition or person, or however God would manifest himself, comes before me and says, sugar, I'm God, and I'm here to present myself to you, and at that point I know I have the decision to either deny him because he's presented himself to me. But is that how it's predicted that will happen? I mean, what does it say about the vision or seeing God?
So actual, like, when this happens, you will know that this is the spirit or something like that. But a lot of people generally ascribe that if God presents himself to you, he'll reveal himself in such a way to you that like, for example, like when something odd happens to you, Like you could deny it, right? You could be like, I don't know, maybe that happened, maybe it didn't. But it seems like if God truly wanted to reveal himself to you, and that the purpose of his revelation to you was to convince you of his existence, then he would do just that. He would give you that experience, and then he would give you what's needed to convince you. Now, if God just wanted just to appear before you and just play with you, and his whole goal wasn't to convince you of his existence, then maybe we could argue another way. But if you're saying he's appearing to you with the sole intent to convince you of his existence, then it seems like as God and as all-powerful, then he would just execute the means necessary to achieve that end.
Okay, so what I'm getting at is, because if he were to do that, and I were to see that it was him, then what I'm asking is that the way Revelation starts, the way it's written in the Bible? Because I'm thinking if God knew what I was going to do before I did it, you know, that whole thing, love me anyways, he would have known that when he came to me, I would have thought it was complete BS. So then he would have, you know, and so how do I know that Revelations is starting versus me having a vision versus me, you know, how would I know that I'm
right.
not?
It's not always.
I understand that blasphemy of the Spirit is the only one unforgivable, which I don't understand how any person who accepts Jesus Christ, who gets these chances over and over again to sin and sin and sin. I know it's not without punishment, but they're certainly not going to hell. So I'm wondering how come the blasphemer of the Spirit doesn't have that same chance, and how do I know that it's God versus Revelations? And you know what I mean? You can see where my problem comes in, right?
Yeah. So your first kind of question is this the way that the experience with Christ or God or this revelation is going to start? And it could, but not always, right? So, for example, that's how it happened to Paul. Like, Paul had that same experience that you're kind of talking about, where he was a non-believer, and he adamantly disbelieved in Christ. He actually killed and persecuted Christians. Christ presented himself to him, and then Paul, like, just realized that God presented himself to him in the means necessary to convince him, and Paul was thoroughly convinced. But that's not how all people come to Christ. For example, I've seen some people come to Christ by saying that, by reading the Bible and then basically asking Jesus into their hearts, and then soon after they'll have this experience. But I've also seen people, I know of people actually that don't have these experiences but still claim to be Christians. Like, for example, I ran into a woman tonight, a shadow heathen's wife, and she's a Christian, but she's only a Christian because she believes in the moral teachings of Jesus Christ. So she's not a Christian because she believes in the afterlife or the resurrection or anything. She thinks that Christ had some really valuable moral teachings, and that's why she's a Christian. So,
and what is the direction? What is the direction for believing in Jesus Christ? I mean, can you not just believe in his ways and his teachings, or what's the rule?
No, you can, is what I'm saying. Is like there's some people come to Christ just because they believe in his moral teachings and they don't have this personal experience. Some people actually just have this personal experience randomly. Some people ask for the personal experience. So I'm saying it comes about people different ways, but you know,
because I just got this this thing on the news feed, you know, from this Whitney somebody, and he's making some really big claims about that, you know, if I die in sin before I accept Jesus Christ, I'm going to hell right away, but yet I have heard from other people that you're not. So I'm wondering, if you're all reading out of the same book, how come it's all different, and how is it that one is supposed to distinguish which of the 33,000 denominations believes right? Because I'm, you know, like I said, I didn't grow up with any religion or any slanted view, so I'm really, you know, I'm really confused.
First of all, we know that humans are fallible, so that what we know certainly is that most certainly and assuredly that some Christians are wrong about certain theologies. That's assured. We're not infallible. We're not. There's not Christians that just know precisely exactly what God intends and know the Bible perfectly read scripturally. I don't think there's a single Christian that knows the Bible exactly how it's meant to be read. But you're not saved by your complete knowledge of the Bible. Like, I know 99% of the Bible that's right. My theology is 99% right. Therefore, I made it into heaven. And since your theology is only 70, hold on.
No, I want to know, because if yours is 99%, then
I was saying that I'm not saying mine is 99%. What I'm saying is it doesn't work that way. It doesn't work by saying It doesn't work by saying, look, my theology is 99% right, so I make it into heaven. Your theology is 74% right, so you don't make it into heaven. What I'm saying is people most assuredly, since they're fallible, are wrong about certain theologies. But the beauty of Christianity is the peripheral theologies you can be wrong about. The core, the salvation doctrine, usually within Christianity is pretty simple. You just need to believe that Jesus Christ is who he said he is. He's Lord, he's Messiah, he's the Son of God, and believe that God rose him from the dead. And typically if you believe in those two things, then you're generally considered to be saved. And you could be wrong about every other theologies. All the peripheral theologies about the Trinity, you could be wrong about all types of stuff, the law, and who knows what else you could possibly be wrong in. But that's all.
What about kid? What about this kid that's saying that because I'm an atheist that I'm a murderer, that I think about murder and I like murder? I mean, it's just it's like 3 different. I mean, there's 7-minute videos, and he says that.
Fuck them. They don't know what they're talking about.
I can't defend stupid things other people say.
But wait a minute. We feel. I mean, I hear the conversations around here. I hear the people arguing. I mean, literally just all night long about the importance of this. And there's a lot of yelling about those of us who don't believe any of this. That somehow there's something wrong with us. And yet those who are considered to be in your same faith are allowed to just come out with lies. How would you expect somebody like me to know which way to go?
I wouldn't. I would not, and I would suggest not worrying about it. Take the whole enchilada and shit can it.
I can't make it bad. I can't speak on the. There's a lot of stupid people on this planet, and they're going to say stupid things, and I can't speak to or defend all the stupid things that people say. And just because they're Christians, I mean, they're fallible. They might be preaching some form of gospel that they think are emphasizing certain issues that they think are more important, like the fact that you're a sinner and blah blah blah, and none's good but God alone, and the fact that without Christ none can be saved or something. It depends on what they're emphasizing. And what you're going to see is you're going to see this like vast spectrum of people, and to say like, well, look, I got all these different people preaching all these different things at me. How do I know which one's right? I believe that the Bible, especially the New Testament, especially the Gospels, is self-authenticating, which means that any person can open it up, listen to the moral teachings of Jesus Christ, and see if this stuff is consistent with what these people are telling you. Now, not to say that you're going to open it up. Listen,
no.
I'm not saying you're going to open it up and be right about everything.
Classes, and I've tried to listen. I've sat in other people's, and I've tried to listen. I read, as much as I can. It's all contradictory. And don't you think, wouldn't an omnipotent God have foreseen this? Because I keep getting stuck on this. He knew what was going to happen before it happened. I would think. This is where my stumbling block is.
Well, so I know what you're kind of saying. Like, if he's an omnipotent God, he could have done it perfectly so that it would be undeniable. And,
I mean, he figured out how to kill everybody, how to kill people off.
I get it.
And stuff.
Listen, I get it.
Okay.
But, so what you're saying is that, he could have done it. He could have done it another way. Like he could have made the Bible so undoubtedly authentic that just no one could deny it. But the thing then is, you're just being confronted with the obvious. Like, if I say 2 + 2 = 4, most people are confronted with the obvious. There's no article of faith on this, and it seems to me that God wants some type of trust or some type of article of faith amongst this thing. So, could he have done it that way? Yes, but would he have been able to by showing someone undeniable proof? There is no faith, there is no trust, and I think that God didn't want to do it that way when he certainly could have. And let me just take it one step further, Sugar. He could have just skipped all the BS and just took every person and just beamed them straight into heaven. No life, no earth, no nothing, just everyone instantly in heaven. There it is. He could have done it that way, but why didn't he? Now, see, everyone getting a free pass to heaven, what's the point in that? The people that he wants to go to heaven.
Why would there need to be a point in it? Why would a God that's created us all equal in his image have any other reason than to bring us up to his kingdom? I mean, why would he want to separate us? I mean, separatism, we know, is, it
seems to me as if, so humans, it seems to me God values the free will choice of accepting Him, of trusting Him, of coming
Why
to
would
Him.
why would he value that if he's created it
Why do
and he's
humans value
omnipotent?
trust?
No,
Why
no,
do
no,
humans
no,
value
no.
trust?
Whenever I try and say that there's no way that God thought that, I'm hit with, are you professing to know the mind of God? And so that's what I'm hearing, is that there's all these reasons why, but yet I can't say I don't think that's what an
No.
omnipotent God would
So
have thought.
why does God value trust? Well, why do humans value trust?
I
So
would never put an omnipotent God in a position to value something. He would have no need for it. It's completely illogical.
No, listen, you're right.
I like your
No,
point.
you're right about that. He does have no need. God has no needs whatsoever. None. He doesn't need anything from us, okay? He desires something from us. God is self-sufficient. He needs nothing from us. But he desires these free will choices from these people. You know, like, I feel as if someone doesn't have the free will choice and you coerce them or force them, then there's no article of trust there, and there's nothing to be gained. I think what God wants is for you to first be a moral creature, to understand that you're a moral agent and to do the right thing, and then from there, to accept Him, okay, and then from that point on, it's really hard to kind of quantify unless you get into it kind of has a lot to do with Genesis, like.
Yes,
I like your point, though, Shamos. I mean, the Bible says, there's a scripture that says, without faith it is impossible to please God. So if God gave undeniable proof that many atheists want, then He would be sort of eradicating the very system that pleases Him.
Why do I have to please Him? I mean, what's our purpose of pleasing Him?
Well, you don't have to. I mean,
He's giving you the choice not to.
Okay, so what's the purpose, though? If I'm given the choice, but yet I have to please Him to get into heaven, what is the choice? I mean, what's His motivation? Is there a contest? Does He get? I mean, I know that I'm kind of asking that tongue in cheek, but it is a real question.
In the Bible, it says the purpose of God's people is that. Hold on, let me see if I can get the quote right. He says that God wants to build a people zealous for good deeds. That's what the verse that the Bible uses. So the people of God is trying to draw people to Him that are zealous for good deeds. So when you think of good,
I agree. Yeah, but so here's the thing. If I can just stop you because I don't want to get lost. I really want to understand this. So that is me. I mean, I spend my whole life taking care of other people and fighting to make sure that people are heard and included. And I've been called an idealistic zealot, as a matter of fact. And so I got those things. So what's my next step? Why do I need to? What is it that I'm not doing that God wants me to do?
It's faith. Without faith, it is impossible to please God. It's not. God's finished the work according to Scripture. He fulfilled the law. He fulfilled
right. I
what's
do know that.
needed to be right with God. He reconciled.
Why do I have faith?
Yeah, so it's not merely good enough that you're a good person. You are, but for all the good that you've done, you're not perfect, and everyone knows that. And so you can't be saved by the good that you've done. So the good that you've done, even though it's great, it's not enough to merit your salvation.
If you had a boss that you went to work and because this is all I'm thinking about. I'm sitting here thinking, wow, I'm down with not knowing the mind of God because I really believe that omnipotence. See, I go as far as to say an omnipotent God, none of us can know, and it's a big contradiction to me that as humans, we're born with 5 emotions. Jealousy and hate are not 2 of them, but yet my God that is omnipotent, that is perfect and would have no need for any of those man-made emotions, has a lot of them. And I don't understand that. When I ask believers and Christians about that, they say, oh, you just don't understand. Let me explain it again. Oh, it's not that kind of omnipotence. That's not what omnipotence means. And I look for it in many, many different places. And I say, well, okay, if omnipotence doesn't refer to the perfectness, the perfectionist, the all-powerful, all-knowingness of our God, then why is it used?
Well, Christian theology does teach, that we were created in the image of God, so we have attributes that God has.
Omnipotence.
But we were given free will. We were given free will. So where is the line drawn?
I got a good response to this. Omnipotence doesn't mean that we can't understand anything about God. For example, omnipotence means that you know all things, that are true. Now, see, I don't know all things, but I know some things. The some things that I know are included in the all things that God knows. So I do know some things that God knows, because I know some things. God knows all things. Some things are a subset of all things. So
that's
to say that...
That's a lot of word games.
No, that's not. That's logic. That's logic at its core.
You can call it logic all you want, but I raised children, and I am now a grandmother. And
let me do a better job. I'm not trying to word salad you. Listen here. I'm not trying to word salad you. God being omniscient means He knows all things, right?
Well, I can only go by the definitions, and if you and I are looking at the same definition, then it says of God. I mean,
does omniscient mean to know all things?
Omniscient? I'm talking omnipotence. I didn't say omniscience. And if that's the same word, I don't know. And
no, it's not. Sorry, I heard you wrong.
It's omnipotent that I have it says defined as having ultimate power, able to do anything, almighty, all powerful, supreme, preeminent, and then it's a noun, God, it says.
So what's your objection with omnipotence?
I don't object to omnipotence. I believe that if there is a God, He would be, or she, or it would be omnipotent. To my core, I believe that is correct. What I can't wrap my mind around is that an omnipotent God, by definition, is perfection, something that none of us are. And the fact that He's made in our image, an image is not an identical copy, right? So it's made in we're made in His image, but yet then with free will, the minute we're born, we take on all these different attributes, those 5 emotions that we may have been born with, and now become many, many others. Right?
Right, but I'm following you.
Okay, so when they say to me that God is omnipotent, and then I hear hate, jealousy, murder, chasing the somebody tights out of somewhere, and all of these things, I question omnipotence. And now, if someone were to have said to me, look, our God's omnipotent, we don't know what He thinks, we don't know what He feels, we've got this book and we think it's pretty close, so we want you to believe in this God by faith, I probably would have been on board. But when people fight tooth and nail and do what has been done in the name of religion to people over a book that has been translated wrong, written wrong, debated wrong, and people within their own organization can't agree, how am I supposed to go along with that? Because I'll tell you, everything inside of me says, I would not believe a human if I were you.
Well, that doesn't really speak to the true or falsity of the claims of Christianity, right? So, like, if I went out and
there's no way to guarantee the truth or false, so it doesn't matter.
What I'm saying is, so you're right that there's been some killing and stuff in the name of Christianity, and
some killing.
Sure, let's you can say as much as you want. I don't mind. I'm not trying to whitewash history. So there's been killings in the name of Christianity, okay?
And that doesn't bother you that directly opposes the definition of omnipotence for God?
What opposes the definition of omnipotence?
A perfect God would have no reason to kill, would have had no reason to put us to these tests because He was omnipotent. Therefore, He would really have no reason for us. And if any God was going to have anything to do, I could see Him rolling dice and throwing out the Earth and all of its planets and saying, "How about it, kids? I'm on my way to Vegas."
Well, okay, that doesn't logically follow, but let me address the first part, and maybe we can get back to that. It doesn't. I'm serious. I'm not trying to be rude to you.
No, I know you're not trying to be rude to me.
Let's say this. So there's been a lot of killing in the name of Christianity, okay? I'm not trying to whitewash it. Let's say this. Let's say I went out and I decided to do some killing in the name of the Salvation Army charity. Would my killings in the name of the Salvation Army charity make that a bad charity, or would that? Do you see what I'm saying? Like, the doctrine of Christianity and its truth claims of it actually being metaphysically true are actually distinct from some wackos killing people in the name of Christianity. So there could still be wackos killing people in the name of Christianity, and Christianity still be true.
Okay, but you're missing the point that the Salvation Army is not God. We are speaking of the omnipotence of God, and to strawman me and go someplace else.
No, I'm not strawmanning you. Listen. I'm not strawmanning you. No, it is. Bad things.
No, it is not.
Okay.
Just gonna have a laugh at that.
Yeah,
here's the analogy.
So here's the thing. Let me tell you where the analogy is. You're sitting here telling me that somebody killing, like Timothy McVeigh, kills in the name of God. That doesn't mean it came from God. Or if he killed in the name of In-N-Out Burger, Listen, it's the same thing.
It doesn't speak to the true or falsity of that God's existence. Okay, listen. Someone going off and doing a horrendous thing in the name of God doesn't mean that God doesn't exist, okay?
Wait a minute. God commanded those people, what are they called? Israelites, Mesatites, something like that? What?
Hey, come here, boy. Come here.
Okay, so he commanded those people to be killed. Why would he need to command anybody to be killed? For God's sakes, he's the ultimate Godfather. He could do it himself. Why would he make his own people take another human's life? Somebody that they're supposed to love thy brother like they love themselves.
I guess because he felt like it, if he exists, and if it's true.
He's a huge dick.
Guys, come on.
Now we're getting somewhere.
No, we've actually managed to segue 3 different topics in about 4 minutes, and I wish we could get back a little bit, but if we would need to get into this one, it's fine.
If you want to go back, I'll go back with you. If you want to go back to another point, I'd be glad to.
If you stand in judgment that God is a dick, it's okay.
Tommy,
it's okay. He would expect nothing less.
Let me write that down.
Believe me, he would expect nothing less than, from our perspective, that he seems kind of asinine or unreasonable.
If I told you this, Tommy, you would think I was insane. The first time I heard about this Christianity, and once I got my brain around it, I swear to you, I thought to myself, if there is a God, like they say there is here, and that he's omnipotent, he'd be damn pissed off if I fell for this crap. and I've stuck by that forever. And so I don't care what anybody calls me. I know bullshit when I hear it. And I know when people die as a result of this. And when my friends are called sick pigs and are killed because of who they want to sleep with, while every other Christian has a 3-way with somebody else's.
This is crazy off topic. Like you were the queen of off topic emotional arguments. Please.
Really?
I'm the queen. I'm the queen of emotional off topic.
You just you just started tirading about hypocritical Christians.
I'm Spartacus.
Let's just put this in perspective.
Hold on, guys. Hold on.
Let's just put this in perspective. This segued from talking about the Amalekites and God telling the Levites to kill the Amalekites, and then she segued into hypocritical Christians running threesomes. So, listen, lady.
Go ahead and listen to it again, Seamus.
Listen, lady.
Listen. I know it, lady.
Yeah, I feel a straw man coming on.
Oh, listen to the way it went. I answered all your questions and asked questions that were relevant to it.
You're jumping around on every single topic.
Ladder, Seamus.
Wait a minute. Hold on. I got a really decent.
Perhaps she doesn't know she's a woman, Seamus.
Hold on, Seamus. I have it written down right here. The first thing I asked you about was how to confirm testimony. When you're saying that we have proof and testimony.
Well, you mentioned the Amalekites. I haven't been able to respond to that. And now you're talking about hypocritical Christians running threesomes with people.
Hey,
so it's like,
Seamus, you want to know how we got there? I have it written down here. The trail that we went.
Yeah,
I went right along.
You're not the only one.
This is the first time you have complained in our whole conversation that I've led us down the wrong road.
Well, because you're talking about hypocritical Christians who are doing threesomes, and a few seconds ago we were talking about why did God offer the Amalekites, the Levites, to kill the Amalekites?
Okay, so you're going to leave the rest of it out? Are you going to leave the rest of it out?
I just think that you would be doing everyone a service if we just stayed a little bit on topic and then kind of went to the next one after that.
I offered to go back. I said,
okay, so let's. Okay,
what's the topic that you want to get on?
I'd be willing to go back. So
my question is the original question. If you're saying that the reliable testimony
I'm still trying to respond. I'm still trying to respond to what
Steve
like the
loves the
things
sound
that
of
you
his
said.
voice far
Hey
too much.
guys,
You're
what
not really
I,
facilitating any conversation, Simon. You're just not, and
I would
You're
I
not
would
actually
appreciate if
making a
either
conversation because you're
Simon
just
or
avoiding
Ocean,
questions.
yeah, Simon or Ocean can moderate for us if that's
Simon's
acceptable.
incapable. Simon's incapable
No,
of
Simon
that.
is very capable.
I'm
Okay?
incapable.
I just want to hear him facilitate or add something to the conversation besides
He's
snarky
taking his
comments.
time to go back to
Then
topic.
ask him. Ask
If
him.
you keep interrupting.
Yeah, ask him.
Shall I
think
moderate?
I think what Sugar said
No
was
one needs to moderate anybody.
I mean, clearly something needs to happen because you two are arguing over which topic to talk about. So let's go ahead and let's just manage that first, and then we'll see if there's any more moderation that needs to happen.
Look, she's not being loud or obnoxious, and neither am I. We're just having a little bit of problem with just moving through topics too quickly. It's been addressed. She said it's okay to move back. We can handle this on our own, and we'll move back. We don't need like some intervention from the UN Peace Corps here or anything. Like we're having a good conversation.
Coming in on a helicopter.
I would appreciate it if
With our blue helmets.
Seamus, if you have no objection, I would appreciate if Simon and Ocean were sitting there to do this, and I'll go back to any part that you want.
Ocean can do it. I don't need to moderate.
I'm happy to.
I mean, that's fine if you want. Yeah, that's fine. I mean, I just feel like it's unneeded, but if it makes you more comfortable, I'm fine with that.
Well, I'd like everybody to be able to participate. That is what the great debate is about. It is about participating in good debate, and you know.
Okay, well, let me just go ahead and moderate. How far back are you? Like, what's the subject that you're interested in talking about, Seamus, that Sugar's brought forward?
Well, we've been talking now for probably about 30 or 45 minutes, and we've kind of had like a progression, so I don't want to digress the conversation back because we're progressing through. So she kind of brought up a lot of different examples, and like they were, the last one that she brought up was, if God's omnipotent, why would he need to get the Levites to kill the Amalekites? So
Sure.
that's kind of
what would be your response to that then?
Well, I would ask him to, if he's going to bring us back and bring everybody back, that he say everything, tell the entire thing of what I asked about omnipotence, because that wasn't it.
I'll let you repeat yourself if you want, but I mean, I don't have like notes on what you said or anything. I mean, I don't want to misquote you. If you'd like to repeat yourself, I don't have a problem with that.
Okay. It was basically this. Where we started, if you don't mind, Seamus, I'd like to kind of go back and just at least let them know how I saw it, and you're welcome to rebut it if you'd like. Originally, Seamus was saying something about a reliable testimony in accordance to the books that they have.
Okay.
That talk about God. And so I was questioning him on reliable testimony from that far back, and how that in a modern justice system we should have criteria for that. And because he was posing the question of how do we know this, or that we should be able to do that, and I can't perfectly quote him, and he can, I'm sure, can fill you in on what he said. And so my question was, how is it that someone like me in this day and age, because ultimately that's what this is about, is getting people to accept Jesus and people like me to convert, how does someone like me depend on reliable testimony from over 2,000 or 1,000 years ago? That was where we started, basically. Are you in agreement with that, Seamus?
Yeah. So now that we've kind of pushed back to the beginning, I guess we'll just start back from the beginning, and I'll respond to all this stuff, if that's okay.
You can respond to it, and if you want to move it up somewhere, I'd be glad to. You call the shots.
So far, I see two topics. One is the issue with the Amalekites, and the other is this issue on reliable testimony.
No, it's okay. Look, let's save the Amalekites.
Sure. So let's go back to reliable testimony.
Okay, she mentioned two things. One was reliable testimony, and the second one was, how can someone like me, this day and age, trust this stuff from that's 2,000 years old? Okay, yeah. So those are the two questions. Reliable testimony. So she said, well, look, I know we have this testimony. On what criterion can we judge it reliable? Well, the same criterion that we would judge in a court of law. For example, in a court of law, we take someone's testimony, and then we take certain known facts about the events, right? Like, for example, Pontius Pilate being the prefect of Rome, that's a historical event that can be cross-referenced. So then we take that and we tie that in. So there's other ways that we do it as well. It's not saying, oh, well, look, Pontius Pilate is here, therefore this all must be right. That's ridiculous. It needs to be a cumulative case. So the reliability on the testimony is based on many things, like based on, for example, secular historical corroboration, which we see in historians such as Suetonius, Josephus, Tacitus, and so on, and then we have many other things, reliable testimonies such as the epistles, cross-referencing the Gospels, the vast earliness of this testimony. So, like, would you accept someone's testimony in the court of law that he wasn't even around the event, but 2 years later? No, you want to question the people that were actually there around the event closest to the time. So that's the first part of the question. Now, the second part of the question is, how can someone to this day, 2,000 years later, trust this stuff? You don't have to trust something 2,000 years old. All you have to trust is information 20 to 50 years old, which is the gospel according to the epistles were written 20 years after the death of Jesus. The gospel according to Mark was written 50 years after Jesus, and some of the oldest ones were written about 70 years after the Jesus. So you don't have to go back 2,000 years. You only have to go back 20 to 70 years.
Okay, and where do I find the proof that 20 to 50 years that I go back is accurate?
Textual criticism. So what I can tell you with the most reliable what I can tell you with the most reliable degree of confidence, and I will cite you some sources here, is that Mark is universally accepted to be written around 70 AD.
Universally accepted by who?
By the vast majority of textual critics and scholars.
By the historical community too.
Due to a vast preponderance of evidence. But the epistles.
This begs a question. This is right where we're at. This begs the question. If what you're telling me is true, Simon.
Yeah.
Honey, I didn't want to know if I walked over you.
No, carry on.
I'm sorry. This begs the question then, if this is true and it's universally accepted, why isn't everybody on the same page?
The dating is universally accepted, the claims of which are not universally accepted. Everyone accepts the dating of the Gospels. Not everyone accepts the theological implications or truth claims.
Everybody accepts the dates of the...
Yeah, it's not 100% unanimously accepted, but
it's not everybody. Not everybody.
The opinions are usually off by about like 10 years between scholars on when these documents pop up.
Okay,
so some of the fundies say 40 to 50. AD.
Okay, so nobody disagrees.
That's a little much. If we're talking about, I think that Seamus is just supporting the scholarly perspective, which is going to be Mark popped up at around 70-ish.
With the epistles popping up as early as the early 50s, which would place the epistles.
Earliest date I've seen is 56, but
no, Galatians.
So let me try to understand, guys.
Corinthians dated to 51, 52. That would be
First
Corinthians.
Maybe Galatians. That makes sense, actually.
Yeah, Galatians is better supported, but 1 Corinthians is early too. Sorry, sugar.
So are you telling me, and I make sure I understand, that everybody involved, everybody who would care, Muslims, everybody, Jews alike, agree that this is authentic?
It's not unanimous, but it's very, very widely accepted among textual scholars. It's not unanimous. There's not 100%.
I'm still seeing 56 for Galatians, but I'm also seeing another estimate that might be 49. But anywho,
I've heard
49 is like pretty liberal. Conservative would be 56. Anyway, but no, it's among the historical community and textual critics. The epistles pop up in the mid to late 50s, and then the Gospel of Mark pops up in 70. Gospel of Luke and Matthew pop up a little bit later, and then the latest would be John, which pops up around
although it's worth pointing out also, Ocean, that when we say Mark pops up in 70, we've got very, very small fragment of Mark from that date, right?
I don't think that we actually have. Well, there might be an original from that day. But if we do, it's a fragment. But the earliest
one or two words. One or two words.
The earliest written fragment of the Gospels is a small fragment of John dated to about 125. That's called P52.
Okay. Right.
So I have another question.
Nice.
I have another
but it's accepted that it popped up at that point. All right. Anyway, go on.
Yeah.
I have another question. Since we're equating this with law, if I'm following you, that that we're going to get the result or the belief based on the same method, there are limitations as to how long evidence is accepted. So, is there such a thing? I mean, there's a reason that they don't allow certain evidence after a certain amount of time because of degradation of, witnesses or witness testimony and things like that.
It's due to non-felony charges, and it's usually called the statute of limitations. So
exactly.
murder, for example, there's no statute of limitations on murder.
Correct. I understand that.
The statute of limitations are generally for misdemeanor crimes. Most felonies don't have statute of limitations.
Statute of limitations is usually just so you can't pull something out of somebody's deep past and then just slap them with it.
And this is what I'll say. So listen, imagine that I've already said this earlier, but I think it has a really broad point that needs to be thoroughly listened to. Let's say that I'm a witness. An event happens, and I'm a witness to it. And let's say I'm a very reliable witness, and I just so happen to have a reliable testimony, and it's true. Okay, I'm granting you that for the sake of the conversation of this thought experiment. We actually know that my testimony is true. Okay, so my testimony is true, and it's good testimony. It's reliable. And then let's say 2,000 years go by, and you still got my testimony. It's written on a piece of paper, but 2,000 years has went by since the events. However, my testimony was from right around the time of events, and it's reliable. Okay, so what I'm saying is good information, a good testimony, doesn't become bad testimony just because time passed. A good testimony is always good testimony, no matter.
You don't see the problem with that analogy and getting me to buy off on that?
No, there's no problem with that. Good evidence will always remain good evidence.
I actually don't see the issue either.
Okay, well let me just present it, because remember, at the end of the day, gentlemen, what we are talking about is real people turning over their real lives to somebody that is or is not real. Okay, because let's not forget that, right? That this is somebody's soul that we're talking about, or potential soul. So when you say to me that I should believe, that you're presupposing it to me that you're reliable, right? And that in 2,000 years, me, Sugar, should be reliable. We should rely on that and believe it. I'm sitting here saying, are you kidding me? Is that's how you're going to get me to God?
I never presupped you. There's been no presuppositions in this conversation.
Okay,
I never
maybe
said.
I'm using the word wrong.
I never said. Fine.
That you're giving that to me.
I never told you I was reliable. I told you I'm arguing for the New Testament being reliable.
Wait. That analogy you just gave me, did you not say that for the sake of this, that I could rely on your testimony that it was real? I mean, that it was accurate? Isn't that what you said?
Yep.
I was talking about that in the context of a thought experiment.
Right. And that's what I'm telling you.
No,
because remember,
listen, I think you're confused. I never told you.
No, sir. I am not confused. I
really think you are. No, listen.
No.
Okay, sure.
What was the thought experiment, real quick? Because if we're taking something out of a thought experiment, applying it to
right in front of you. You heard the same thing I heard. Did you not?
I told you.
I don't know that I did.
Let's imagine that I witnessed an event, and for the thought experiment, we know that my testimony is accurate and reliable, and it's true. Right. 2,000 years going by doesn't make that bad testimony.
Left out the observers.
She's trying to take something I said out of a thought experiment and just.
But you first stated it in the first thing you said about the thought experiment.
Yeah,
it was there.
Listen, I'm.
Okay, wait.
Let
me see if I've got this clear. Seamus, you said that within the context of a thought experiment, you're an observer to an event, and you say, you give
a reliable testimony.
You give a testimony about something, and then that testimony, even if it's 2,000 years old, doesn't change in its validity. You can still go back to it and be like, hey, here it is, as long as you have the testimony intact.
Right.
I think he was making the point that there was a person there that he was making the testimony to, and since that made sense at that time, 2,000 years later, he connected it to what he else said.
Okay,
I think Sugar's right. It's a presupposition smuggled in there, which is assuming the testimony is correct in the first place.
No,
I think he's assuming that. I think he's saying
people are crazy. Ocean gets it because that was one of the premises of the thought experiment. So here's again. Let's
both left out the observer.
Yeah, exactly. It's one of the premises of the thought experiment.
What are we talking about with the observer?
That's the whole idea of the thought experiment.
What's Yada saying about this observer? What are you talking about? Because we're talking about the thought
At
experiment.
his accurate testimony, or whatever, however he termed it, he put the observer there, saying that you recognize it being a good testimony at that time, and then he extended it 2,000 years later.
Right. That's a thought experiment, though. We're saying
thought experiments is
you hold people to their thought experiment, what they mention in it.
And he's accusing me of jumping around. I asked about how.
I am so confused as to what the problem with the damn thought experiment is.
Yeah.
I have a problem with the damn thought experiment, but let me explain to you. My original question was, how is it that we can prove that he's saying this is that we have reliable testimony that what is written in the Bible, that these books are true? And he posed the question, you know, that if we have this, the judicial system uses it. I'm like, well, then we must have guidelines. So why are you questioning it, basically? And how am I? How do I, a
Are you
modern
not remembering
person?
what I've said?
Hey, here's the point, Shema. So hold on a second.
I remember it. I just don't agree with it.
Here's the point of what the thought experiment was, is he's saying that the amount of time passing doesn't affect the truth value of the testimony.
Yes, that's all I'm trying to say.
Right. If the testimony is wrong, it will be just as wrong 2,000 later.
Wrong.
2,000
If it's
later.
right,
If it is right, it'll be just as right 2,000 later.
I got it. So the question was,
Yeah, we
how
all
does
got it.
somebody like me? Because remember, at the end of the day, we're just not arguing to argue. I mean, you are telling me this stuff because you want me to come to Jesus, right? Because you want my soul saved. Is that correct?
Well, that would be separate from the thought experiment.
Yes,
the point.
it is
So I wouldn't throw the thought experiment into that aspect of the conversation, which is what I think was happening
kind of what
earlier.
I was getting mad earlier because we're getting way sidetracked, and it's
Right.
kind of happening again. And I've
So
been
let's
like,
get back to the thing where we're like, okay, so we have this testimony, we have that is within 30 years of Jesus', well, okay, within 50 years of Jesus' death.
20 to 70.
Of his death?
Yes, the epistles.
Oh, you're talking about the epistles, right. Okay, I was talking about just Gospels.
Yes, so 20, we have information in the New Testament on Jesus from
his
20
name
to
pops
70.
up within 20, and then you have other things popping up later.
Well, more
which
than
is
just
pretty
his name.
good.
There's certain things that say, like, for the resurrection of the dead pops up in 20, where he says that Jesus died and resurrected as this said in the scriptures. So it's more than just his name. There are actual substantive facts that are recounted, such as the resurrection, even in the years 20 years after. So it's more than just a name.
Okay, so I think you guys are missing my point, because I'm listening to what Mr. Whitney so-and-so has just brought across my newsfeed that says, if I die in sin, I will be burning in hell. So if I go to bed tonight and I die before I accept Jesus Christ, then I'm going to hell. So
what does this have to do with the reliability of the New Testament? Because I don't give a crap what some wacko said to you.
Okay, but do you care about my soul?
Certainly.
Okay, so I come into this.
That drifts topics a little bit, just for the sake of moderating. Because we're talking about reliability of the text, and then we're talking about.
Now we're talking about what some other dude said.
No. If I would have been able to finish, you would have heard my point very clearly.
Go for it.
If the purpose of the great debate is to prove God or no God, for the purpose of those who are willing to accept, to save their souls, right? Because that is why we're all here, correct? In the great debate? Okay, so as I'm listening and absorbing all of this stuff, because really, as an atheist, I don't have to listen to this because it's not anything that would ever go on in my head or my family. But when I see this young man come across my thing who looks like a perfectly nice young man, and he's telling me that I'm a murderer and that all of these horrible things, and then I hear you talking about this, and I think, well, there's a smart kid. Maybe I'll listen to what he has to say. I've always heard Seamus is so smart. So I'm listening. You bring up a point. I ask, how do I know that testimony is reliable just because you say, because we've been lied to before? So tell me, in 2015, how I make sure. The thought experiment, get it. I understand everything else. Tell me how I know that Jesus' word and God's word is accurate in that book. That's all I'm asking.
Okay, so you very shortly and succinctly, you take the testimony of the eyewitnesses and you start to verify it. And there's certain verification processes.
They're not eyewitnesses.
I'm familiar. I'm familiar. That's impossible.
Yeah, eyewitnesses.
But I only got about
you said
4
eyewitness.
words. Wow,
let
guys.
Seamus finish. I agree with you
This
guys
is
about
sick.
the eyewitness criticism, but let's let him finish. So we're validating the accounts in the gospel and in the epistles. How would you go about doing that?
Yeah, so you take all right, let me change the word from eyewitnesses. You take the earliest testimony, okay, and then you begin to validate it, okay? And there's many ways you do this. For example, you look at certain things that can be cross-referenced, right? Like, for example, I already told you about some things about Pontius Pilate, but like I said, that doesn't establish just because Pontius Pilate, they got that right, therefore the New Testament's completely reliable because they were reliable about one thing. That's not what I'm saying. There's a broad spectrum of arguments to why you should trust the New Testament. And at the very first of like why, she's basically asking the beginning question again, why should I trust the New Testament? Okay, and there's many different facets to this argument, but here's a couple. The one reason why you should trust the New Testament is because until you've been given a substantive reason not to trust it. And let me show you why. Listen. Let me show you why.
Let me finish.
Okay, so the New Testament, as we see it, is a. Stop laughing into your mic, man. You offer nothing to us.
Seamus, just focus on me. I'm listening to you. I promise.
I'm listening too.
Can someone kind of remind me where I was? Simon's very rude, oftentimes to me.
Seamus,
Will somebody remind me where I was? Can anyone remind me?
Talking about Pontius Pilate, and you went from there. And that's
just because you have Pontius Pilate doesn't mean that the whole Mark is true. So then
this is right. And then I moved on to say that the writings that we have in the Christian New Testament amongst the Pauline epistles and the Gospels are the earliest writings we have on the life of Jesus. Now, what I'm saying is that there are no writings that are earlier that are not contained in the New Testament. Any writings that are not contained in the New Testament are all later. Okay, so all of what we do know is that the earliest materials that we do have on the life of Jesus are contained in the New Testament. Now, let me put this in perspective. The earliest apocryphal, this means non-canonical writing that is not contained in the New Testament, the earliest one that contains messages on Jesus is known as the Gospel of Thomas. The Gospel of Thomas, the earliest dating people give to the Gospel of Thomas is about 125, which would place it well after the Gospel of John. Okay, which means that even the most earliest apocryphal writing is still later than every piece of material in the New Testament. So that in itself, again, doesn't mean, look, so we have the earliest material, which is considered to be the best material. It doesn't mean that it's right. But the thing is, which is true, just because we have early material and we have really, really early material, doesn't mean that's right. It could just be early and wrong. But it's better to have the most earliest material rather than to have only material from like 3 centuries later. We have material from the same...
I understand that it's more likely to be right because it's earlier and closer to the source.
Right, but it doesn't mean that
there's a lot of claims that are in the Gospels that cannot be cross-referenced, so how do you deal with those?
Yeah, so claims that cannot be cross-referenced between each other, that are only like these would be like unique events that are claimed in certain Gospels that are not found in the others, which is it's probably due to the form of the Gospels will probably most likely be found in Luke. Okay.
Okay. Wait. I think you I may have given the wrong impression about what I meant by cross-reference, because when we were talking about Pontius Pilate, for example, where you cross-referenced that with, say, Roman documents pointing him out as the Roman prefect of Judea, in like somewhere between 20-something to 30-something AD. With other events in the Gospels, there's no way to historically cross-reference that, such as the crucifixion or the resurrection.
Actually, okay, you were right about one of the two. So you can't historically cross-reference the resurrection, but you can absolutely historically cross-reference the crucifixion.
How so?
Sure, give me 1 second.
Yeah, so
instead of just talking, I'm actually going to cross-reference it by providing a reference. Give me 1 second.
Excellent.
What was
So
that,
does this in any way address the authenticity of, or validate the authenticity of the accounts?
If he can cross-reference historically the crucifixion, then yes.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. Cool. That would be interesting. I've never heard that one myself, but
I haven't heard of it either, and I've
Sure.
studied that.
Okay. Well, then you guys are way behind. Okay, so first
way behind.
You know what, Seamus?
Hold on.
I think we can do this. I think we can do this without pot shots. That's all I'm asking. Okay? Because I'm not making.
You can't. It's almost impossible.
Yes, you can. Yes,
well,
you can. Yes, you can.
Okay, point taken. So here's the first letter of business. This is the Wikipedia article on the historical Jesus, which actually has citations among it. And I'm going to not use this article. I'm going to use the citations. Okay, so the part of this article that I'm going to use is going to be the middle sentence, and I'm going to put it over here. And there's 4 citations for this reference. So give me a second. So I'm going to read it, then I'm going to read the references to you guys. So, okay, here it is. All right, here's the quote. I'll read it out loud. Virtually all scholars that write on the subject accept that Jesus existed. Citations 7, 8, 9, and 10. And I'll read those citations for you. Although scholars differ about the beliefs and teachings of Jesus, as well as the accuracy and accounts of his life, and the only 2 events subject to quote-unquote almost universal assent are that Jesus was baptized by John the Baptist and was crucified by the order of Prefect Pontius Pilate. Citations 11, 12, 13, and 14. So now I'm going to go down and I'm going to read these references. And these references are basically referred to due to the preponderance of evidence of modern scholars. So the 11th one reference is a guy is a secular scholar. He's not a Christian. His name is Dr. James D.G. Dunn. He's a citation 11. He says, 2 facts in the life of Jesus command almost universal assent. And he's talking about the baptism and crucifixion. So I'm gonna post the citation to the side so that you guys can read it, and then I'm gonna give you the next citation.
Wait, I see 11 as Richard Burridge.
No, 11 is James D.G. Dunn.
Yeah, I get the same as Shamos.
Okay, so 12...
Oh, wait, I'm looking at the historical... Oh, never mind. Whoops. You're in the historical Jesus.
So 12...
I'm in the wrong page. So
12 is William R. Herzog, who is an ex-Christian. He also has a quote that backs it up. Look, there's another person who is a Christian. However, he's not a conventional Christian. He's only believes in the historicity of Christ and follows his moral teachings. This is John Dominic Crossan. He says, quote is, that he was crucified is as sure as anything historical can ever be, since both Josephus and Tacitus agree with Christian accounts on at least that basic fact. Okay, 14, Jesus as a figure in history, how modern historians view. This is by Mark Allen Powell. He is an atheist. Okay, and so a lot of these things are backed up by what's known as modern scholarly consensus. Okay, so the modern scholarly consensus would be an appeal to authority, but the reason why modern scholarly consensus holds to this is due to the preponderance of evidence. There's a preponderance of historical evidence that points to the Jesus and the crucifixion, and that's what this article basically tells you. That we might not be able to agree that Jesus did miracles or that Jesus was the Son of God, but what most people can agree on is that he was a historical person and that he was crucified. And so that would prove...
I just read up on Tacitus. I didn't realize that Tacitus did write... actually did write about the crucifixion itself. Yeah. He references it when talking about Christian's existence.
Right.
And he's not a Eastern historian. A lot of Tacitus's histories actually have to do with Western Rome rather than Eastern Rome. But he does mention this when talking about Christians running around in Rome. But it is mentioned as a reference to their origin, as in something that he probably heard from one of them or something like that, or somebody talking to him about them. It's like, oh, well, they believe that this guy was crucified over there. And then he goes, okay, well, that's what happened. While this is historical record evidence from the Romans, it doesn't actually, it's not quite as strong as, say, archaeological evidence or a execution record.
That's why it's used in a cumulative case. Like so no one ever cites just Tacitus. It says, look, here's Tacitus, therefore Jesus must have been crucified. They say, no, here's Tacitus, here's this, here's church tradition, here's this, here's that, here's that. The cumulative case points to Jesus being crucified. And that's what the modern scholarly consensus is, due to the cumulative preponderance of evidence.
I do agree that to say that he wasn't crucified or didn't exist, you have to point to a lot of people and say they were wrong. Or lied.
So all I'm trying to show you guys is that...
I have a question on that.
Sure.
Sorry, I didn't expect you to say that, and I was eating at the time. You know, and it's true, I probably don't have an original thought in my head when it comes to this. I've had to learn everything, you know, as I said, because this wasn't fed to me at any time in my life. And I had heard something about, you know, if our existence has been around for all of this time, God chooses to come down and only tell a certain amount of people. Why didn't he tell all the Chinese? Because they could read, you know, and that makes sense to me. So if this evidence is there and it's widely accepted by everybody, is that what you're saying? I don't see it that way.
Historically, it's widely accepted that Jesus existed.
Oh, and I got no problem with that.
Historically, it's widely accepted
and that he was crucified
as well.
So
and see, that's all I was charged. You guys charged me to prove that. You guys discharged a burden on me that you need to at least establish some. Thank you.
What she's now, I think that's been accepted, but we're moving into another issue, which is now as far as the function of God. Why this method, and why not a method that reaches to China? Because Christianity didn't reach China for 1,000+ years, and really still hasn't.
Right. I've heard the argument before. The argument's usually framed about if God would have just revealed himself in that same time in China, there would have been much better sources for documentation. It would have been a lot better documented and much more well established.
No, it's not even that.
What he said was, why would God choose to throw this information down to a limited amount of people that were some of the lowest educated people of the time, when he had X amount of Chinese that could read? Why didn't he disperse it among his people? And why would an omnipotent God, why would an omnipotent God choose certain people if we were all made in his image? I mean, that's illogical.
We're no longer talking about the reliability of the New Testament, but I will answer your question. So you're kind of saying, why didn't they do it in...
Right, it's been stated that we're switching topics. So
that's fine.
Yeah.
Fine. I'll answer it. So she's kind of saying, why didn't they do it in China where most people could read? Look, a lot of people in the Jewish culture could read because of there was oral traditions in the Torah, but a lot of them took very seriously. Now, there may have been more people that could read in China, fine. But you also kind of said, why do it in a place, you were kind of implying that of this Palestine, Judeo-Samaria was like really had some really like barbaric and not advanced and some pretty daft people. Like during that time, that civilization was actually fairly far along if you were to compare it to like tribal Africa or something. So, but all I really see from your argument is kind of like, sadly, it's like an argument.
I'm actually not arguing. I actually had a question, because once again, let me refer you back to the whole purpose of this conversation. The reason we have the great debate is not to whip out our dicks and see who's bigger, but to actually determine God or no God to save somebody's soul. So I didn't come in for an argument. I honestly want to know the questions. These are the questions, the same questions I've had long before I even knew there was a great debate, long before I knew that I had to have a title. I mean, these are questions I've always had, and this is the first place where people have really had a lot of information, but yet I'm the one with the problem because I can't grasp this figment. I don't understand that.
I'm not sure if I communicated that in that way. I don't.
Well, first of all, I didn't come in for a fight. I came in, you saw me sit. I was listening intently. I asked one question.
That's true.
And I went from there. Yes?
Yes. Okay,
I have learned not to open my mouth in a discussion unless it's a question, unless I am very, very logical, and unless I know my shit, and I don't really know my shit around here at all. So my question was just to say, well, gee, how do you know that? You know, how is it that you know that? Because I don't know that. it all seems contradictory to me.
Well, like, yeah, it seems contradictory that God wouldn't reveal himself in a way that would intuitively make sense to you. But that's
no, not just me. Let's not be.
Well, what I'm saying is this: there could have been many. If God's omnipotent, me and you both agree that if there is a God, we both kind of generally ascribe to him this omnipotence. So if the God is omnipotent, he could have done it one of many ways, right? He could have.
Agreed.
But you can only do it one way, right? So no matter, even if he didn't do it the way that we see now, he would have done it another way. We would have still said, well, why would he did it this way? Why did he do it this way? Why did he do it this way? See, he could, because of his omnipotence, he could do it any way that's not logically incoherent. As long as it's logically coherent, he could do it in that way. So I don't see much of a thing. Yeah, he could have done it that way, but he didn't choose to,
okay.
Right?
Got it. And let me ask you a question on that, then, if I may, next, when you're done. So with that being said, because it's going to bring me around again, that nobody is, or I haven't had an answer yet. I hear what you're saying. God is so powerful, he could have done it in many, many different ways. He chose to do it this way. And I'm asking you, why would a logical, omnipotent God choose to confuse his people?
Choose to what his people?
Why would he choose the hardest way to confuse his people? Only give some the information. That got back to where we were talking before. What's the purpose of God making this journey cryptic and singling people out? And that's another, you know, if he knew what I was going to do before I did it and loved me anyways, then he must have known that what he did was going to confuse me and that I was going to say, nope, sorry, I'm out.
See,
but he loved me anyways.
Christians don't think that it's confusing or
really?
Incoherent. No, not in the sense that, like I said, we differ on doctrines and stuff. But as far as saying taking Christ as Messiah or taking him as Lord,
I don't have a problem with Christ. I don't have a problem with Jesus living, Jesus being a person. I don't have a problem with that. That's you're not answering my question. You're not addressing.
So, re-ask your question. Then I'm not trying to avoid your question.
So I hear everything that you're telling me about God being able to do it however he wanted. That while we would like to say, God, gee, why didn't you do it this easy way where I understand, you're saying God's omnipotent and he can do whatever he wants. And I would agree with you that we could not know the mind of God. So, but my question is, an omnipotent God that is logic and logical above all else, that knew what I was going to do before I did it and loved me anyways, has purposefully set up a situation where I will absolutely doubt and say, first of all, he'll put me into a family that for 3 generations didn't bash religion, didn't even talk about religion, so I would really know almost nothing when I came of age to start learning. And then, so I was really a blank slate as much as I possibly could. And it was so illogical to me that I go, oh, wait a minute. This is not right. So when I asked questions, which he knew I was going to do, was ask these exact questions, and he knew you were going to give me these answers, and he knew that I was going to go, come on. Seriously, how is it that you want me to believe this? Because throughout history's been written wrong. People have been lied to. Holy men have lied. Evil men have lied. How in 2000
You're
or so
kind of
years,
assuming, I'm not sure, but it seems like you're assuming you're condemned. Like you're assuming that
that is what I'm told, is that I am condemned as an atheist.
But listen,
I never even referred to myself as an atheist because I didn't even know. I thought atheists, I thought atheist meant you were like a devil worshiper, you were evil. Right? So know what I didn't know. So know that I'm coming from a clean slate here. So now that I'm in this group, because everybody made sure I was in a circle.
But I'll just say it simply. You're basically saying that you don't think it's possible for you to ever become a Christian.
You know what? What would you say that for? I did not say that. I am asking.
What I'm saying is, because what I'm saying is, I used to be an atheist, and what I'm saying is, it seems to be like there was a long period of time where I was an atheist, and I completely rejected Christianity. And I thought, like, this is just so whatever convoluted and crazy and blah 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 blah, and I just kind of thought like I could never believe in.
So what changed your mind?
Well, me personally, I had a personal experience with Jesus Christ, and from then on, I just can't deny him, and I won't deny him.
Okay.
Why doesn't he do that for us?
Well, I mean,
He might. You're not dead yet, so he very well might. And
but I don't know when I'm going to die. I was a paramedic for 25 years. I guarantee you, you don't know either.
No one knows when they're going to die. What I'm telling you is that...
And I don't want to die because I really like this life.
What I'm saying is you could wake up tomorrow and come to Christ, and you don't know that yet. So don't assume that you're condemned, because your book...
I didn't say I was condemned. I'm
not saying you said it. I'm not saying you said it. I'm just saying this generally. I'm not saying, look, you said this, you're wrong. I'm just saying this is a general. I'm just saying, no matter what you think, don't think that you're condemned. Don't think that you can never, if you're still alive, you still have a chance.
I don't think these things. I don't think such ways.
Okay, good. I wasn't accusing you. I just wanted to say that. I just want to say that. I wasn't accusing you.
I appreciate that, but I can assure you that my motivation for learning is for accurate information, and I'm all about cross-referencing. So, but you know, if you were an atheist, and I don't know why you were an atheist, and you also had doubts, I would think you could understand where I'm coming from, and I'm sure somebody had to have provided you with something. Because don't tell me that you just had a crisis in your life and you chose to believe in somebody that's so illogical to help you.
God isn't illogical. God is the author of logic. So without that little...
God is the author. Can somebody please call Oz, please? Because that's silly. God is
author of logic, yet chooses the most illogical way to inspire people.
God is the author of logic.
Okay. It's definitely not the most illogical way to inspire people, and she was kind of...
Yes, it is. Why does he not just beam it into us?
Just because there's a more logical way doesn't mean that the way he's chosen it would be the most illogical. For example, illogical means something that doesn't make any sense. Hold on. Illogical means something that doesn't make logical, coherent sense. And so think about, there could be many ways for something to be just completely logical. If I took a puzzle and just scattered it all around, no coherence to it all whatsoever, the Bible just was a bunch of jumbled letters, then it would be just fucked in the most incoherent thing possible. So don't compare it to that when it's not.
But he chooses to show himself to goat herders in the middle of the desert.
See, now we're getting to like just weird personal arguments from incredulity.
That's not weird personal. It's one of the greatest speakers in this world would agree. Well, if he were here, but he's not alive anymore. So,
as far as revealing himself to goat herders in the desert, there's at the time that Jesus came down, Judea was owned by a little country called the Roman Empire.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not goat herders in the middle of the desert. It's the Roman fucking Empire.
Got it.
And it was...
I have no issue with it being the Roman fucking Empire and all that they knew.
I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to Dude Buddy who said goat herders.
But it still stands to reason, though, Ocean, is like... What...
It could be more efficient, is what you're trying to say. This whole revelation process.
I agree that there's more efficient modes of...
I don't even care about efficiency. Don't tell me that God's omnipotent if he's not going to be omnipotent. That's the thing.
I don't even deny that it could have been more efficient. You could have just sent everybody to heaven. Of course there's more efficient means possible.
You could have skipped the whole Earth process and just created heaven and put a bunch of souls in it.
Exactly. There you go.
Well, you could have just asked people if they wanted to go or not.
Or you could have just walked away and said, fuck, I'm going to Vegas.
You got a choice. You come to heaven with me or we go to hell.
She kind of asked me, she was like, why would you...
Free will for you. Just a bit of free will for you if you wanted that.
Go ahead, Seamus.
She was... Before all that, she kind of said, like, well, look, you should be able to kind of sympathize. Like, look, you were once an atheist. And she was like, well, what was it that brought you to Christ? She said, was it just some, like, were you just down on your luck or some type of experience? Or it couldn't have just been, she said that it couldn't have just happened from nowhere. There had to be some prodding from someone or something. And you're right, it didn't just happen out of nowhere. There was some prodding by something, not someone. That someone would be like the Holy Spirit. But basically, I've told this story a few times, but I'll tell it in the most shortest telling possibly. And I usually don't like to condense it this much.
Okay. You don't have to tell it if it's too personal.
It's not all that personal.
It's not that it's personal, it's just that it's long.
Okay.
Now, I'm going to shorten it as quick as possible. I did a lot of study on Islamic theology because it interested me with Middle Eastern politics. I've read a lot of the Quran just because I was trying to kind of get inside the people's mindset over there in the Islamic politics. Read a bunch of the Quran, and at a certain point I almost became like Muslim, and I was like kind of considering it. And then I've been studying Islam for like maybe a year, and I decided one night out of nowhere that like, hey, I've got a good handle on Islam. Let me go back and read up on Christianity. And like, I'd been to church a few times when I was little with like my friends, but like I had no real big understanding of Christianity, and I just figured it would be nice to just open it up and do a little reading to contrast the Islam I was reading. So one night I opened up the very first book of the New Testament, the Gospel according to Matthew, and I read just that gospel in one sitting. It took like 2 hours. And at the end of the Gospel of Matthew, I had this strange like light switch experience where like it's kind of hard to explain, but I would explain it as I had this, I don't know how to explain it. I basically was revealed that Christ is who he says he was, as revealed in the Gospels. And I from that experience on, I knew that Christ was real, and I haven't denied him since.
Okay. I appreciate you sharing
Oh, dear.
I appreciate you sharing that with me, and I'm sure everybody else appreciates that as well.
It sounds a bit contradictory to me. You know, you said you were an atheist and then you became a Christian. Well, it sounds like you weren't an atheist. It sounds like you were looking for a spiritual answer.
No, I said I was leaning towards being a Muslim, but that doesn't mean I was a Muslim. I was still an atheist.
But it kind of says that you were looking for a spiritual answer in God.
Well,
not
obviously,
you were an
here's
atheist.
the question: whether or not he was an atheist. Shamos, at that point in time, did you believe in God?
No.
Okay,
No,
well then he would be an atheist.
Anyways, I wasn't
really.
seeking out spiritual answers. I was seeking out Islamic politics, and then that brought me to Islam, which I was only studying it as a cultural understanding of the people, not as some enlightening process of religion. And the whole process was not me searching out some religion. It wasn't. It was absolutely the opposite.
So just reading that after, because as I know atheism as I am, I literally had no thought of it. It wasn't is there a God or isn't there a God? It just was there. It just doesn't exist. It's like reading the Bible to me is like reading Harry Potter. It's just a nice story, but and it's got some neat lessons in it. But so are you saying that that's how you were? Just there was no question. You never thought about it?
No, because even in my atheism, I knew better than to compare the Bible to something like Harry Potter. For example, something like Harry Potter speaks of.
That was an example. I'm sorry. Please don't hook on to that. It could have been. It could be the joy of sex.
No, it's a really good example, Sugar. It's a really good example, Sugar.
You know what? I realized after I said it, I forgot that you guys have that issue with that.
It's a really good example.
A lot of people will use examples like the Epic of Gilgamesh, which has some.
The thing that you say there, Shamos, is that as an atheist, I realized the Bible wasn't like Harry Potter. Right, that's an oxymoron. That's a contradiction. It's a non sequitur.
No, it's not.
Right there is a non sequitur. I can assure you.
What's a non sequitur?
I can assure you. The sentence I just read out. I just quoted from you.
Which sentence?
Go ahead and explain it if you'd like.
Fucking hell, people, come on. Let's think for more than 30 seconds at a time.
I'm waiting for you to make your point. I mean, I'm not like running from anything.
You said.
I didn't hear it either.
Atheist, you said, as an atheist, I knew not to compare the Bible to Harry Potter. That's a non sequitur.
No, I was about to give explanation.
Straightforward. Oh, right. You're about to change it. Okay, go on then.
You're not really here for discussion. You just want to like make me seem like a douche or something.
I'm just pointing out your non sequiturs. I mean, you do this all the time, Shamos. You do this all the time, Shamos, and then you start trying to blame other people for it and start whinging.
Shamos, there was a moment where you weren't too upset making me sound clueless, so let's not cast those stones too far.
Okay, so let me just get back to what I was saying. The reason why you can't another better example would be like the Epic of Gilgamesh or something, because there's some known.
To me, it's any book written. I mean, if you really want to exchange it, it's any book. It doesn't have to be a comparison.
No, let me make this distinction, because see, some books are completely fiction, meaning that the people in it are actually fictional. They don't represent real people, and which means it's completely a work of fiction. Now, there's other works that have blended fiction with historical facts, right? Like such as the Epic of Gilgamesh or other of these type things. Or so this has been known to happen. That they actually incorporate things that are both true and false, right? So, but the Bible is not Harry Potter, where the actual people are all made up and it's meant to just be a work of fiction. The work of the Bible actually speaks about real people, real events that can be cross-referenced and verified. Like, for example, Paul of Tarsus, the one that authored the epistles, no one questions whether he existed. No one. People question whether Jesus existed. No one questions whether Paul existed. Not anyone. So we can actually know that these are real people.
Paul did what now?
Say that again.
Paul did what? What was Paul's part in this?
Paul authored more than 50% of the New Testament. He penned 14 epistles, 7 of which are undisputed by secular scholars.
And you're telling me nobody disputes whether Paul existed or whether the texts are accurate?
Okay. The amount of people that anyone could just say, look, I question whether Paul existed. There's my defeater, right?
I don't care about that. I'm talking about real doubt.
Yeah, it's so... Jesus being not a real person is a lot more credible than... There's a lot more attestation for Paul than there is of Jesus. So I could maybe understand, even though the preponderance of evidence for the existence of Jesus is just huge, I might be able to sympathize with someone not believing in Jesus. But Paul, it's so well attested that to believe otherwise is absurd, complete absurdity. He's way more well attested than Jesus.
Okay. My point was, to me, and the way I was brought up, that the Bible was any other book. So I apologize for using Harry Potter. I forgot that there is an issue with Harry Potter and Christians. It doesn't even register to me that it is anything other than, if it did, then if I thought it was really the Word of God, then, well, heck, I'd have started listening, but I didn't, because that doesn't. So
the difference for me between the Bible and any, like, you can use Harry Potter, Lord of the Rings, whatever it is, but be honest, talking about Lord of the Rings. Jinx, we're on the same wavelength there, buddy. But the difference between the Bible and those books for me is that the Bible is more of a historical source than straight up storytelling. There are aspects of it.
What about the Odyssey or the Iliad?
Iliad, I would say, could possibly be history. The Odyssey is definitely storytelling. Whereas
there are factual details. There are factual details in the Odyssey, though.
Right. And, sure, it's basically historical fiction. With respect to the Odyssey, Iliad may or may not be. It's definitely indulged a little bit, just like a lot of histories are.
Ocean.
There is some fiction in there.
But if I can make my point,
sure.
Like, where if we take the Odyssey as being a definite indulgence of storytelling with a historical background, and the Iliad as a possible indulgence that's closer to being a record, I would say that Genesis is closer to being the Odyssey, Judges is closer to being the Iliad, for example.
Right, so that doesn't change the point, though, does it? That it still has historical detail in and is fictional.
I don't think anyone disputes that.
I don't think... Okay, when you're saying...
There's no distinction. Just because something has historical detail in it doesn't mean that the entirety of it is true.
No, it doesn't.
Right, I agree with that.
And this is the condition. This is the condition.
Wholesale either, though.
If I can make the point, and this is the condition that atheists find with the Bible. That's why we compare it to Harry Potter or the Odyssey or any other fictional book.
But Harry Potter is not even meant to be relating to historical events.
But it has historical details in it.
It could be how to.
Harry Potter does?
Of course it does.
No.
That's silly.
No, it's not silly at all. All of the part in Harry Potter where he's with his family is set in England in a historical place.
I think there's a distinction.
Those details are accurate. Those details are accurate.
Which is true. Nobody claims that Harry Potter happened.
Okay, here's
and
the thing.
when Harry Potter was written, it wasn't meant to be a record.
Okay, and this is the analogy.
Whereas
is that
Judges,
somebody claiming
Samuel,
Harry Potter
all these
to
are
be real.
records.
Somebody claiming that Harry Potter is real is equivalent to somebody claiming the Bible is real.
I think that is ridiculous.
Yeah,
Okay,
it's really bad logic there.
Tell me why that it is ridiculous if nothing can be proven, and why am I ridiculous for expecting truth out of an illogical book that seems no different than any other book that, to me, because this is all that matters right now, is just me, because it's my soul. If we're talking about the real purpose of this whole thing, God or no God, why am I ridiculous?
Let me just say something just to you, and this will be the easiest thing.
You want to make this personal? You go ahead and make it personal.
No,
but
I'm going to make this very personal.
No, I'd like you to answer the question. Why am I ridiculous?
No, I want to make this very personal, but this is in a good way.
Why am I ridiculous?
Well, he said you're ridiculous. I'll let him answer.
If you want me to play Veckel, I can do Veckel's technique if you'd like, because I learned it real well last night.
Listen.
Why am I ridiculous?
Look, he said.
I'll
let Ocean respond to that. He said the word
then
ridiculous.
let Ocean respond to it.
Okay, I think that it was ridiculous to me to compare Harry Potter to a historical record, because the intent of the writing is completely different. It is a completely different context.
And I know that how.
So making that it's a 5,000-year-old set of stories. Like
exactly, stories.
Stories. Yes.
Like Harry Potter is a story. It's just not 5,000 years old.
Harry Potter doesn't have any semblance of being rooted in truth.
Yeah, it does. Some of it's based in England.
Some of it's based in England. That's such an aside to it, though.
No, it's
like
not.
There's no
proof
there's no
that
study
the
of
stuff that you're claiming is true in the Bible. There's no proof that the stuff you're claiming is
Show
true
me
in the
the
Bible
scholarly
is
study for the
actually
historical
true.
Harry Potter, and we'll talk.
Okay,
but beyond that is where we're having. This is where the conversation is ridiculous.
While you may not think,
really, Ocean,
while you may think that it's ridiculous, if I may finish this questioning with Ocean, sure. If you're not willing to entertain it, I understand what you're saying, sir, about that you don't see Harry Potter or the Bible as the same. Of course, you probably have a better grasp of history and all these things, but this is how I come to the world, and how I come to the world is with the feeling that this is a book like any other book, and I don't know the mind of the author, just as I don't know the mind of Harry Potter's author or the Joy of Cooking author. It could be any book, and I question studies. Who did that study? What was the research methodology? This is my nature. So why am I ridiculous for saying that books are books until they are proven different to me?
Sure. With respect to the Bible, there is archaeological backup for it. They're rooted in they're definitely rooted in possible truths from the area.
Okay.
So when you have these oral traditions that are passed from generation to generation, the trend historically is that these stories are rooted in truth somewhere. They may not be wholesale true.
Can you give us another example besides the Bible?
Okay, hold on.
The Epic of Gilgamesh.
I really want Ocean to finish.
Epic of Gilgamesh should be a good example.
Gilgamesh a worship? Was Gilgamesh about worship?
Gilgamesh is a religious text, yes.
One thing you guys got to realize too is that this whole idea of writing fiction for the sake of entertainment is a rather contemporary notion. I mean, in the past, there's lots of poetries. There were religious texts. Generally, even if it was fiction, it wasn't really intended to be written as entertainment. It was written to educate, to make a point, to illuminate something. So it's very difficult to discern, something that is maybe historical that is embellished from something that is just an incorrect account. Fictional account. So we can say that these ancient books are incorrect. We can say that they're embellished, but it is difficult to lay the claim that they're just pure fiction, because I don't think that these people wrote these books to entertain.
Well, nobody's claiming they're pure fiction. All right.
Right.
Well, that's what you do when you equate it to a book of pure fiction. That's what Ocean was saying.
I'm not claiming that Harry Potter is pure fiction either. There's historical detail in Harry Potter.
No, it is absolutely pure fiction.
It's based in a real place.
There's 3 sound-minded people that are telling you Harry Potter is fiction.
The point of making the
only thing that Harry Potter's got that's not fiction is England.
The point of making the analogy.
That's real.
The point of making the analogy is to show that some details can be real in the text, and that does not confer legitimacy on any of the other details in the text.
And that's
but that's not the point being.
It's the same thing with the. It's the same thing with the Epic of Gilgamesh.
All
right, just because some of the facts in the Epic of Gilgamesh may be historically true, does not mean those gods exist.
Did the author intend it to be fictional, or did they intend it to be a historical work accounting real events?
They intended it to be allegorical. It's metaphor.
But what I'm saying, we know conclusively that the author of Harry Potter wrote it as a work of fiction. We know that conclusively. That isn't up for debate.
We're talking about intention of the author. We were talking about testimony, the accuracy of testimony.
So what we're saying is, can we prove or even get to a decent justification that the authors of the New Testament wrote it as fiction, the same as the author of Harry Potter did? No.
Yeah.
What we're saying is no. What's more established is that it's historical in its basing, and it might have been embellished, but it's embellished. A lot of history is embellished. That's what you don't realize. If you think all of Roman,
I do realize it. That's why I'm questioning it.
Okay.
Don't condescend me, young man. Don't be condescending to me.
I'm not trying to be, and I apologize to you.
That's the whole reason I question.
I'm not trying to be condescending to you, and if I was, I apologize.
I'm good. I'm
done.
You know, Seamus, I really appreciate you taking the time with me. I'm willing to stop if you're willing to stop. I mean, if you want to stop.
Yeah, I mean, I'm fine. I mean, we've been going on long enough. You guys want to change the subject, I'm okay with that. If you have a few more questions, I'm okay with that, too.
Okay. I'm good. I appreciate you taking the time with me and, schooling me on that. I do appreciate it.
Well, one thing I was going to say to you is that, and I know you've already said you've done this before, but I would just advise you to just give it another shot, and if it doesn't work for you, it doesn't work for you, and I'm not going to hold you guilty of that. But what I think the best thing for you to do, because you seem to be kind of seeking truth, and if God does exist, you would like to kind of be aligned with that, and not completely oblivious to that fact. I think that the Word of God, how to know if the Bible really is the Word of God, is just self-authenticated. Just pull it open and read it, and if it doesn't strike you as being the Word of God, then that's sufficient enough for me. And I would say that, I know you said you've read it before, but I would say do this, and this would probably make it a lot shorter and a lot easier and a lot quicker. I think the one part that speaks to me as being the Word of God, that truly does speak to me, open up Matthew chapter 5 and start from chapter 5 and read to chapter 11. It can be done in about 25 minutes, but start right.
It's funny that you mentioned that because I just read it just the other day.
Okay, well, good. Then if you've done what I've told you to do and it kind of didn't speak to you as the Word of God, then I can't really ask you to believe in something that doesn't strike you as being the Word of God. So
I'm gonna post something in the side chat to look at it, and I don't know it. I would assume that you.
Uh-oh.
Oh dear.
Yeah, so it's about,
no.
I think the Epic of Gilgamesh, it's not even a complete version, but it's about 1800 BC. And it's talking about a time at least going back to about 2100 BC. And then there is some earlier myths included in it, which may date back to about 3000 BC. Including Noah's flood.
Mm-hmm.
Well, obviously it's not called Noah.
It's a different version of the same story.
But it's very similar story. There's some striking similarities, like the moral point of it, for one.
I'm just looking for this post, Seamus, and then you guys feel free to I'm done. But I'm just going to leave the link for you. And thank you very much, Seamus.
Can I talk about Gilgamesh?
Yeah, I'd like to. I think it's a fascinating story.
Well, can I just take my weird view on it and saying I don't know much about it, but if this was at some point written down and they clearly include earlier versions of it, I mean, could they have been just writing history and had no idea of any specific religion? That was just what different gods did at that time.
Gilgamesh is kind of a book that's similar in structure to Genesis, where it's a series of stories that ultimately culminate in this story about Gilgamesh.
So it's basically in the Old Testament.
It kind of, except it's about Gilgamesh.
Yeah.
Okay. But it's also from a completely different religion and a different tradition, and the similarity of the stories between Noah's Ark and the biblical story of Noah's Ark is one of those. There's also a number of other stories that are like Noah's Ark about a flood with a guy with a boat and there's something going on with it, and that's been used as historical evidence for the possibility of a historical Noah or person like that may not be named Noah, but the guy who he's based on may have put a bunch of animals on a structure and floated around for a little while when there was a flood in the Tigris and Euphrates.
There's a lot of great fictional stories involving guys and boats and maybe an animal or two or anything. And is it really anything that separates Gilgamesh from the Old Testament? And I mean,
aside from it being a different subject and not accepted by the Jewish tradition.
Well,
the difference in the story seems.
I mean, there's big differences in the stories. Yeah, it's a different
in the
book.
Story seems to be more based around the fact that it's polytheistic.
Mm-hmm.
So first of all, it's an argument between two sets of gods over what to do with humanity. Instead of the one god just condemning humanity, there seems to be an argument between two types of gods. One condemns humanity, and one which created humanity wants to try and save it. Hence, there's a family that gets saved.
Isn't that the connection to the religion? I might mispronounce it. Zoroastrianism.
Zoroastrianism became later.
But it comes from Gilgamesh.
It has its roots in that kind of polytheism. Yes, it comes out of the same area.
Yeah. Okay.
Slightly further north, actually. Nonetheless. So the point being, as I say, that there is, and also I would add in that within Gilgamesh, the flood myth is kind of an addition to the story. It seems pretty clear that it's not to do with the actual tale of Gilgamesh, but a previous myth that they're including into the story of Gilgamesh.
It's also not the only myth that's kind of shoehorned in, right? There's a few others as well.
They felt free to do that back then.
Well, yeah, they would. It's kind of like
more that the story evolved over a few thousand years, right?
Right. Well, I mean, he's talking about like that if they felt that it was okay to just include a bunch of stories into one thing, like the thing about writing, because Gilgamesh is the first known written thing, as far as I know. It's definitely the first epic, and when people wrote things down, people didn't have a concept of like organizing it all out. They would just like, oh, we're writing, let's write everything, and they write everything in the same place. So that's how that worked.
A lot of people still do that. Yeah.
Right.
It's also worth noting that there are different versions of the story of Gilgamesh depending on the dates. So there's a clear transition of the story.
I recently got a copy of it. I haven't read it yet. I got that and Beowulf, the two alternate epics that float around.
Yeah. Beowulf is great. A lot of passion in that. There's a really good reading actually by one of the Dimblebees of it. Richard Dimbleby, I think it is. And I think he actually does a reading in the original language as well.
In cuneiform?
No, Beowulf.
Oh no, Beowulf. Okay, sorry. For a second, I thought you were still on Gilgamesh. I was like, who's reading shit in cuneiform?
Oh, they kind of know, though, don't they? No,
we have
they
no
kind
idea
of do.
how that.
No, they kind
how that was
they
pronounced.
Kind of do. Well, they're kind of suggesting now that it may have been in connection to Old Egyptian.
Oh, that does make sense.
Yeah. I've got no idea myself.
But it would be interesting to hear.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that any any whole word that you would be able to try and get out of cuneiform as a pronunciation is going to be an estimate. You're not going to get the true pronunciation of any of those symbols.
Yeah.
It's not phonetic, and even if it was phonetic, we wouldn't know what the symbols stood for.
Yeah, although the fact that they, could communicate with each other even though the language was different is significant, I feel. So they could speak each other's language, but not necessarily write it. Right? So that kind of suggests that the actual sound of the language, even though the type of cuneiform is different, the sound of the language is the same. So they're just using different symbols for the same sounds.
Oh, with its relation to Egyptian, they might be separated by too many years. Language evolves pretty quickly.
No, I actually meant between Sumerian, Babylonian, and Akkadian.
Oh, and again, do we know how any of those were pronounced? Babylonian, maybe.
Well, there's some. Well, what I'm saying is that there seems to be some evidence that the different races could communicate with each other through verbally, but not necessarily write down the language.
That's an interesting. Okay, yeah.
In the other type of cuneiform.
It might be that there were different dialects among them as well. Yeah. Even if they were using some similar words.
Yeah, I think that's closer to what I'm trying to say. Yeah.
Right.
I hope it's not off topic, but the only cuneiform I've heard that they've got a translation is the Mayan, because some of the native tribes still speak versions of the same language. But I've never heard of like Egyptians that they've phonetically know all of it. Or they
the
know
Cometics are not around anymore.
Yeah.
Which would be the people you would have to ask. Just like there's nobody from the city of Ur that's around anymore.
Mm-hmm.
The ziggurats still there.
More something I heard on the basis of this communication. I think that a Hittite document had been found saying, how was it said? There was a communication between the Hittite king and an Egyptian pharaoh. And in somewhere they say, although we understand each other, we write differently. There was something like that. I can't remember what it was. So, and again, it was just somebody making a supposition that, hey, look, if they could communicate over this wide period, over this wide, distance, which definitely has different scripts, then that would imply that there was a verbal connection or an oral connection which isn't reflected in the writing itself. Other than they're both cuneiform, but they're different types of cuneiform, so that's the point. Which would explain why people could speak different languages more easily. Yeah. Cleopatra was known to speak 9 languages or something.
This reminded me of the Rosetta Stone.
And the Rosetta Stone, yeah.
Yeah. That would be the only.
That was created a little bit later.
Yeah.
It's a 200 BC piece. I didn't realize that. I thought it was earlier.
But it would be something an archaeologist would just dream about, the idea that you'd have some Rosetta Stone that would have, the cuneiform in it of different cultures, and it just isn't there. Nobody was curious or kept records like that.
Yeah, I think that was modern Egyptian, or not modern, but what do they call it? Not classical Egyptian.
Wait, what are you? I'm sorry, I blanked out.
Yeah, the Egyptian that the Rosetta Stone's got on it is not the old Egyptian.
Potomac.
Different. Thank you very much. Thank you so
Yeah.
much.
Greek influence.
Yeah. Hmm.
I want to talk about Harry Potter now.
I'm gonna smack you.
It's set in England, don't you know?
Yeah.
Hey, Mac.
Hey.
Haven't heard that sound for a while.
Should we all bow now?
Why is it Hermione come in the room or something?
Could I bring up
Faith? How you doing, Faith?
Well, Ocean, could I ask you a question?
Go for it.
All right. Now, you know I came in the room and I was all rude to Shamos and everything. I'll try to control myself in the future a little better. But one thing I noticed in his thought experiment is he left something out that was like what I thought was essentially the most absurd thing he said.
Mm-hmm.
And I really, I know my point didn't get across, but I mean, well, I guess the only point I would have is if you postulate that the person has to exist to take this information in, and then 2,000 years later, you'll be a different person, you'll be the same person, you'll be the person that was alive that whole time. It didn't seem formulated right, and yeah, I probably was a little too.
No, what he was saying basically was that the testimony doesn't change. The validity of a testimony doesn't change over time. That was it. That was the entire point of him bringing it up.
Well, I don't live on an aesthetic level that he does. That if somebody 2,000 years ago told me something and convinced me, I can't really extend it to some lofty idea that it's a perfect idea. That's gonna.
No, it wasn't 2,000 years ago. It was only 20 to 70.
What he's saying is, if I say that, if I say a feather falls or something like that,
yeah,
2,000 years ago, or actually, let's do something that changes. I don't know. 2,000 years ago, I smack somebody in the face, and I tell somebody right afterwards, I smack somebody in the face.
Okay.
The time passing doesn't change the rightness or wrongness of that statement.
So, I have a problem that I can't overcome. That the 2,000 years seems to be an irrelevant thing to bring up. Then
Well, he was just simply making a reference to the amount of time passing affecting whether or not it's right, because that was brought up in a conversation.
Oh.
He was just making that point.
Oh, I don't bother with arguments like that.
And I'm also saying that it's not 2,000 years old. The witness and testimony we have is only 20 to 70 years old after the events. So the amount of time that passed after the recording of those events is insignificant. It's just what matters is the time between the event and the recording of it. Not the time between the recording of it and now.
And I'm glad you feel that way. But I really did focus on the 2,000 years, and I was hoping for a better explanation about why that was brought up.
Just trying to use it by analogy to say that good evidence remains good evidence despite the passage of time.
And because I saw that analogy as not being adequate, that's fine.
You were looking for the analogy to apply to something that it wasn't being used for.
Okay, that I can understand.
Yeah, I might not have communicated it the best way through the analogy. It's probably just simply best stated without using an analogy at all. But either way.
Okay, I'm not. I haven't followed it enough to understand why we were discussing what's right, you know, and the permanence of it. I thought it was going to be connected to something else, and I probably just automatically plugged something in myself. So.
There's a dirty joke in there somewhere involving a dildo.
Yeah. I'll be typing that on the side in a minute. Okay. I'm racking my brain about early Christian history, and I can't find anything.
About what?
Something that I care about early Christian history, and I can't come up with anything.
What do you mean?
You know, just to talk to see if we can beat back the silence here.
I tend to pop around the history angle.
Okay, let's see.
I'm also not a Christian, so which I think I clarified.
No, I was just.
You were surprised. It was really funny.
Yeah.
There's a lot of time people get surprised when it's like it's either they're surprised I'm not a Christian or they're surprised I'm not an atheist, and because just from the way I am in a conversation, it usually seems like I'm one or the other. I think it has to do with just the lens that people look at this conversation, that they think there's only two sides, and there's really not.
Well, yeah, and I'd probably say, you know, I could identify as this thing, you know, like I'd say, okay, I'm agnostic, okay. People would have to keep track of that, and, you know, if they ever talk to me, but I'll keep track of what you are now since I did some wrong assumptions, so.
Yeah, you were talking about me cherry-picking the Bible. I'm like, I'm looking at it like a history book.
Can't you do that as a polytheist?
Cherry-picking the Bible?
Yeah, just, you know.
I guess.
Like waste of time, yeah.
I definitely don't. As a polytheist, I definitely give less credence to the monotheistic bias in the Bible.
You don't even think Christianity is monotheistic. Be quiet.
I give some Christian shit for the whole angels thing and thinking they're still monotheist. But yeah.
Power given to Satan, you know. There's just a lot of polytheism in the mythos.
No, I thought like one time that you like said that like the Trinity is like pretty close, like polytheism. But
It's
I don't know if you
kind of like it's a 3-in-1 sort of thing. And the funny thing is that when the Celts do it, it's polytheist, but when Christians do it, it's monotheist.
that's funny. That's true though.
And when the Celt Christians do it, it's absolutely right. You know. So. Nothing. Okay. I mean, I can see the Trinity, you know, grew up Catholic. Yeah, to me, it just, this is how they describe the Godhead. Why would I want to ask any questions? I'll just keep it to adulthood, you know, and, you know, there's a lot of stuff in Christianity that you just don't pick on any of the Trinitarians. You know, that's just another aspect of their dogma.
The Trinity has been, I think even the Catholic Church tradition admits, it's like, well, you know, we're not going to get it. There's been a number of artist representations of it trying to like get it down, and like try to like visually represent the Trinity, and it just some of them are apt for like understanding, but they're always from like a metaphorical, symbolic view. Like there's a the Holy Spirit is usually represented as a dove, for example. But it's just like a symbolic thing for what it is. It's hard to imagine the Holy Spirit as an actual fucking dove.
Could be beyond human capabilities. There's nothing to imagine. It's all beyond that.
The best one that I saw was it was a representation of the end of Dante's, not Inferno, but Paradiso, where Dante sees God, and it's represented with 3 circles in this like mass of craziness everywhere. John, I think it's John Kay, usually has it as his display picture, actually.
Yeah.
And he knows more about it. I think it's a Renaissance piece.
Probably the medieval take on platonic solids. There's something mystery about circles, and it'll eventually explain how we can have three gods, but they're one. Or am I being too? I'm being too flippant there.
Hey, I have something that's kind of interesting that happened to me tonight that was like literally a first, and I was blown back and shocked. And that's kind of weird. Like, I've been around here for like maybe like a year and a half, but this really caught me off guard. I was in a conversation with a bunch of atheists, and they weren't super combative. It was actually a pretty chill conversation. And it was Cider Thinker and Shadow Heathen. And I was doing the Lord, Liar, Lunatic argument for Jesus Christ. Like, basically, simply, it just says that if Jesus Christ presented in the Gospels as one of three things, that he could either be telling the truth, he could be lying, or he's crazy. This assumes that he exists, which would be a fourth option, that he doesn't exist. But and I was saying he was either telling the truth, lying, or crazy, and they were trying to dispute that, and they got into a conversation where I told that he would have to be crazy because they said no, he could have just been wrong. And I said no, he couldn't have been wrong because he must have been crazy because he claimed to have been God, and he claimed to be able to forgive sins and all this stuff. You can't merely be wrong about these things. You'd have to be crazy. And they were like, well, Christ never claimed to be God. And this is where kind of something interesting happened. I was like, actually, Christ did claim to be God in the Gospels. And I said, I'm going to show you through some of the passages of Christ's own words, not like using John 1:1 or anything, because John 1:1 isn't like the words of Christ. So I did like the obviously like I am, and before Abraham was I am, and showed arguments where Christ forgives sin, where he told the man to get up in his mat and walk away and stuff, and is where we're saying I'm the Lord of the Sabbath. We know that only God can forgive sin, that only God is the Lord of the Sabbath.
But he could be speaking in an allegory.
Well,
I've gotten that claim a lot.
Here's the funny thing that happened, though. Both Cider Thinker and Shadow relented and agreed. They were like, actually, I agree now that Christ, as presented in the Gospels, did claim deity. And then they were like, but you have to prove to me that Christ really said that. He's like, all you can prove to me is that the author thought that Christ said that, or the author says that Christ. They're actually just saying in the text it's obvious that the author meant that Christ claimed deity, and that was pretty like I was like, really, you guys are going to give me that?
I would tend to just go toward the general and say no. I don't believe in anything that would be me stating that I believe anything about Jesus Christ. If you force me to, I'll run down the historical facts, but. I'll
have that battle with you. This is the painting I was referencing, by the way.
Oh, okay.
Oh, this is my favorite representation of the Trinity.
If you look really close, you can see the 3D dog.
I think some of the historical talking about, not any of the crap that we were talking about earlier, but like it's called like the pictures of Jesus. Like some people put him as like he was like a Jewish revolutionary, like against the status quo, against the Jewish government. Some people will paint him out that no, he was just like an ecclesiastic like healer. He was a healer, not like a miracle worker. He was just a good healer, and then it came up in the legendary proportions. There's like all these different like characters of who the historical Jesus really was. I find that some pretty neat conversations come out of that.
Well, Jesus being a healer, as in there's been other healers. I'm too modern a person. I'm thinking of modern televangelists. How much I believe them. And I know it's fair to. Oh, go ahead.
I like the John's
version
of the John's version of Jesus. Kick-ass. Knows what he wants. He's a tough man. No compromising.
John, I mentioned you earlier because I was actually talking about the painting that you have as your display picture. Who was it that painted that, and from when does it originate?
I think it's Gustave Doré, and I think sometime in the 19th century.
Gotcha.
Yeah, that's actually the reason I came in here, because I was worried that I didn't have my audio on, but I saw on the screen. I was like, is someone? I mean, it's a pretty famous engraving. I was just wondering if someone was like impersonating me or what the hell's going on.
No, I had it screen shared like so, to just kind of show it, because I was saying that it's a really neat representation of the Trinity.
It's the whole.
I don't actually think. I mean, it's not explicitly actually about the Trinity. It's the beatific vision, which I guess is related.
Yeah, it's supposed to be a.
You see the Trinity, I guess, in the vision.
Right. Yeah. It's represented in the piece. It's not like supposed to be of the Trinity. Yeah. It's the vision that Dante sees at the end. But since it's of God, the Trinity is like part of the image.
Yeah. I don't know. It's been a while since I've had this as my icon for quite some time. I was thinking of changing it up to something new.
Oh, Shamos just put up a different portraits of the historical Jesus, of what he might have been.
Right, and that's not even assuming none of the... Well, I guess the Jewish Messiah one assumes the gospel stuff, but all the rest of them just assume that the gospel is majority embellishment and that he actually was this at his core, and then it evolved through embellishment into this. So, like they would say, he was just a guy that preached an apocalyptic ministry. He wasn't the Son of God or anything like that. He just preached a really strong apocalyptic Jewish message, and then just kind of snowballed through embellishment to where it is now. And then someone would say, no, he was like this charismatic healer. He just was like some really excellent like healer. He just knew his stuff, and people just started ascribing to him miracles because he was just like really good at like medicine and stuff. And then it just snowballed. And then there's like other portraits. It's kind of interesting to see like, he could have been any of these things really, and all of these things. I don't know. It's kind of interesting.
I think that's a more reasonable conversation to have about Jesus rather than the Richard Carrier conversation.
Yeah, that gets
We're just arguing whether or not he existed. It's like, well, okay, fine. You doubt it, great. Move along.
A good point, and as far as go ahead.
Sorry, no, you please, you first.
Oh, I was just saying, what do you say to people who really are like me and say, I don't know it and I don't care? Is there any outreach from that point about the miracle worker,
For me, it's about as much as you saying that you don't care about Alexander the Great. I don't give a shit. If you don't care about it, then it's not something that concerns you. Then
I can care about Jesus. I don't care about the attributes you put on him.
Oh, these are the attributes there. Those are not that's not cumulative. Those are ideas of historically what he might have actually been in reality.
I should ask.
This history,
yeah, that's a bit of a stretch.
Cumulative. I might have that explained to me.
Say what?
Can you explain a cumulative to me?
All right. So when cumulative would be him being a prophet, a healer, a philosopher, the Messiah, and a social change guy all at the same time. What the portraits of the historical Jesus means is that they're historical studies of, or theories, ideas about what Jesus could have been in reality if we're not accepting the Gospels wholesale.
Okay.
You look at the Gospels and you go, okay, well this is what we have about him.
Okay.
Now, what was he actually?
My personal experience reading the Gospels is what I should be referring to right now.
What do you mean?
I've read them. I mean, I'm not convinced.
What I'm talking about is from a historical perspective, like when a scholar is looking at the text.
Okay.
Well,
It does bring up an interesting. I mean, you're correct. If you're going to talk about the Gospels and Christianity, I really don't think it behoves you to start with the premise that Jesus didn't even exist as a an idea or a character necessarily, or a group, as some other people have propositioned.
Right, I've heard the group thing before.
But I think it does. I think it really does bring up an interesting question of possible other people that may have existed at the time with qualities similar. That is an interesting conversation worth having, because there are examples documented of people with similar attributes, right?
There are. It seemed to be at that point in time, with a Jewish nation somewhat intact under the rule of the Roman Empire, that there were a lot of people wandering around saying they were the Messiah. I was reading something about one that was a warrior that tried to defend the temple in 70 AD when it was destroyed by the Romans. He was a warrior Messiah. Was this? Do you know his name, John?
Wasn't that Oh no, it wasn't. Never mind.
Okay. I don't know what his name was off the top of my head, but he was like, I'm the Messiah, the Savior of the Jews, and I'm going to defeat the Romans, and then he died.
Yeah. It's written in Josephus, isn't it?
Well, this is usually.
It's written in Josephus.
I'm not sure that it is. I don't know where it comes from.
That's where that account came from.
Maybe.
But
you could be right. I don't know.
Yeah, so it kind of makes some interesting storylines along the way of other possible interpretations than just the straight gospel reading.
Yeah, this theory is like usually it's known by a few different names, but like I usually just call it like the conglomerate theory. It just kind of says that there was not just one person, but there were like multiple people that may have done pieces of these things, and that all of these events weren't just ascribed to just one person; they're ascribed to multiple people, and then probably embellished. And I think the argumentation usually goes around the fact that a lot of people around that time, within a 100-year span, claim Messiah. But another thing that corroborates it, or is a correlation, is that a lot of them were named Yeshua or Yehoshua, which is basically the name of Jesus. But the problem with that is that is like a super common Hebrew name. That's like basically like today someone being named like John or David, or it's just like one of the most common Jewish names you could have. So there were definitely people by the same name as Jesus claiming Messiah, but that just so happened to be because there was a lot of people named the same name as Jesus, first of all, and then second of all, there's definitely throughout Jewish history in every century been a lot of claimants of false messiahs.
Yeah, I mean the Jews reject all of them.
Yeah, so far they have rejected every single one of them.
That's the chosen people, by the way.
Well, hold it. No, hasn't there been some...
There's been lesser messiahs.
Well, there's been Jewish messiahs that some sects recognize. Isn't the...
Yes, but they're not the Messiah. There's been like lesser saviors.
The word, yeah.
Yeah, but if you're that Jewish sect, they are.
No, it's a different meaning of the word Messiah. If we take the Christian definition for Messiah, then that's not what those Jewish sects mean by Messiah.
Right.
Don't take the meaning of Messiah held by Jews today because of the Christian being different from...
No.
Yeah, we're talking from a Christian context, so we should really use the Christian definition of the word Messiah.
The word that Christians are talking about is something that pops up in Judaism, but nobody has fulfilled that role yet. There are, however, other lesser messiahs who have come and done this, that, or the other.
You're making me feel different things. Lesser messiahs. I mean,
there is supposed to be more than one.
Okay. Yeah.
It's not. It's.
Oh, okay.
With Christianity, there's one. He's the Son of God. This is the guy. Worship him. With Judaism, there are saviors of our people. And then there's one who's going to be the great savior of our people, who the Christians interpret as Jesus.
Right. They usually call that one the Davidic Messiah.
Right.
Are you saying that what Jesus did for the Christians, that was the Jewish theology at that time?
Yes. Jesus was Jewish.
Can you give me any citation?
That Jesus was Jewish?
No.
Or
that Jewish theology besides what was in Jesus is dead.
No, this is the construction of the this is the construction of the New Testament, really, isn't it?
I say, ask a Jew.
The prophecies were predicting Jesus. Obviously, if you ask the Jews, they weren't predicting Jesus.
Yeah.
So there's going to be a conflict, and you can't really, you know.
This was a big disagreement in Judaism when Christians were running around. Christians were considered a radical sect of Judaism.
Yeah.
I'll just quote you a very famous philosopher that said, "You're asking an orange question for apples answers."
Ooh.
Yeah.
That's deep.
Whoa.
Well, I would do that. I haven't perfected my approach here yet.
No, well, I mean, as much as I'd like to say that the Christian interpretation is wrong, and there's some definite way of saying it's wrong because of, you know, it's only wrong from, you know, other external worldviews, of course. Internally, it's, you know, magic is consistent, however internally you wish to define it.
But the apologists don't want to take that internal, you know, interpretation. They say it's fully external.
Well, they'd like to claim that there is external justification, of course. They try to many times.
Well, let them bring it up.
I haven't found an argument yet which is external to the view of Christianity, which actually would show any kind of evidence or proof. But you know, I'm young. I've still got another 5 years to live. You never know.
Oh,
another 5 years.
Yeah. Harry Potter.
All right, let's stretch that as much as we can.
Oh no.
Let's.
Is it a valid argument at any point to point out when almost entirely fictionalized books have some truth in them? Can that be historically accurate? Yes or no?
I think it's a pointless argument to make.
I know that's
why.
It's an argument. It's an argument from parody. It's not an argument from analogy.
Okay, I'll stop
that's
doing
the difference.
That. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, I won't do that again.
Yeah, I think the
That's
main
all right.
thing is the author's intention. Like, if the author intended it to be a work of fiction, or if they actually intended it to be historical, or like retelling events and stuff. And I think that the best comparisons I heard were like the ones that were like a little bit half-half. That were like that were unsure if they were purely fictional or if they were historical. Like, you know, I think that's.
Oh, sorry. I probably mispronounced the French. Okay. Oh well. All right, so how do we bring from the Harry Potter, how do we bring it back to the Bible without insulting people? I mean, and for my sake, not accepting certain dogmas.
You can say just because there are some historical things confirmed in the Bible doesn't mean that all of it's true. And that would be a good argument to make, because just because there are some things that are historically verified in the Bible doesn't mean that therefore Jesus is the Son of God, therefore all of Jesus' miracles are true. So, but
Yep, that's it. That's the Harry Potter argument in a nutshell.
Okay, I can agree with that. I was wondering what was going to come after but, though.
Well, I mean, there isn't. It's just the claim, isn't it? It's the external claim that it's true because the Bible says it's true. And the Harry Potter claim really shows you that that's not the case. And if you try and give evidence to say that something historical in the Bible is true, the Harry Potter case shows you it doesn't make any difference. It's still not true by necessity.
So we're back to square one.
Well, it's the point of the argument, isn't it? That's why you show parody like that. That's why it's still a book. It's still fictional. However much you'd wish to claim that because there's something true in it, it's not fictional.
Well, see, you can't establish that it's fictional.
The claims of the book, you know, are fictional.
No, you can't establish that. That's just an assertion.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I can. Yeah.
Well, see, that's kind of...
Simon, I'm a little confused because you're like, we're both history guys, and I just don't understand where this is coming from.
Well, because there's metaphysical claims in the Bible.
Is the what?
There's metaphysical claims in the Bible.
Yes, so is there in
a
lot of historical documents.
Nothing to do with history.
So when you are historying, and you're going through documents that come from the era that are primary sources from the civilizations that you're studying, from a historical perspective, you tend to ignore the metaphysical points and just go with what's the probability of what happened, not ignore the whole thing completely and dismiss it as a fictional book wholesale.
No, my general starting place would be to say the whole thing is allegory, and then to find if there is archaeological or any historical evidence surrounding that to prove that any parts of it.
That's not the study of history that I'm familiar with.
Step one is to...
Fair enough.
Step one is to presuppose metaphysical naturalism.
No, my worldview and the way I do this, okay, is to say that the metaphysical, the supernatural doesn't exist. Okay, so when I look at history documents, I'm not looking for supernatural claims to try and justify them.
Right.
That's
precisely what I said.
My issue
I don't
with
even
that,
bother trying to justify the supernatural claims.
My issue with that is you wind up kicking out pretty much every historical document that's been written before the Renaissance, and a lot of things after.
No. Not at all. No. I don't think so. I mean, the fact that a pharaoh claims he's divine,
right,
doesn't mean he's not a pharaoh.
But it doesn't mean. Wait, that's kind of what? Because you're talking about. Now I'm confused because you're saying that the Bible is fictional and that the entire thing is allegorical.
No, I didn't say that. I said that the position I start from is
that everything is allegorical.
Is to be skeptical, right? So that's my basic starting position.
So if you have
on the claims,
let's say we have a document that suggests that it talks about Pharaoh and there's a divine claim in there. Well, actually, let's go with a real one.
Sure.
Ramesses versus the Hittites. There's a battle in there, and of course, Ramesses is claimed to be a god, and he gets off of his chariot and kills umpteen thousand Hittites with a knife at one point. Are you familiar with that one?
The Battle of Kadesh. Yes,
right. So that to me doesn't mean that the Battle of Kadesh didn't happen. It just means that Ramesses may not have been as big of a badass as he claims to have been. Sure. He might have been involved in the battle from the back, or maybe he led the troops or whatever, but what I would glean from that is that he was involved.
Yes, me too.
But that necessarily didn't necessarily go down the way that it says it did, which is how I would view the rest of the Bible.
Right. I mean, I would say that is a really good example to use because both sides claim victory, right? We have independent documents from both sides.
Oh, with the Hittites saying that they won, right?
Yeah. So, and in reality, it can be shown fairly, clearly that the borders didn't change because of that battle. So, we're basically saying that the peace treaty after it was the result of a battle which was inconsequential in terms of winning a war.
It may have been that it was fought to a draw, and then their respective sides tried to propaganda, which is what we have that all over Greece.
Right. So there's no conflict there for me to understand that although the pharaoh didn't slaughter all these people individually, nonetheless he was pharaoh at the time and is likely to have been on campaign.
Right. As long as we agree on that, I think that we can, at least you and I can move on.
Yeah, exactly. And all I'm doing is dismissing supernatural claims, and it would be a supernatural claim to claim that one person with a knife killed umpteen thousand troops when there were potentially thousands and thousands of troops behind him.
There's a battle that's described in the Bible with the Egyptians attacking with 900 chariots, and then God makes it rain, which puts all the chariots in mud, and then the Jews come in and slaughter everybody. Mm-hmm. My interpretation of that, and let's see if we agree, that there was a battle, there may or may not have been 900 chariots, but there were definitely chariots. It rained, they attributed the rain to God, and they won because of the rain. It was unexpected. If you just go with If you just go with the document,
Sure.
we'll take archaeology out of it.
Yeah, I mean, I would be questioning it on two grounds. Firstly, that you know, chariots are known not to work on certain types of ground, and chariots are the Egyptians' favourite weapon in this bit, or for really the period before this. But okay, we'll say we'll be generous and say they were still being used in the period we're talking about. Even if we grant all of that, okay, we're still not sure that that particular battle went down that way, or that that battle actually existed, because we don't have independent corroboration for it.
Okay, yeah, I was more like, let's assume that there's, for the sake of argument, that there's archaeological evidence that the battle happened.
Okay.
Like we found some chariot wheels, possibly. So there's chariots.
Right.
We placed chariots there,
Mm-hmm.
and there you go.
Okay.
Specific place, or
say what?
Attributed to a specific pharaoh?
Well, it would have to be a particular place, wouldn't it?
Right.
In this particular scenario.
Yes.
So okay, so we can say that.
Let's just say we verified that there's a battle that happened.
Yeah.
Would the document then at least give you? Would you take credence from the document as to how the battle was won?
That's a good point. I think I probably would take some credence that it's a more plausible explanation than any other. So I wouldn't dismiss it, and I wouldn't necessarily say it's absolutely true, but I would say it's likely to be a good working thesis.
Right. And to me, the history isn't. Well, I mean, from my studying it, what I was taught is that history isn't about necessarily proving things beyond a shadow of a doubt. History is mostly about probability, and because you can have two competing theories that are both scholarly accepted but contradictory.
Yeah. Yeah, and still back them both up until the point where evidence comes in, because we have to be obviously agnostic where we don't have proof. I mean, that's the point of being skeptical, right?
Right.
So, I mean, of course, we're looking at history the same way in that respect.
Okay.
I'm not a scholar in maybe the same way you are, so I wouldn't claim to necessarily be doing things in an academic way. I mean, that's why I put the caveats in when I know that there should be caveats.
Right. I have a degree in it, but I didn't pursue it. My brother got published and all that jazz, so
wow.
I wound up. I've learned a lot from him too. So he got published when he had a bachelor's.
Wow.
He was presenting among PhDs with a bachelor's degree.
That's pretty impressive, yeah.
Yeah. Did this study on the invasion of Constantinople at one point or another. I forget exactly what it is. But yeah, that's my background in history, is just from my studying it, my brother studying it in the same way, and then
that was the third.
Him pursuing it more than I did. Say what?
That was the Third Crusade. You talking about? Or do you mean?
I don't think it was a crusade. It was the attack on Constantinople.
Right. Okay.
Yeah. It would be. I think it was. He would know more than me, because he's talking about somewhere in the 1400s.
Yeah, I think they got to Vienna or something before they were finally stopped.
Yeah.
Well, I kind of wanted to say something, but I know it's going to be kind of hotbed subject. Simon's not going to like it, but I guess I can't be helped.
Okay, why have you ever bothered? Why have you worried about that? Go on. Go for it, mate. No, you go for it. Go on.
I was walking to the bathroom to take a piss, and I kind of thought of an interesting little preface that's kind of inflammatory, but I'll say it anyways.
Can we call this a piss poor thought?
Yeah, I would say that it's in my benefit for you to just be fallacious, but out of generosity, I'm gonna actually try to reason you out of this fallacious position, because even though it's to my benefit that you stay right where you're at, when you presuppose metaphysical naturalism, or basically presupposing that the supernatural cannot be, you fall victim to this fallacy known as rejection a priori, which basically means that from the very start you say that this cannot happen, right, without any justification or any basis for it. that you know, like for certain. You might have a justification or you might have a basis, but you can't say for certain. What most people will do is reject it provisionally. They'll say, which is not a fallacy. To reject something provisionally is to say that, look, I don't believe that supernatural exists, but I'm not saying that it cannot absolutely happen. I just don't believe it exists, and I have a strong reason I believe it exists. But that's not what Simon's doing. Simon's actually saying, no,
that is what I'm doing.
Let me.
Yeah.
I have a because I look at it a little bit differently than Simon
If
does.
that is what he's doing, if he's saying it provisionally, then I retract everything I say. Because if you're not rejecting it a priori and saying absolutely supernatural can't happen, if you're just saying, look, I don't believe in it, it could happen, but as of right now, I just do not believe it, and I don't think it's possible. There's a difference between that.
Yeah,
Okay.
my position is the same with God. There's no evidence, and so therefore to assume that it is true a priori is incorrect.
Okay, as I'm a little. You lean more. You're closer to me than I thought you were, Simon. But because I go through this a little bit differently, where I don't make any assumptions as to whether or not the supernatural events happened. Like generally, when trying to find the truth of the matter, good history is throwing out the metaphysics simply because they can't be verified. But if I'm going to go through and assume the metaphysics, and in reading the documents, I would, in order to be consistent, have to assume the metaphysics of all historical documents. In which case, there's an Irish record, which again Simon might be familiar with, of a guy turning a rock into a boat and floating to Inishmore, and then turning it back into a rock again, and you can verify for yourself the rock is still there and it looks suspiciously like a boat. Did it happen that way? I don't know. But if I grant it, I still wind up not being convinced by of Christianity when I read the Gospels, because as far as miracles go, the miracles that Jesus performs, sans coming back from the dead, aren't very impressive. Once he comes back from the dead, that's cool, but you also have a bunch of other people in history who have come back from the dead. So it doesn't... Because if I grant him, I have to grant all these others. So I wind up being not as impressed.
Yeah, but there's like way more historical information. Okay, this is going to come with some... Dude, the explosion's about to happen, but you got to understand where I'm coming from. There's way more historical backing for the resurrection of Christ than there is for any of those other motherfuckers. So let that be known.
There's Taoist masters who've been walked around on water. There's Zhuge Liang who changed the direction of wind, and that's nice. But his simply changing the direction of wind wound up destroying an entire army. That's cool.
I'm not talking about
he also
miracles.
came back from the dead, which some people say might be one of his apprentices putting on his clothes, because he then died shortly after that, but who knows?
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, of any, I grant you, there's a lot of stories that talk about people coming back from the dead, but of all these stories, if we were to collect them all, okay, then besides people that were like in these like what they're known as like medical miracles, were like recently, but I'm talking about like of all the ancient-ish and semi-ancient-ish claims of someone coming back to life, we took them all and we put them all together and weighed them on their own merits and stuff, and all the different testimonies and arguments and various layers of things. Christianity and Christ's resurrection would be at the very top, evidence-wise, at the very top.
As far as coming back from the dead, the evidence is going to be purely scriptural. No. Just as is with the other people.
No, it's not purely scriptural.
It's like giving an award for the least fictional book.
You don't have any other evidence that isn't scriptural.
Yeah, we do actually. We have testimony of the early church fathers as well as
scriptural.
No,
that's you don't have anything other than people saying it happened. And like that's where the crux of the issue is.
No, what you're saying is No, you're accusing them of saying that early church fathers can't weigh in on this fact because of bias. That they would.
What I'm saying is that the only evidence is people say so. which is the same evidence that you can get for all the others.
Which is precisely what we've been talking about for 2 hours, testimony, people saying so. We're
Right.
talking about...
So. No, and while that's fine, what I'm saying is that if I grant you that the people saying so here are correct, I have to grant the others too.
No, I don't want you to grant me. What I'm saying is that if we took every case of people in antiquity claiming to rise from the dead, and then we took the claim of Christianity that Christ did, and then we would start surveying like historical evidences to support this, I would say that Christianity would be at the top of the list in the form of meritorious evidence towards that end.
You win that award.
So that would say that, yeah, it doesn't mean that Christianity is true. It doesn't mean that he most certainly resurrected from the dead. But what I'm saying is, if you want...
Go through the list of things it doesn't do. Yeah, okay. What does it do?
Well, it just shows that of all the cases of resurrection, that the most substantiated is Christ.
I don't know. I'm going to go with Buddha.
I have Achilles is resurrected. I have Hercules is resurrected.
Yeah, but I can give historical backing for Christ's resurrection, and I can give.
I don't understand how you can give historical backing for Christ's resurrection beyond people said so.
Well,
which is the issue.
It's all of history. People said so. It's all of history. I mean, yeah, we can do
archaeology. No, it's not, because you go into your archaeology.
Yeah, we can do archaeology. I just said that.
Right.
I said we can do archaeology and all this other stuff, but
that is the primary cross-reference. And when you're looking at a metaphysical claim, the fact that we haven't had metaphysical claims get successfully cross-referenced yet is an issue for all of us that follow religions.
I'm not claiming that I'm only claiming, by extension of this argument, I've only said that it's the most meritorious of any resurrection stories. I'm not saying, therefore, he must have resurrected.
What makes it more meritorious?
The fact that it has more historical backing and more...
What do you mean by more historical backing? Like, is it just more people?
No.
Or, because that's the only thing I'm...
No, what I mean is that there's more logical and historical arguments for why for the resurrection of Christ. For example, the one that's often used, which I really don't want to get too far into, but I'm sure you've heard it before. Hopefully, we won't go too deep into this. But it's about the deaths of the early martyrs, the early disciples of Jesus being martyred, and they would actually be able to verify if he did resurrect or if they just lied about the resurrection story. So what it says is they either were telling the truth or they either died for a lie, for what knowingly for what they, and it just says that one was more likely and one is more or less likely. So they say that it's less likely that someone would die for a lie and more likely that it was true.
People often die for a lie.
No, people often die for believing something that just happens to be wrong. They don't know it's a lie. They believe it.
And they die.
There's a distinction though. There's a really crucial distinction because
Jim Jones killed himself.
Yeah,
and also took with him, 300 other people?
Yeah, but they didn't know. They didn't say, "Look, we know that." I assume this is a mass suicide.
But Jim Jones did.
No, but listen. This is the distinction. The people that killed themselves, they didn't die for a lie. They died for something that they believed. They didn't know it was a lie. They believed it to be true. What I'm saying is the earliest
but I'm
disciple.
saying Jim Jones personally died for a lie.
Oh, okay, let me get this. So the mass suicide goes down, everybody takes the whatever, and then he says, all right, fuck it, I'm going with him, and he takes it too.
He took it first. Or he didn't take it first, but he did take it with everybody else.
Well, familiarize me with the story, because I'm interested now.
He gets everybody together, and he says that, everybody's coming for us, and the only way for us to achieve salvation is to drink this Kool-Aid, which had some nasty shit in it.
He noted he had already killed people at that point.
Right, people had already drank some of it. I think he had already administered it to a lot of kids.
They shot the congressman and his entourage.
Oh, right. Okay. So he knew people were coming and so on, and he's like, hey, guys, in order to get salvation, we're all going to have to drink this Kool-Aid. So everybody drinks the Kool-Aid, including him, and everybody dies. My thing is, if he's talking about dying for salvation, did he believe it? Did he die for a lie? Is it, you could say that maybe he was just megalomaniac and so on, but
yeah, I'm thinking that
he
was
died
just
for a
crazy.
lie. A better example might be the Comet cult that all wore Nike shoes, castrated themselves, and killed themselves going to sleep.
See, what I'm saying is, I
All of
know
them did that together.
there's a lot of examples of people that have died and were crazy, and they were willing to die just because they were on some whacked out stuff because they were crazy. I realize that, but what I'm saying is,
The guys were a group of people that all castrated themselves and then killed themselves for this idea that they would be riding on a celestial spaceship following Halley's Comet.
But were they doing it as a joke? Were they doing it as a joke and they knew it was a lie?
Themselves.
No, but what I'm saying is, did they know?
It.
They believed it, so they didn't die knowingly for a lie. So what I'm saying is, and the other guy, I think the guy that did the drink or whatever with everybody else, I think he was crazy. So I'm not sure that he was like of sound mind and died knowingly for a lie, which is like kind of the distinction I'm trying to make here. Like, if there's people who are of sound mind and they say that, well, let's even consider the option that they're not of sound mind, because that presents an interesting. There's a third option that's really interesting that should not be glossed over there. So here's the base of the argument. There were certain people, okay, apostles, that actually seen Jesus after he resurrected, right? Okay. So they would have been able to directly verify whether it was in fact true that Jesus did resurrect, or they would have been able to verify that they made it up. But here's the here's the three possibilities. One, Jesus actually did resurrect, and these people actually saw him resurrect. Theory two, Jesus did not resurrect, and these people did not see him resurrect, meaning they lied. Theory three, Jesus did not resurrect, yet they believed he resurrected, right? So that's the third theory, that it didn't happen, they just thought it happened.
Right. Okay?
So it happened, and it was true. It didn't happen, and they lied. Or it didn't happen, but they were convinced. So here's the thing: if they died knowingly for a lie, that seems odd to me. That someone would just knowingly die for a made up bullshit lie and just, oh well, screw it, I'm gonna die. What also seems to me less likely is the fact that multiple people, not just one, but multiple people, had like this mass delusion. Multiple people thought that they saw the resurrected Christ, right? So it's either multiple mass delusion, people dying for a lie, or Jesus really did resurrect. And I think that that's an interesting argument. I'm not saying like bam, boom, bang, Jesus resurrected, but I'm saying it presents an interesting kind of progression through that.
Or the fourth possibility, it was all fiction.
Yeah, the fourth possibility is Jesus didn't exist, is the fourth possibility.
With but you still have the apostles, so.
Well, not necessarily. Jesus could have existed, but the story about him could have been fiction.
Oh so, yeah, that's another one.
Just because the story is fiction doesn't necessarily mean that Jesus, the historic figure, was a lie.
Here's the issue that I would take then, Shamos, with that. Is people believe strange shit sometimes. Look at the Heaven's Gate, which is the comic group that I mentioned earlier. There was 39 people in that. Scientology has a population that is embarrassingly numerous. And people believe these things. And the people that are higher up are perfectly content to convince people of this. Now, let's take the Scientology thing as an example.
No, I think that's a great example because I'm obviously grant you that that's markedly false. Like,
right?
It's just obviously false.
But people might. I can't think of an example where Scientologists have died for their beliefs. But I would think that somebody leading something like that, might die for the lie in order to save face. And I think that there's motivations for that that are understandable. So the dying for a lie doesn't necessarily seem completely outside of the box for me. There is also the possibility that they were just completely deluged, which is the reason why I brought up Heaven's Gate and Scientology for that reason. Is, people just believe strange shit sometimes. Where Jesus died, didn't come back, but these guys all wanted to believe it so much that they all collectively hallucinated it and then decided to go spreading it around. It's possible. It's not in line with the text, but it's possible. And there's one example of, Paul's vision sounds suspiciously like a hallucination. It's not traditionally accepted as one, but it's possible. So that should be accepted as a possibility as well. So it's even though I think it's permissible for somebody to believe this stuff, I also don't think that it's outside of the box for somebody to say, no, they died knowing that they were spreading around untruths.
Yeah, I think there's definitely a few options, and I think Jackie kind of pointed out one that I didn't even kind of consider, but there's definitely a host of different options there. But I would say amongst the if we could take for example, like we could take the accountings of the Bible to be accurate, just in not their theologies, but just their statements, like a dialogue. I think then we could at least establish that the earliest disciples believed that he resurrected, which would reduce it then to two: either that they believed he resurrected and were wrong, or they believed and he was right.
The issue is that we can't sit down and interview Peter.
No.
The judge for us.
Well, there's actually several options to most. There's that, okay, given that if the Bible is correct, then there's, Jesus resurrected and all that happened, and then, based on your claim that people don't die for lies, it's either the Bible is correct and all that happened, or the Bible itself has one or more flaws, which gives it a number of possibilities based on the number of flaws it has in its story. So there's an infinite number of possibilities of what could have happened and what could have been fiction and what could have been real.
Oh no, I'd have to think about that. I think there's more possibilities than I thought, but I don't think it's unlimited. I think there's probably like, I don't know. I'd have to give it some thought. I know that there's probably, so either let's try to go over them. Either he existed, okay, and either he existed. What did Jackie say? That he existed and none of the things in the gospel were true, right? Okay.
The historic figures could have existed is number one. None of the historic figures, no one in the Bible could have existed, and the Bible is a complete book of bullshit is number two. Another possibility is that the historic figures are, how they're described are a combination of different stories and a combination of different people grouped together to form one personality per character in the Bible. There could have been obviously parts of the narrative itself that were true, parts that were false, like maybe it wasn't the third day, maybe it was the fourth day, or like I said, there are infinite number of possibilities given if you allow that one or more parts of that story or the Bible in a whole has a flaw. I mean, I think any reasonable person would. I hate to say this, but I feel like people should understand that the Bible, even though, you know, it's supposed to be the Word of God, right? But just because there's contradictions in the Bible doesn't necessarily mean that, you know, the general story is false. It just means that it shows a human element inserted into it. You can't really expect God's word to be perfect after hundreds of years of translations. So it almost feels I wouldn't say dishonest, but it almost feels it doesn't sit well with me when someone says that every word in the Bible is God's word. Every word in the Bible is correct. I just don't think the Bible having been in existence for hundreds of years. I just don't think that even if it was originally God's word, that it is still God's word now. The current translations we have.
Even the punctuation.
Even the punctuation.
Actually, there was no punctuation in a lot of the original source material.
Oops.
Like he said.
That may be the point. Is that our young man in the background making relevant points?
Yes, that is my young man in the background.
Making relevant points. Yeah, okay.
You guys still there? Seems kind of slow.
I think
I'm
I
coming
think
up
the
with
floor's more,
something
Jackie.
here.
I think you have an absolute defeater for their arguments. They're quiet.
No, she's actually got me thinking. I'm actually trying to make a list here.
I always get Seamus thinking.
I want to say that they is Seamus. I think he's the only speaking Christian in the room. Mac is over here, but he's not talking very much.
Ah, Mac. Yeah, we got 2 Christians in the room. Although, do they both agree they're Christians first? Let's get that sorted.
I don't. Between the two of them, I'm not sure.
I find Seamus to be pretty reasonable. I'm sure there's a lot of atheists that would disagree with me on that, though.
No, I know.
If you say.
I think that Chaswell would straight up quit.
Well, let me
maybe Mark.
I'm not here for long. I'm really exhausted. I just came in because I saw a couple of people who I haven't seen in a while. So.
I thought I was going to be in here for a short period of time, but I'm still here. Like 3 hours ago. Wound up getting caught up in a conversation with Seamus, and I hate him now.
Seamus would do that to you if you're not careful.
Don't hate Seamus.
It's funny when I've talked to you guys for 3 straight hours and Jackie comes in at 5 minutes and it's got me like thinking some serious stuff right now. Like, wow.
Yeah, could you be any more condescending, Seamus? If you tried?
No, I was totally trying to compliment Jackie through condescending you guys. I think it was
putting everybody else down. I know. Yeah.
Oh no, Simon.
Oh come on, it works. Yeah.
Hey, it doesn't bother me, man.
Seamus,
I don't mind being told that I'm inferior to Jackie.
Have you thought about the free will thing we talked about a couple months ago?
We had a couple free will talks the other night. It didn't really go very far, but yeah, I haven't mulled it over a whole lot, but I can't even remember exactly what we were.
I think what I said was like, if God, because the whole conversation was like, you know, why do bad things happen? Because God values free will, you know. And then I asked, if God values free will, then why did he intervene through prayer and guidance and all that? And then apparently that stumped you. I just wanted to know if you thought about that any.
Say it one more time. I was writing for a second. Say it one more time. I only caught the very end of that. I'm so sorry.
I think in
something about prayer and God intervening.
Maybe.
Basically, the claim was that God values free will, but I asked if he values free will so much, then why did he get involved through prayer and guidance? That was basically my. It wasn't really an argument, but it was more like, let's think about this for a while.
To me, it sounds like you're under the assumption that he just does not answer prayer.
I'm sorry, excuse me?
Oh, Mac is there.
No, I've been here the whole time.
Okay.
Okay, well, what did you say? I didn't hear you. There was static noise.
It sounds like you're under the assumption that he does not answer prayer.
No, what I was saying is that in the hangout, in the particular hangout that I was talking in, the discussion was about you know, why God lets like bad things happen to his creation, like, you know, rape and such. And the conclusion was, well, he values free will. But then you throw in, like, why does God tamper with free will by answering or not answering or talking to people through prayer and guiding people? So that was the
Jason, you have a misconception of what's going on.
You're very bassy, Mac.
Is it just me, or is Mac not coming off clear?
It sounds very woolly.
He is really bassy.
Difficult.
You've got to look at where his arguments are based.
Oh, it's
what?
It's a bassy argument. The ace of base.
Yeah. If you could just speak in a higher register.
Shamos, you and I need to have some more philosophical conversations. I like talking to you about this stuff.
Notice how I'm staying quiet at this point. Even though there's a huge gap which I could insert a very funny and witty joke.
Do you want to insert that very
huge
funny...
gap and insert, and I did not think you were going to say joke after that.
I don't even have to say what the joke is. You're thinking it already.
Okay.
Hold that thought, Jack.
Nope, still breaking up, Mac, I'm afraid.
He told me to hold
wait,
my
no.
thought. I don't know what's going on.
Is that possible?
Well, my thoughts are immaterial.
No, so about the whole thing, I didn't think about it, by the way, but I've been thinking about it now, and I think in a way there might even be kind of a it might even kind of be a problem for free will in the fact that if God wills for a certain amount of time, he can intercede over your free will. So like I think that that's possible. What is the case when some people, like for example, think about Paul of Tarsus, the one who had that vision on the Damascus Road. Like, he hated Christians, and God kind of, like, against his free will, turned him into a Christian. You know what I'm saying? So it's like...
Yeah, bad boy.
So God doesn't like free will.
No, it's not saying that free will doesn't exist, but what it does say is that God...
You didn't say that.
It says that God, even though he values free will, in certain instances, he's known to violate it.
Yeah.
Yeah, which is...
It's relative, in other words, yeah? God's relative. It's just a relative scale of how free will he wants to give.
I think it's subjective, Simon.
Subjective. Interesting word to use there.
It's your opinion.
It still doesn't 100% like...
Oh, I thought you meant it's God's subjective view. Perhaps we should get all the gods together and ask them what they think, so we can get an objective view of what God actually thinks.
Okay, so what's the argument about now?
We'll just wait for you to come back and hold Jackie's thought.
What we were originally talking about was, you know, like, possibilities of certain parts of the Bible being wrong and how there's a human factor inserted into it. And then, in a side conversation, I was mentioning free will, but I'm not sure. Like, we're kind of not really talking about anything anymore. I think Seamus is thinking. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'm trying to type something out here.
I find it unlikely, Jackie. Your claim needs supporting, Jackie.
I was trying to figure out, Jackie, what the heck you was asking me. Well, because you were saying something. You were saying something that I was trying to respond to.
What was the question that you asked Mac, Jackie?
I don't think... Did I ask Mac a question? I posed a question, but...
You was talking about prayer, something.
Yeah, basically, the whole thing is, in order to explain, the most common explanation for why God lets bad things happen to people is free will. Say, you know, a rapist is about to, like, rape someone, but that the victim is a Christian, why doesn't God come to his or her aid, yada yada yada, because free will. Because if he intervened, he would be intervening in the rapist's free will. That was the biggest example that was brought up that one time. And then the question is posed, well then, if God values free will, then why does he supposedly he answers prayers, and he guides people through life and such, but that contradicts the argument that he values free will above everything else.
Well, see that, and to get back to that, now that I remember, not that you said it again, the Bible says that you ask, you receive not because you ask not, and when you ask in the midst. Basically, he does not have to answer every prayer, but even the prayers that he does answer, that does not mean he's going to give you what you want. And even the prayers that he does answer, that when he does give you something that you want, it's for the intent of himself. It's for to give him glory.
So you're saying he values glory onto himself the most?
No,
Okay.
not necessarily.
But yes.
No, not necessarily, because at the same time, it's the benefit.
Yeah.
No, it's not.
When you find it necessary.
It benefits. Hold on. It benefits you because you're the one getting something out of him that you do not deserve. So it does benefit him because because again, it's not like something he can it's not like the very things that he gives you he can just basically take away from you. Because there are people in the Bible who were blessed by God, but when they were so blessed, they basically forgot about God. And God started taking the things back away from them that he gave them.
Yeah, but we're basically
So ridiculous.
the problem was is that you have situations in which God's creations individually are at risk. Either they're starving, or individual Christians are killed, or individual Christians are raped, or in a bad financial situation, or sick, ill.
Okay.
But the problem is that what the argument that was being made was that God values free will, which is why in these cases he did not intervene.
Well, Jackie, have you ever heard of someone who is 65 years old who is suffering from a terminal lung disease that cannot use half of their lungs is pretty much dead, it cannot be used, and that they're still praising God, they're still thanking God for their healing, and they've been like that for years?
Are you asking me if I've known someone like that?
No, I'm asking, can you fathom someone like that?
Yeah, it so happens that my aunt literally just died of lung cancer, like 2 months ago.
Mhm.
So.
And was she saying, I thank God for even with I thank God for the disease that I have?
She was kicking herself for having smoked for so many years and not quitting sooner.
Yeah, that does suck.
More so that than, I mean, she was Christian, but like.
But did she actually care that she had to, like, other than the fact that she realized, smoking was the cause of it, did she honestly, like, just curse God or say, why did God just give me this disease?
I don't think she questioned if it was God. I think she like most people understand that there was a natural cause to her illness.
Yeah. But the interesting thing is that someone who is a Christian who is winds up with, even if it's from life, smoking cigarettes and things like that, it because they realize, okay, I was the one destroying my body, and they don't blame God. Don't you find that? I mean, because God can easily heal them, but He doesn't. So, what would be the problem there? Because those people don't care. Those people are asking for a healing, but even if they don't get it, they don't care.
I don't really
What's that have
quite
to do
get
with
what
free
you're
will?
saying. Like, of course she would have cared if she was healed.
No. I'm talking about
like recovery.
No, I'm not talking about like that. I'm talking about if they don't get it, they do not care. They don't blame God just because He didn't heal them right then, or right before they died, or even when they take their last breath, or even if they're living in something like that for years. They're still living their life as if it's just another day that they give thanks to God for, in spite of all the pain, all the sickness that comes with it.
I still don't really understand what your point is.
My point is that
hold on, am I stupid? I feel like I'm not understanding what
my
You're not
point
alone.
is that Christians go through a harder lifestyle in some cases more than sinners do. Because they are a child of God, they go through a lot of stuff that is unnecessary because they are a child of God. The Bible says that we are to suffer as Jesus has suffered. If we looked at how much Jesus suffered, he suffered through some pretty ridiculous stuff.
So basically you're just brushing off all the suffering that non-believers go through. It's basically what you're doing
not even close.
right now.
No,
Which
not
is
even
actually kind of offensive to me because
Exactly. I just said no.
What's with the persecution complex in 21st century Western society?
I'm curious to know where you're getting this persecution complex.
You're saying that because you're Christian you go through a harder lifestyle or something like this.
I said some, Wolf. I said some.
In what way?
Can you please at least pay attention to something that's coming out of my mouth once in your life, please?
I'm waiting for you to say something about free will.
Yeah, that's what I was listening for.
You talk and talk and talk.
I just don't understand apparently believers suffer more, have a harder lifestyle. Like, what kind of evidence do you have for that? Is it just like you want to believe that you're a victim of something that other people aren't? Or
no.
I think that I'm not understanding what your point is, and there's either I'm not understanding or you're not coming across the way maybe you want to be.
Okay. First off, Jesus said that he said that the whole world hates me because I testify that their works are evil. He also said that don't marvel when they hate you because they hated me first. The fact that I'm a Christian and I agree with the Bible wholeheartedly, people don't like the fact that I'm in this position just because of the various things that they don't understand in the Bible alone. They don't like me. They don't ask questions about when they do ask questions on why do I believe that, they automatically assume that I'm for slavery, that I'm for the death of homosexuals and all these different things. They assume that
non-believers say the same thing.
What does that have to do with free will, though?
Jackie, I'll talk about free will if you want.
Well, I mean,
let's do free will.
Yeah, honestly, because
I'm not making the connection in my head between what you're saying and what we were talking about free will. I feel like I'm being preached at right now.
You're supposed to magically understand what he's
Of course you are. That's how the
Anyway, Jackie, you're trying to put two things together. It doesn't work that way. Free will has nothing to do with the suffering that people go through.
But we were talking about free will. That was the conversation topic. That's what I thought you were going to lead to.
Whoa. Did someone say that free will has nothing to do with suffering? Did someone really say that?
What?
You really said that free will has nothing to do with suffering?
How does that have
really what you said?
Me or Matt?
Can you show me?
I'm just astounded, right, that you don't know your Christian theology.
Can you please show me how free will has something to do with suffering? Please.
No, okay.
Oh, yeah. Evil exists in the world because mankind has free will. God has to give mankind the choice, okay, through free will to do bad, to reject him. That's sin.
Wait. Say that last part?
Okay. Really? You don't understand what I said?
No,
What, you
repeat
really
what
don't understand what I just said?
you said. Repeat what you said, please.
Seriously, I just said it 5 seconds ago. Did you
Yes,
not really
repeat it then.
understand
Your
what I said?
accent was getting in the way. I couldn't understand that last part. That's why I said repeat it.
Okay. Would anybody else like to just repeat what I said?
Oh my.
Just so he can understand it. Someone with an American accent.
Okay, the Christian theology, okay, it in order for there to be sin, there's got to be free will in order for people to commit sin.
Okay.
Okay, so that's what what we're talking about. Generally, free will. Do you think there's free will in Christianity? Do you not think there's free will in Christianity?
Of course, I think there's free will in Christianity.
But okay,
You're not putting.
there are several contradictions in God's nature or character that
Like
people
what?
like to discuss when it comes to free will. For example, God is all-knowing. That means he knows the future. So that means that there's a predetermined future, thus there can't be free will. Another argument would be, and this isn't necessarily an argument, but another wrench thrown into the whole free will discussion is that if God values free will so much, then why does he intervene into free will through prayer and guidance and other acts of the same kind? Which is what we were talking about before, so I don't understand what
Okay, let me.
Yeah,
That,
I mean, it's
that's what I was.
unbelievable.
That's what I was saying. That you can. That's what I was saying. That you're putting suffering and free will in the same spot, and it does not work. You're trying to put two and two together.
Did you not just
And
listen to what Jackie
can I
said?
explain? Can I explain why I said
Even
that?
in an American accent, you
Can
don't
I
understand it.
explain why I said
doubt
that?
it. I doubt it because you haven't understood it twice. So why would you be able to explain?
You know what? Then fine. Then I'll just say that and just keep quiet. Go ahead. Keep talking.
Okay.
So what's happening now?
Well, Matt's ducking out because he can't answer the question, right? So he's about to go off and try and obfuscate.
Don't play that
Sorry,
game.
I thought you were ducking out. I thought you were ducking out, Mac.
Now you're being a liar, Simon. Now you're being a liar.
I thought you were ducking out. I thought you were ducking out.
How am I ducking out? I said if you're not going to let me explain it, because you wasn't even quiet enough for 2 seconds. All I said was,
right.
Okay.
Put two things together and it does not work. Let me explain.
I'm sorry. I came in
Simon,
here. Hold on.
Simon.
Okay, I'm muting Matt. Hold on. I came in here for intelligent discussion because I needed something to stimulate my brain. I'm still kind of a little tipsy, and I thought maybe I could get sober, talk and stuff. But obviously, I'm not gonna get a good discussion. Seamus left, so. And then without Mac, it would be an echo chamber. So I am going to leave now. I hope you all have a wonderful night.
Bye, Jackie.
Bye.
Bye. And now we're playing a video game.
Hey, sweet.
Ironic asphyxiation.
Right.
Anyway, Wolf, you're about to redress me down. Go on, carry on, because I might have needed it.
Yeah, why you oppressing him? Why are you making him suffer?
Yeah, I don't know. It's my free will.
All right, I'm just going to try to jump in here and everything. We'll take a Shamo's thing to this. Okay, either free will doesn't exist, or free will exists differently than most people think, or it exists to however your individual Christian says free will exists, or it's just the wrong question.
Well, how are you framing the question? What is the question?
Oh. How do you see free will in the world?
I see free will as the choice between either choosing to obey God or reject God.
And I don't.
I can tell.
Observe it.
But that's pretty much what free will is. Based on a moral standard, that's what free will is. The ability to reject God. That's all it is. It's not like saying, oh, I mean, I don't have free will because if God knows. No, no. There. I mean, just in Genesis alone, you know you have free will. It's that simple.
That is very simple. I will agree with you there, Mac.
Let's take a vote. Simple.
Yeah, simple.
Yep, super simple.
So now that, I mean, we have an understanding, at least on that point, can you show me anywhere in that suffering is involved with free will?
I think you're going too far in saying understanding. I lost my train of thought. Go ahead.
No, but that's,
I'm defining simple. I'm defining simple as something slightly different, maybe, to what Mac is.
Yeah. I'm still trying to figure out the correlation between this, because you can say that with the person's free will choices, it can cause suffering to someone else or to themselves, but that of itself, free will of itself, is not suffering.
Have you not heard of the Euthyphro dilemma?
No.
Okay. No worries. No worries. It's too much to go into right now. But now I understand why you don't equate suffering and free will.
Well, he did say
it's a major part of theology.
He did say he had problems with original sin.
Yeah, it's a major part of theology. It was posed by some Christians many years ago, and has been debated in the church.
We can go into that, because I don't think you ever finished talking about that.
Like what? I mean, I think it's more or less related to this point in that, I mean, you do realize, you know, the whole reason, like behind that theology, you know, they had a choice, they disobeyed God, yada yada, free will, you know, and the reasons why suffering and, you know, imperfections is because of that fall. I mean, that's sort of invoking this whole, you know, thing about free will and suffering.
Well, this is okay, but this is my point here, because you're saying when we talked about original sin, I told you that I do not believe that there is a such thing as original sin. I believe that there's a thing as sin nature, that when you are born, that you're born into a world of sin, and that some point you become accountable for the moral choices that you make.
Okay, but where's the origin for that sin nature?
Where's the origin of that sin nature?
Yeah, like what is the origin?
The doctrine's called original sin, isn't it?
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. I mean, usually Christians use that as the whole excuse for why everything is.
I've talked to as far as the beginning of it. I don't know a good I don't know the beginning of. I talked to a person who believes in original sin, and as far as I can tell from what he told me, he can only insert that when he talks about Genesis, when they had fall. I mean, basically after they had.
Oh, come on now, Mac. You must know more theology than this. Right, Jesus came, it was sacrificed on the cross for original sin, right, to redeem mankind from original sin. That's the doctrine of Christianity.
No.
Okay.
Go
on then, give us your wacko version. Go on, give us your wacko version. Go on.
Hold on. The Bible says in the scriptures, Jesus Christ died so that you may no longer live for yourself, but for him, the one who died and rose again. So the reason why he died is because there was a point, man was left without hope. Man was left without hope, and he came to not only be the hope that man needed, but to show that they can stop, that they can be redeemed from the sins that they were committing.
So everybody lived before Jesus.
Exactly.
Redemption.
The sins they were committing.
But that does not hold on, because that does not
commonly known as the doctrine of original sin.
No, original
Funnily
sin.
enough.
No, Simon, because original sin means that people are born sinners. They're born that way.
Correct.
And that's not.
You just said that though.
Mankind is a fallen
You just
race.
said that though,
That's
literally
correct.
like 2 minutes ago.
He doesn't see how his own
Wait,
language.
hold on.
Crazy stuff. It's just crazy stuff.
No. Hold on. He's about to get it.
Wolf.
I don't think we're going to hold on.
Wait, Wolf. Tell me, when did I say that people are born that way?
Dude, you said people are born with a sin nature and they need to accept Jesus in order to get rid of it. That's the whole point. That's what I'm saying.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, the fuck you did. You said it like 2 minutes ago. You're born with a sin nature. That's why Jesus freaking came to redeem people from the sin. I mean, that's the whole thing.
I said people have a sin nature. That doesn't mean I said they
do have one, though. That's right. They have
Same
one.
difference.
Where did they get it?
Hold on. Then you just lied on me. What?
No, they have one.
Come on, man.
Where do they get the sin nature from?
If non-religious people have to tell you about your own religion, you're doing something wrong. That's all I gotta say.
Now you're being a liar because you said something I did not say. I didn't say that you were born with that. I said you have it.
Okay, what's the difference?
What the hell is the difference?
The difference is that when I seriously expound on it when I said that. I said that you come to a point in time in your age to where you are accountable for the moral choices that you make. That's what I mean. So that way you know, okay, don't take the cookies out of the cookie jar, and you do it, and that's stealing. You know that was wrong, but you do it. You're doing it anyway. You're accountable for it because you know it was wrong. That's what I mean. That's what I mean by original sin.
Okay, fine. I'm gonna ask this one question.
Original sin.
One question to help it out.
No, I'm trying to answer him right.
Go ahead.
Original sin basically means that you're being born. You're a baby right now, but you still have sin in you. Like it has not that you basically are sinful from birth. That's not true.
There is not one that is righteous. No, not one.
I prefer guilty. Sinful since you were conceived.
You have no idea the context of what that means.
Quick question. Okay, quick question then.
Yeah,
what is the origin for people having this in nature at a certain age? Like, does God just make it that way, or like what?
No. Because of the fall of man.
Oh my God! I friggin' thank you. Jeez.
Wait,
I'm in a friggin' circle for like.
Wait, what are you talking about?
Oh wow! I'm not even gonna explain it to you. Like that's ridiculous. I just friggin' said it. You just said it because of the fall of man.
That does not mean you're born in. That does not mean you're born with sin in you. That's not what that means.
Like Adam?
Yeah, like for instance, was Adam full of sin, or was he sinless?
You're the theologist. Tell us.
The theology goes he was originally sinless. He was made perfect. Up until the serpent tempted him with the apple. First it was his wife. Then he did it. Then the fall happened.
Exactly. Now what?
Yes.
Now, okay. Exactly. Huh?
Yeah. That's what it's called, original sin. That was the original sin.
No, and that's my point. At that point, they developed the knowledge of good. They have the knowledge of good and evil. That's the knowledge.
That's original sin.
I just feel like doing a rev here. I really do feel like just shouting down the mic something really fucking inane.
Okay, then dude, biblical. Then Mac, then that's the original sin. And if you believe that. You believe in original sin. That's what we were trying to get to you for the last 10 freaking minutes.
Wolf, Wolf. When you are born as a baby, you're like Adam. You're born innocent. You don't know what sin is. You don't have sin in you. You are basically innocent. There's no sin in you because you don't have the ability to know what's right or wrong. You don't have the ability to make those moral choices and have the knowledge of good and evil. You don't know what any of that is.
Yeah, but I mean, we get that knowledge from Adam, right? I mean, that's the guy
You
that.
don't. No, you don't. Up until you come to up until you come up into age to where you're able to make a conscious decision of knowledge to know what is good and what is evil.
Right. So, Mac,
when
you're
you are
basically claiming that Mac, you're basically claiming you were born without sin, right?
I think that's what he said.
No.
Oh no! Did you say?
No, I said yeah.
So you were born without sin?
Yes.
Okay. So you were born righteous.
What? Yeah. What is the issue with that?
Okay. No, I'm just asking you if you think you
I'm
were
sorry,
born righteous or not. That's all.
Hold on, I take that back because
if you think
no.
you were born right, if you think you were born righteous, then
No,
if you think you were born righteous,
He's
oh,
thinking
sorry,
about it now.
Mac, I hadn't quite finished there, Mac. If you're going to interrupt me every 5 seconds,
Simon,
no, if you're not going to let me finish,
Mac, give him a
if you're
break.
going to interrupt me, Mac.
I said I misspoke.
Right. Okay. Yeah, I thought you did. Yeah, because that would be stupid.
Anyway, what I meant by that is that when I mean by sinless, you don't.
Yeah, I think that's what misspoke means.
No,
I said something wrong. It means
There's a
the words
difference.
I spoke were misinformed. That's what that means.
Anyway, what is called righteous is basically a person who follows God's moral law perfectly.
So there is no righteous one. I mean, like, people can't be righteous.
No,
People
that's
are born
not true.
righteous, apparently, according to Mac.
Are righteous.
In a modern society, you can't follow all of God's laws.
That's not true.
What do you mean by when you say laws? Do you mean like the Ten Commandments and all that?
Yes, it's possible you can do that. Yes.
So in the Ten Commandments, I forget which one, but it says you should kill your neighbor if he's working on the Sabbath. Let me find it. Hang on. Continue.
That's not. Wait, hold on. That's not even. Oh my goodness.
Damn it.
Oops. Yeah, that's a good point. Actually.
That's not even one of the commandments we follow. That we have to follow, because God fulfilled that commandment.
Yeah.
I misspoke. Sorry.
Yeah, that's the Old Testament.
No. Because God shows in the New Testament the moral law that we follow. The Sabbath is not one of them.
I was clarifying that the Reaper, that what he was talking about was in the Old Testament.
No, but it does. No, the moral law in the Old Testament is the same as the moral law in the New Testament. The only difference is the Sabbath. Because
That's the only difference. That's the only one. All the others are the same.
That's the only one. Yes.
Wrong.
So he's not changing the law. So he's not changing the law. He's fulfilling it.
That's the law he fulfilled, and that's the law he fulfilled in the New Testament as well, because he is the sacrifice for our sins. He is the mediator.
Now,
the high priest. That's what he is. That's what he is.
Yeah, that's the doctrine of original sin. Oh, no, it's not. Oh, shit.
Anyway, the whole point of him dying on the cross was to be the very lamb that was slain for our sins. What the scripture says.
How poetic.
So why didn't God create a lamb?
He needed like the smell. He needed the smell of blood to be satisfied.
Could have had
the Bible says, "Without the shedding of blood, there's no remission of sins." It wasn't for his. It wasn't for his benefit. It wasn't for his benefit. It was for ours.
Remission of the original sin.
Seems kind of. I mean, sure. I mean, if you want to say that, I mean.
Well, how about
it would have to be. It would have to be for the original sin.
No. Let me ask
hang on a minute, Wolf. It would have to be for the original sin. Otherwise, Adam wouldn't be saved.
No, that's not true.
I mean, it's just semantics.
That is actually true. That.
No, go ahead. Ask me.
Jesus went to hell for a reason, right? Jesus went to hell for a reason.
Let me ask you this question.
Jesus went to hell. Jesus went to hell in order to save the souls that existed before him, including Adam's, and he specifically says.
Can you show that in the Bible, Simon?
No, it's extra biblical.
Wolf, can you? And I'm gonna ask you the same thing, Wolf. Can you show me in the Bible when it talks about God's dying on the cross for God dying on the cross for original sin? Because we are born with sin in us.
Dude, that is your freaking theology. I mean, that's the only reason.
No, but that's what I'm saying. That's not
That's the only
true.
way it makes sense. That's the only way it makes sense.
Okay, so are you saying you're not a
Otherwise,
Christian, Mac?
Jesus
Are
is
you saying you're not a
irrelevant.
Christian?
Simon,
Right.
can you
There would
even
be
make
no
a
point to Jesus.
You can't come
There
up
would
with
be no
any better
freaking.
question
Are you
than that.
are you
Just
saying you're
because
not
I
a Christian,
There
said
would
Mac?
be no. Hold on. Without original sin, there would be no freaking point for Jesus. He would be nothing.
Yes, there is, Wolf. Yes, there is. Just because I said there's no such thing as original sin does not mean that sin does not exist at all.
How is it related to humanity in any way if we don't get it directly from Adam through inheritance?
I just explained. Okay, Wolf. I'm gonna explain it again. Because of Adam, because because Adam ate from the tree of good and evil, we have the knowledge of good and evil. Because of that, we know what to do right and we know what is wrong. When we do wrong, we are sinning against God. That is sin. The Bible says that he that knows to do right and does not do it, to him it is sin. That is sin right there.
Okay, sure.
Hold on. I'm breaking it down for you. To know, you have to know. A baby does not know what is right nor what is wrong. They are amoral. They don't know any of that. It is only when they grow up in age that they are able to know what is good and what is evil.
Okay, fine. Let me clarify this one thing. Did you think Adam and Eve, after they ate that apple, do you think they sinned against God? Do you think that counted as a sin?
Yes, because they disobeyed God. Yes.
Okay. Now, do you think that every human on this planet is a direct descendant of Adam and Eve?
Of course.
Okay. So you do accept original sin regardless if you use the term or not. I mean, if you cannot say, you cannot assert
that you're using.
You cannot assert that the story verbatim and then say that you don't believe in original sin and history are wrong.
Wolf, you're equating
if you communicate this to if you communicate this to someone else, if you communicate this with someone else, it will make your story completely incoherent. There would be literally no reason for Jesus to exist.
Wolf, you're equating original sin from the fall of Adam. You're equating that we are born with sin. We are not. You're born an innocent baby who knows no sin. You don't know any of that. You don't have any knowledge of good and evil at that point.
I mean, sure, dude, I'm granting that.
And that's not original sin. That's not the same thing.
Oh my god, dude, that's besides the point. The fact of the matter is, that baby's gotta grow up. I mean, and he has to become Christian like someday. Otherwise, he won't get like God's great gift of forgiveness.
Right? To the doctrine of original sin, please. When it clearly says in original sin that you're born with it, not that you develop, sin along the lines once you actually get older in life. No, you have it in you regardless.
Dude, you're bullshitting. Just because you don't use the friggin' term doesn't mean you don't believe in it. Okay, that's
ridiculous. Not the same thing. That's what I'm telling you. Original sin.
I just freaking asked you if what they did in the garden was a damn sin, and if we were all descended from them. Okay, if you think those two things, that's a qualifier for you believing in original sin. Okay, you're beating a dead horse at this point. Just get over it.
Oh my goodness.
A freaking non-religious person had to freaking tell you about how your theology works. Okay, just let it go.
No, you're not saying the same theology, man. You're not saying the same thing.
Okay.
Okay, so Jim, sorry,
Hello.
Jim, have you got anything to add here?
Oh no, I'm doing more important things. I got pain.
Okay, cool, no.
I don't know.
Thank you very much for the Bible quotes there, showing Mac to be completely wrong.
Yeah, you're welcome. Anytime.
Completely wrong about what?
Original sin.
Did you read these Bible quotes here?
No, I didn't know he was posting something.
Okay, man. Well, check it out. Learn, edify yourself with the Bible.
Well, see, the problem is there's no point in posting the quotes because he's going to exegete it in a way that God revealed it to him, so that it's not original sin but something else.
Okay, hold on. Oh, hold on,
yeah,
Jim.
See, ready? Here comes.
Hold on, I'm trying to read it.
Yeah, no, we're ready, Mac. Don't worry.
Therefore,
we're holding on.
just as sin came into the world.
I can read. Just explain. I can read it. Just explain.
Okay. So okay, so with that, you're saying. So with that, you're saying we're born with sin, like when a baby dies, they automatically go to hell because they have sin in them.
Is that what I said?
No, they go to limbo.
No. That's what I'm asking. That's basically
Don't be
the
silly,
doctrine
Mac.
of original sin. That you're born with it.
Correct.
Doctrine?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, you're conceived in
Okay,
sin.
so
Is
the
the way
Bible
it's put.
the
But
Bible
yeah.
says that because it's not.
Do you inherit the sins
I
of your
know.
fathers?
No.
Well, there we go. That's definitely
Now,
against
do you want me to
biblical
give you the
teaching.
scripture that
Direct
backs it
biblical
up?
teaching.
Yeah.
Okay, Ezekiel 18.
That's Old Testament, isn't it?
So, how does that not make it relevant? Wait, how does that not make it relevant?
Well, I don't know yet. I'm just checking. That's what I said.
But that's just, I mean, that's kind of a...
What? You thinking I made a claim there, are you?
No, it's just kind of dumb that you asked the question because you're assuming that it wouldn't be relevant.
Dumb because I asked a question.
Everybody
dumb.
dumb.
I asked a question.
Yeah.
That makes me dumb.
No, I see.
I never said that you was dumb, Simon. It's amazing.
No, you said it differently.
It's amazing how you can't listen, but it's all right.
Yeah, it's because I'm dumb.
Yeah.
Well, based on the Bible standards, yeah, you are.
Okay, that's great. I'm glad. Because I actually think the Bible standards are somewhat immoral compared to my standards.
Dang, and this is coming from a liar, a slanderer, a drunkard, a thief, a potty mouth. Yeah, that's yeah. You really can't fulfill
Potty mouth. Am I the potty mouth?
Not
Do
you,
you have?
Tim. I don't know.
Could you actually substantiate those claims, or are you lying?
No.
No, I can substantiate those claims.
I didn't think you could substantiate the claims.
No, I
can't
can substantiate
you
those
can't.
Yes, I can.
You can't.
Yes, I can.
I think you can't.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Yep. Is it because the Bible says it's the Bible? Is that the reason?
Jim, you at Ezekiel 18, or do I need to read it?
Oh,
let's not go down that route.
I don't even know how to spell Ezekiel. So just go ahead and read it. Please read it for me.
Okay, Ezekiel 18, start with verse 2. Well, I'll start from I'll start from verse 1. It says,
Try and enunciate, if you wouldn't mind, Mac.
The word of the Lord came unto me, saying again, what mean ye that ye use this proverb concerning the land of Israel, saying that the fathers have eaten sour grapes, and the children's teeth are set on edge? As I live, says the Lord God, ye shall not have occasion any more to use this proverb in Israel. Behold, all souls are mine, as the soul of the Father, so also the soul of the Son is mine. The soul that sins, it shall die. But if a man be just and do that which is lawful and right, and has, dang it. Okay, I gotta skip down verse. Crap.
Therefore, original sin doesn't exist.
Sounded pretty conclusive.
Okay, verse 9 has walked in my statutes and has kept my judgment to deal truly. He is just, shall surely live, says the Lord God. If he begets a son that is a robber, a shedder of blood, that does the like to any one of these things, and that does not any of those duties, but even has eaten upon the mountains and defiled his neighbor's wife, has oppressed the poor and needy, has spoiled by violence, has not restored the pledge, and has lifted up his eyes to the idols, has committed an abomination, has given forth upon usury, and has taken increase, shall he then live? He shall not live. He has done all these abominations, he shall surely die. His blood shall be upon him. Now it goes on to say
about being born with sin? Really?
Can I finish, Simon?
I think it was the parts he skipped over. He missed some verses.
I don't know.
I skipped some verses. I did skip some verses because it's too long, and I'm trying to.
Ezekiel, what was the number again? You said 12.
Ezekiel 18. I'm saying the whole chapter. And I'm trying
the whole chapter.
I'm trying to condense it as much as possible.
So, Ezekiel 12?
Ezekiel 18.
Okay, thank you.
Written when he was a bit older, obviously.
I also put Romans 8:20 through 22 over there for you to go ahead and look through. There's a lot of the Bible is actually centered around the concept that we are all sinful, and that we are all born for this sin, thanks to Adam.
In sin.
I disagree with that.
And when we were Christians, we didn't
major.
And the funny thing is that when you read Ezekiel 18, it says that the souls that sins it shall die. The son shall not bear the iniquity of the father, neither shall the father bear the iniquity of the son. The righteousness of the righteous shall be upon him, and the wickedness of the wicked shall be upon him. So you don't bear the sins of the father.
But you bear the wickedness, right?
No, you don't. You don't bear the wickedness nor the righteousness. Your dad could be your dad could be Job, who God considered him to be perfect.
And what
happened to his sons and his what happened to all of his kids? They all died because they were drunkards, and Job was sacrificing unto God for them in their stead, and they still died in their sin.
Job. And God knew it would torture Job.
I mean, are you at least going to listen and address the points that I just said?
If you quote a lot of scripture, we have to interrupt you once in a while.
Right, I can see that.
Yeah, I hope so.
But anyway, that's my point. That's my point, Jim. It clearly says that you don't inherit the sins of the father, and you don't inherit the sins of the son.
Seems like it's more pointing toward law. Like
no,
it's pointing toward you cannot punish the sin. You cannot punish the son for what the father does. You wouldn't punish the child for what the parent does.
What is the law there?
No, I said it's referring to law. Is this Old Testament or New Testament? Ezekiel?
Ezekiel 18. What do you mean?
Old Testament or New Testament?
Of course it's Old Testament.
Okay, so how do you know the law wasn't fulfilled? How do you know this wasn't fulfilled?
What are you talking about? How do you know this was fulfilled?
That's the whole reason.
Fulfilled? He's never heard that. I've never heard that word before. Fulfilled.
Ezekiel. I mean,
so I quoted
Jesus
a bunch
came
of
to
New
fulfill
Testament.
the law. Is that what you're saying?
Jim,
Jesus came to fulfill the law.
So I quoted a bunch of New Testament where it goes on and on about.
I'm amazed.
Original
that would
sin.
claim that.
And you point to Ezekiel, which Old Testament law doesn't apply to you.
Jim.
Right, because you're a Christian now.
Jim, can you listen to me for a second here? Because I get what you're getting at. Repeating.
Special exception. Let's wait and hear it.
Okay, Jim. What in Ezekiel refers? What in Ezekiel refers to? Refers just to the Mosaic law. What in here refers to the Mosaic law? In Ezekiel 18.
I'm gonna remember this question.
All this is talking about in Ezekiel 18.
No answer for me.
It wasn't talking about the Mosaic law. It was talking about sin. And God is telling Ezekiel, stop telling the people of Israel, stop using this proverb, that the son is going to inherit the wickedness of the father, that he inherits the sin of the father, or that the father inherits the wickedness of the son. He said, you won't use that anymore. Don't tell him that. Don't use that. This son, the soul that sins, it shall die. The son shall not bear the iniquity of the father, neither shall the father bear the iniquity of the son. So right here, this is talking about iniquity. This is talking about sin.
I thought you asked me a question.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, I have a question for you now. Doesn't this seem like then a contradiction?
In what?
In the way that you have a passage here that you provided that says the son shall not inherit the sins of the father, and then there's a whole bunch of passages in the New Testament that talk about how we have inherited the sins.
I was about I was about to address that too.
Okay, could you go ahead and address it?
And address in Romans 6 in Romans 7 through 8, chapter 7, 6. I'm sorry. Yeah. Romans 6, 7, and 8. If I could get there, hold on 1 second.
Bible study bingo here.
I know. I only got my.
Okay, so
would
you
do it?
Romans 8.
let me read. I'm gonna read again. I'm gonna read again. Verse 5.
Just one. You can read a verse. Just don't
now.
read the whole fucking chapter. I didn't
No,
order
I'm
the
not.
audiobook.
I'm not. Okay, I'm just gonna read it. I'm just gonna read it to myself because everyone else can see it. But
yeah,
okay, so basically what?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Wait, what verses?
Oh, I'm talking about the whole chapters of 6, 7, and 8.
Oh Jesus.
Of what?
I mean, I'm not allowed to say that, am I?
I'm not
I'm an
gonna
atheist.
read all. I'm not gonna read all of them. Just gonna read certain points.
Boring us.
Wait, are you reading which? Are you still reading Ezekiel?
Before you read it, what
No.
was the fucking point? Is there a point we're addressing? Can we just, Jim? Could you just ask the question again for me? Because I've forgotten.
I don't remember where I am right now. Give me a second.
Yeah.
Look
Okay,
around.
thank you.
So I have a question.
Oh, good.
Yeah. Would the rules and laws listed in Leviticus be considered the laws of God? Or, would the rule? Hang on. I'm trying to think of a way to phrase it right. Would the laws and rules listed in Leviticus be considered God's law?
It depends on what law you're referring to.
Should we still stone fags?
Is it like a yes or no?
It's not a yes or no death because in Leviticus it talks about different types of laws. For instance, it talks about the governmental law, which does not apply to Gentiles that was given to the Jews. It talks about dietary laws, doesn't apply to us, given to the Jews. It talks about clothing laws, doesn't apply to us, given to the Jews. These various
Can you
laws.
point to a law that does apply to you? Can you point to one that does?
The moral law, which does apply to me, yes.
Okay, so you went from talking about very practical laws like don't mix these clothes, don't eat these foods, to be nice to people. You went from things that we can actually do to this kind of moral. Do you not see the shift there?
What? That's just asking me a question does the laws in Leviticus apply to me? And I just said depends on the law that you're referring to. Because
how do you distinguish what laws do?
Okay, Jim. Thank you. When you say the question, let me respond to it. In Leviticus, when it talks about the various laws, in Leviticus, when it goes into the Old Testament, it shows what laws the Gentiles, us, you, anyone else that's not a Jew, are supposed to follow. The moral law is repeated in the New Testament, which is what we're supposed to follow. The other laws, the governmental laws, all those other laws that were given to the Jews, was not. And that is because we're not supposed to follow that. Because God is the one who fulfilled that law, who was giving it to them for the Jews, because they were a group of people He established, and that was the laws for them.
Fulfill a law? What do you mean when you keep saying fulfill a law? What does that even mean? How do you fulfill a law?
The Bible says, "Without the shedding of blood, there is no remission of sins." That's in Hebrews. And what is referring to is that the fact that when you committed an immoral sin, you had to give a sacrifice for that sin, and that's what, for instance, when they, oh gosh, and I'm very terrible with remembering scriptures, but for instance, when
sounds a little tribalistic. It's like Lord of the Flies shit.
Mm-hmm.
We need to sacrifice something because you did something naughty.
Jim, this is sin. This isn't something this isn't something.
No, it's saying I don't believe in God, so therefore I need to sacrifice
a pig. So why are you using scripture against me?
Why am I using scripture? I'm not. I'm asking you questions. You're the one who believes, not me.
No, but you was using this as if it verifies a point to you.
No, it verifies nothing. I just like poking fun at people.
So you put that up there, and it doesn't even talk. It's not even referring to original sin. So it's not. It's funny that you use that, and it doesn't help you.
I would just like to understand, what was Ezekiel speaking out against if he was not speaking out against the idea of original sin? And if he did that and it was accomplished, then what was the purpose of having Jesus speak about it?
Okay, Jesus was speaking about people committing sin. That's what they.
That's not my point.
People were sinning against God. Okay.
Still not my point.
So what is your point?
What was Ezekiel doing?
Ezekiel was getting revelation from God and was.
Generally, I understand that.
Okay, he was told by God not to tell the children of Israel this proverb that the sons will bear the iniquity of the father. Basically, original sin was already debunked. Basically, original sin is debunked in Ezekiel 18, right there.
Ezekiel didn't say anything like that. That's what you're saying.
I said God told him that, revealed to him that. Yes.
And what was Ezekiel supposed to do with that?
Tell the children of Israel that you are responsible basically for your sin. You do what is lawful in the eyes of God, you shall not die.
Was he speaking out against the idea of original sin?
Because in original sin, the doctrine, the theology tells you that you basically. What are you Okay, so what are you asking me? Because you said, "What is the doctrine of original sin?"
Ezekiel was touched by God. God spoke to him. What was his mission? What was he supposed to accomplish by writing?
I just told you.
I'm sorry. Okay.
Okay. God was
he trying to change the Jewish religion, or was he setting up the Christian religion?
No. God was telling him that he was telling the children of Israel something that he was telling the children of Israel something that was wrong. He was basically what it said in Ezekiel 18.
Original sin, right?
Exactly. Yes. He was telling him stop doing that.
That's my point.
No, but he was telling him stop doing that.
Did God give Ezekiel a reason?
No, Ezekiel was doing that. Oh, wait, no. You said, did God give Ezekiel a reason?
Yeah.
Yeah, he did.
And?
What do you mean, and?
Why, at that particular moment, did God tell Ezekiel to tell the Jewish people that the original sin is not a good concept?
Because if we go back, let's go back. It says, because the soul that sins, it shall die. All souls are, behold, all souls are mine. As the soul of the Father, so also the soul of the Son is mine. The soul that sins, it shall die. When it goes on even further in Ezekiel 18, when you read it in full context, it tells you that God was basically trying to get them to see that you're not inheriting the sins from your father, you're not inheriting the sins from your grandfather or your father, great, basically Adam.
And God did not speak to anybody else to say this before Ezekiel, correct?
Apparently Ezekiel was the one who was saying it. I get he was
God talking to him and telling him much of what to write.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm happy.
Okay, Jim, no, no.
Oh, okay.
No, that's wrong, Jim. Nice try.
Which one? Which one's wrong?
That last part that you just said.
The full context is the whole Bible?
Yeah.
So we can cherry pick and pick and choose sections of the Bible and say that those only pertain. No. Hold on. Let me finish the point. So what you're saying is that it is perfectly acceptable to pick a point out of the Bible and give no context for it.
That's what you did, Jim. That's what you did.
Where?
When you tried to use Romans 5 and the little verses that you posted up on there, it did not work for you because it's not talking about original sin.
Explain how it's not.
Because in okay, now I have to go back because I keep getting sidetracked from other people. It said in verse 6, It says, what shall we say then? Shall we continue in sin, that grace may abound? Now, if it is talking about original sin, why is it saying in verse 1 of Romans 6, what shall we say then? Shall we continue in sin? If they already have original sin in them, okay, that would not make any sense to say, shall we continue in sin? Because they will already have it, regardless if they continued in it or not. And it goes on to verse 2. It says, God forbid, how shall we that are dead to sin live any longer therein? So that means there's a way, based after receiving the knowledge of Jesus Christ and being saved, because in verse and I can't remember, I think it's
I'm looking at this right now, and what you're quoting me, I'm not seeing. I'm on Romans 5.
Well, your number
verse 2.
It's kind of ridiculous.
No, I'm literally the words you are reading off your screen are not on my screen.
Romans 6, 1 and 2.
Are you fucking kidding me?
I just said Romans 6.
No. I said you said what you said in Romans 5, and then you proceeded to give me a quote, and you kept writing it off like it was Romans 5. I'm sitting here looking at this, going, "Where the hell's the quote?"
It's like, okay, Jim.
So you, I made the point.
No, Jim, hold on. I'm gonna repeat what I said.
I made the point about the full Bible being the context, and that you need to understand the entire Bible. The point I was making is you need to understand the whole Bible, and that you can't just cherry pick quotes.
Jim, that is exactly what you did.
Hold on. And what you did is when just before this, you gave us an entire chapter to read, and then we started bringing up quotes from different sections of the Bible, and you said, no, read this one chapter. And we say, well, what about the rest of the fucking Bible? And you said, no, this one chapter. That's what we're going to look at. Just this one chapter.
I didn't even get to what you was talking about. I just said all I said was Ezekiel 18 right here. Ezekiel 18 right here debunks it already hundreds of years before even Paul came to the scene. And what Paul is talking about in chapter 5 of Romans, what he is talking about is how the knowledge of sin came into this world to begin with, and how Jesus Christ is the one who got us out of it, because he showed us an example of how to live our life holy, righteous, because the people during that time were not. The people who were priests, the Sadducees, the Pharisees, all of them weren't living the law that they were portraying. That was the whole point. That's why he brought that up. Through one man, death came into the world. Through one man's death, life came into the world.
Through Adam, original sin entered the world, and Jesus got rid of it.
I thought Ezekiel did.
Jim, how does that make any sense?
Because that's the doctrine of original sin.
No, it isn't.
Oh, you know what it is now?
Simon just told me, and I expounded on that.
You're conceived in sin. That is the doctrine of original sin.
Yeah, exactly, and that's not true.
What's not true? The definition of original sin, or that concept is not true?
That concept right there, yes. That you're conceived in sin, like that you're born sinful.
And here's the problem: is your definition of being born sinful is different from your definition of having a sinful nature.
Exactly, that's the whole point. That's why I disagree with it.
Okay.
But the Bible does not teach that.
And you defined a sinful nature as a propensity to make decisions away from God. Is that correct?
Exactly, yes.
When people when people talk about original sin, what do you think they mean by that?
That you're basically born sinful, that even as a baby you have sin in you.
What does that mean? What does it mean to have sin in you?
I would go back to you and say, what is that? Show me that in the Bible that that's the case.
No, right now we're trying to get a understanding of each other.
No, Jim. I can't get an understanding from you.
That was rude.
No, it isn't. No, it isn't.
That was incredibly rude.
No, it isn't. It's the truth.
It was rude.
No,
in those areas.
Jim, I can't get an understanding from you.
You were attempting to shut down the conversation.
No, you're an unbeliever.
We can't have a civil conversation. We can't have it. Well, I could just say we can't have a conversation because you're a believer. That's all your fault. If only you were an unbeliever, we could have an actual conversation.
Okay, then you can go on with that. I don't care.
But then how does it? It doesn't. Then what's the point of even talking about it then?
I'm trying to figure out why.
You're going to come in here. No, then you're coming in here to preach. If you're not coming in to understand, you're coming in to preach. Who wants to listen to it?
I never came in here to understand anything from you guys. Never. That's never been why I come in here.
Well, that makes you fucking annoying.
Oh, that's too bad for you, potty mouth. You need to get that fixed. You need to repent.
I'm fine where I'm at.
I can see that, and that's why you have no understanding.
Bullshit.
Well, no, you don't have the understanding. You said you can't understand me, so you're the one without the understanding.
No. I said I can't get any understanding from you.
Exactly. You are without understanding.
No, that doesn't mean I can't understand you. I said I can't get any understanding.
So you can understand me.
Yeah. You're speaking
so then what's the problem?
That are in English, which I understand English. It's pretty much
okay. So when I ask you the question of how do you define original sin, what do you think people mean by that?
What do you mean? What do you think I mean when I said I can't get an understanding from you?
That you don't understand me?
No.
That you don't comprehend what I'm saying?
Nope.
Yes. You don't understand. Come on.
Yeah, why are you avoiding the definition? If you don't have one, you can just say I don't have a definition for it.
No, because the definition I'm using is that the Bible says that the fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom, but fools despise knowledge and instruction.
Blah, blah, blah.
Is that your definition of original sin?
No.
Okay, then what's your definition of original sin?
The definition of original sin that I'm aware of is that you're born with sin in you.
Okay, what does that mean though, to be born with sin in you?
Show me that in the Bible, because I don't know what that means.
Okay, that's the point I was getting to. So you're saying that you don't believe in original sin, but you don't even know what that means.
You're
say
not
it's born
showing me
with
that
sin
in the
you.
Bible. There's no evidence of that in the Bible. That's what I'm trying to get you to get.
No. Imagine we're talking math right now, and I'm saying, hey, I'm trying to tell you about a triangle.
No,
and you're saying, I don't believe in that. I'm saying, okay, well, tell me what you think a triangle is.
If
and
I'm
you're telling me,
asking
show me that in my geometry book. And
Jim,
I'm like,
I'm asking you, show me that in the Bible that original sin is what that is talking about.
You are
so I'll repeat.
You're not
I'll repeat my question
that was
again.
not a question. Please.
I'll repeat the question again.
Okay.
What does it mean to be born with sin?
That you have sin in you, that you have like sin in you, like it's something physical or something like that.
So you think that sin is physical?
According to what the theology of original sin is, that's basically what they're equating it to.
Okay, let me try it this way. So you think that people who believe in original sin believe that there is a physical thing that's born in you that is a sin, like you could literally have it removed.
What they're equating it to. I never said that's what they. No, I never said that's.
No. I'm asking if that's what you believe that they believe. Okay. So, and that's right there is part of the problem with the conversation, is we're trying to have a topic, we're trying to have a talk about original sin. I don't believe in original sin, but I at least have some grasp of it to kind of understand where it's coming from in the Bible. Now, the problem is that I keep trying to
Please don't interrupt.
I keep trying to ask the question of what do you mean? We're really trying to get the heart of what do you mean by sin? and we can move out from that to what is meant by original sin.
Okay,
but
Jim.
You said you don't understand what they mean by original sin.
I just said, no, I did not. Because I clearly just gave the definition of what original sin was to them. What they gave me what the theological definition of original sin is, in a nutshell. That you're born with sin.
Okay, and we expanded upon that, and we found out that they believe that sin is a physical thing.
No, I said they equate it to.
They equate it to something. Okay, so it's not. Let's just get that clear.
It's not a physical thing. Of course it's not a physical thing. This is transgression against God's law. That's why I'm telling you, show me how a baby sins or is born with sin. How are they born transgressing against God's law? That's what I'm trying to get you to tell me. When you say that I believe in original sin, tell me how a baby is transgressing against God's law just by being born. That's what I'm asking you.
It's magic.
It's fucking magic.
That's my opinion. That's why I can't get no understanding from you. Because I'm talking.
No, okay. I'll answer the question seriously this time.
I'm talking from a person who does not believe in the Bible. Simon, who's an atheist who does not believe in the Bible, doesn't even take it for a grain of salt and thinks it's something equal to a Harry Potter book. There really is no understanding from neither of you.
But I did understand what the doctrine of original sin was. And when I pointed this out to you, you thought that there was no such thing. Now, here we are an hour later, and you're going, here we are an hour later, and you're saying, no, I do understand that there is a doctrine of original sin. I just disagree with it. You could not be more disingenuous or hypocritical if you tried.
How am I being How am I being hypocritical? Well, how am I being hypocritical?
Right. Did you not just hear the sentence?
Simon,
that was a well-crafted sentence. All right. And your first question back is to doubt that I said it.
Simon, you're saying I'm being hypocritical. What part of me? When have I ever said I believed in original sin and told you not to believe in original sin because it's not there?
Right. Did you not hear my sentence, Mac? Again.
Go ahead.
I know it's my accent. It's difficult to understand.
Could I ask the question, does anyone really believe those who hold to the concept of original sin in any way and any time they've ever said it was physical? I mean, that is such a mistake. I just felt like mentioning it.
No one said that.
Max said it.
No.
Remember he said physical? Oh, you're speaking. Oh, yes.
Yeah.
You did. And you did.
I did it.
Physical. Now tell us how you interpreted it.
I said they equate that to something that is physical.
I will vouch.
Exactly. No one holds to that doctrine, holds to that it's physical. You are wrong.
I did.
I will. Hold on. I will vouch for Mac here and say that yes, he did say equated to. However, I will say that still doesn't mean anything.
Well, yeah.
Okay.
They equate it to physical. Okay. What?
Slander of my character. He's straight up lying, saying I said something that I did not say.
You said that people who hold the original sin equate it to
okay, that is what I said.
And they do not. They do not.
Yes, they do.
No, you equate their understanding.
I've heard of people who believe in original sin, and they say they are born with it. They are born with
a physical
phenomenon. Okay, they are born with sin, and they equate it to something that is physical, like they
have a physical phenomena. Born in sin as a physical phenomena. You're saying somebody holds that belief?
Yes, I've heard of people equate it to something like that. Yes.
Citation needed.
Corinthians 15.
What about it?
I mean, if I'm wrong,
Corinthians 15. Keep up with the conversation, dude.
I'm sorry, I spoke over you.
There's a reason why I do not. There's a reason why I say that original sin does not is not true in the Bible. Not because of just Ezekiel 18, but because of Romans 6, 7, and 8, where
M5.
where Paul, huh?
M5.
No, because I don't need 5. But in 6, 7, and 8, Paul is basically talking about the deconvert. He's talking about himself, basically from a deconverted standpoint, and how he understood that with the law, that sin in him brought death. But when the law did not exist, he had life. He talks about how we cannot continue in sin because we have put death to the deeds of the body, that we should no longer live in sin, that we should live in sin no longer. There's no way, and even with that, there's no way he can say that if you have original sin, because that would mean there's no way of getting rid of it, because it's always there.
Always. When you say always there, do you mean always having been there eternally?
No.
No.
I'm saying while you're
Loose
living.
language.
I'm
Loose
sorry.
lips, sink ships.
Okay, I'm saying while you're living, original sin is always there. Like you can't get sin out of you.
I just knew it needed a caveat. I just didn't know which one you were going to produce.
I mean, because the problem with that, people say that I cannot stop sinning because of original sin, and I've heard people say that they cannot stop sinning because they have they're born with original sin, and that there's no way for them to stop sinning, which is not true.
Your example doesn't sound true.
What example did I use? I didn't think so.
I thought you said.
No. Let me speak up. I'll come to it. I mean, you just said people have original sin, but did I miss something?
I never said people had original sin. No.
Oh, okay.
See, that's what I'm talking about. What are you listening to?
I'm listening to your manic behavior. That's about it.
No, you're not really listening at all. I can tell that from
you can tell. You can tell. Tell me something.
You're not listening.
Yeah, I'm not listening. Okay, so what? Here I am talking to you.
No, but I'm telling you that when you're listening, at least you know.
I don't have the magic ability to listen to.
No, you do.
Like you do.
You try to listen to what you just try to listen to what you want to listen, because it's like you don't want to register something in your head.
Can you read my mind and tell me that? Yeah, I know.
I don't have to. I can tell from how you're asking me questions and what you're saying that's coming out of your mouth right now.
Oh, well, too bad for you. It must be so hard for you to listen to this.
No, it's not. I expect this from sinners.
Oh, you don't have any sin?
Me?
No, I used to have sin and I stopped sinning.
Wait a second. So you don't feel any temptation?
Temptation is not a sin.
Well,
yeah.
if you
boy,
that's not what Jesus said.
Yeah.
No. Hold on. Go ahead. Hold on, Darwin. Give me chapter and verse where you said temptation.
I'm not gonna say the chapter and the verse, but I'm pretty sure Jesus said if you want to stay with your neighbor's wife, you're sinning right there. You don't have to go out there and do it.
But that's not a temptation.
Oh, it doesn't matter to him.
So you don't have any of that? Like if you look at like a very hot woman, you don't wish to be with her, Mac?
No.
Oh,
I take every thought captive under the obedience of Jesus Christ, which is what the Bible tells you to do. My mind is focused on things that are pure, lovely,
beautiful, you're full of shit. If somebody puts you on the machine and you start looking at porn, your dick is gonna go hard. I mean, if you're a man.
And that's why I don't look at porn. Duh.
I mean, but what if you do look at porn? No, like I said, there's hot chicks walking around everywhere. You can't avoid it.
Let me show you how easy this is, DVD. I can easily, Look at porn right now on my laptop. That's not what I'm doing, and I choose not to do.
Yeah, but there's hot women walking around everywhere, especially in the summertime.
That does not mean I have to look at them sexually. That does not mean I have to think, oh yeah, I wish I could just sleep with that woman. No.
Fucking freak of nature, if you ask me.
Yeah. No idea of his own human nature.
Really?
Yeah, really.
Wow.
I think you're lying to yourself.
Really? Because if I'm not mistaken, before Jesus Christ died on the cross, he said, go and sin no more twice to the woman who was caught in adultery. He said, go and sin no more. And then the woman who was laying...
Assumption on your part, no biblical references there.
But you want me to go? Wait, hold on. You want me to go there? You want to go to chapter and verse? Because I can give it to you.
It was the adulterous woman who was at the crucifixion? Really?
I said just a woman who was caught in adultery.
No. Let's just take out your words so they always mean something different the way you remember. Yeah.
What?
Yeah, dishonest, lying. Remember those accusations earlier?
Yeah, it's related to that.
Hypocrite, those ones.
Yeah.
How am I being any of those things?
Just
obliviousness can't beat any of them, I guess.
You're slandering my character with no... Just to slander my character. I mean, you're not saying anything to back up that I lied.
One of the issues I have here is that you don't listen to my entire sentence. So if you had listened to my entire sentence, you would have heard me backing it up.
But he already put himself on a pedestal. He's above everybody else. So what's the point of listening to us?
I'm not.
Yeah.
No, I'm not.
You don't have any sin in you.
I never said that. I've said I've sinned in the past and I choose to sin no longer. Yeah.
So you choose not to sin anymore.
Yes. Sin is a choice.
Put you on a pedestal.
DVD. The whole term of sin is called transgression against God's law. Again, if in order for you to transgress against God's law, you have to know what is right and wrong because of the consciousness within you. You know, and you deliberately do what is wrong. That does not take away from you always. Does not take away just because you've done wrong that you are no longer able to do right at all. How does that take that away? I can stop lying. I can stop stealing. I can stop.
Yeah, but those are all actions. It's proving
to be quite difficult for you, though, Mac.
Yeah, but Jesus didn't talk about. He said the actions weren't important. He said the heart was important. What's in your heart? And you're claiming that you control just that you control your heart.
No, God controls my heart.
You're able to choose not to sin.
Exactly. You're able to choose. God has given me the ability to do so. Why is that such a hard thing for you?
Because it sounds like you're able to choose who you love. You're able to choose.
What? How does that equate to something that's moral? How does that equate to righteousness? How does that equate to anything that I've said so far?
No, I'm not talking about morality. I'm talking about the essence of who you are. You're claiming to have complete control of everything.
The Bible clearly tells you that it says in 1 John, it says that God is light and in him is no darkness at all. If we say that we have fellowship with God and walk in darkness, we lie and practice not the truth. But he that walks in the light, as he is in the light, then we know we have fellowship, and that's how we know we are in him. So you know how I know I have fellowship with the Lord? Because I walk in the light. I've gotten the darkness out of me, and I walk into the light. I've come
a metaphor out of you.
That's the whole meaning of repentance.
So when he's in you, Mac, do you feel exhilaration?
Metaphors
feel free, actually. I feel free.
He sounds like one step away from being Jesus.
No. Jesus never sinned. I'll never be like Jesus. No.
Yeah, but you're not gonna sin for the rest of your life now.
That's the whole point. Yeah, Job did it. Noah did it. Daniel did it. Let's see, who's the other people in the Bible? Abraham did it.
When was Noah?
So you're like a prophet.
When are you going to stop sinning, Mac?
What are you talking about? When am I going to stop sinning?
Yeah, when I'm asking you a question. When are you going to stop sinning?
I did it a while ago.
Oh right, so you think that you don't lie anymore? Is that right?
So you're not polite. Like you're never polite to your I don't know your siblings. If one of your siblings is fat, you never tell them, yeah, you're fat. I mean, no, you look great, even though you're fat. But that's what you're thinking inside. You never lie to them.
You make a coherent point that
How is that not coherent? You're never polite. Politeness is lying. So you're not a polite person.
You've got to be kidding me with that kind of analogy. You got to be kidding me with that type of analogy.
I would say he's more not empathetic. You know.
Yeah, non-empathetic.
And y'all, that's the best you guys can do. That's the best y'all can do.
Oh no, we've been here for some time.
Well, please say something that can verify that I'm not abiding by the word of God. Please show me evidence that I'm not abiding by the word of God.
Right. Okay. How about a papal decree that says, okay, that if you don't think that Jesus died for original sin, you're not a Christian? Would that do you?
Yeah. Please say.
Yeah. How does that equate to me lying, though? How does that equate to me doing anything?
Well, you basically are saying, are you not, that you don't believe in original sin, right?
No, I asked someone to show me that in the Bible that original sin, based on the theology that it teaches, that you're born with sin, like it's that you're born transgressing against God's law. That's basically the theology of original sin that Yahweh was telling you.
Yeah.
Yeah. So can you show me that in the Bible that that's the case, please?
Right. Okay. So, as I'm saying to you, there's kind of quite a lot of Catholic doctrine,
right,
which kind of states that original sin is one of the primary reasons.
Can you show me that in the Bible?
That God had to sacrifice His Son. Yeah, I'm pointing to Catholic doctrine now. Okay.
Yeah, but that's not the Bible. I don't care about the tradition.
I mean, why would I give a fuck whether you want to quote Harry Potter or not? I don't give a shit.
Okay, I don't care about the traditions of men.
I'm quoting the people. I'm quoting the founders of the religion here. Okay.
That doesn't mean anything to me.
These founding fathers were very clear on what the doctrine is.
What about Romans?
There's no leeway for you to say just because I don't think that's realistic, therefore no other Christians believe it.
Just because the founding fathers believe that
that's not going to happen.
Does not mean I want to see in the Bible where it talks about Jesus Christ dying for original sin.
All right, what about Romans 5:12?
Okay,
I already posted that.
Yeah. So that's you don't accept that as a verse?
Read chapter 6, 1 and 2.
Yeah, but he said he already posted.
What about Corinthians 13?
Or Corinthians 15 through 22.
What about
Psalms 51 through 5 or 51:5?
Oh, but obviously because we're not theologists, we don't know what the fuck we're talking about. Right?
No.
Romans 20 through 22 or Romans.
Is that 8, your point, Nick?
22.
But we're dumb. Is that really what your point is?
No.
Right, so you're just being obtrusive. You're just being obtrusive, just for the sake of it. Yeah.
He can't learn from non-believers.
You're obscuring the facts because when we come up and say something like the doctrine of original sin, okay, we're referring to a specific doctrine which is definitely well within the church. Okay, has been for 1,000 years.
Simon,
right? And when you start kind of equivocating between I'm not that kind of Christian or he's not, well, is it a Christian or not a Christian? It just sounds like you're whinging out.
Simon, you have a problem with your analogy, because when you say Christian or Catholic, there's a God of the Bible of a Christian God, and then there's a little g God of the Catholic religion. They are not the same.
Oh, that is so inaccurate.
They are the same. Yeah, they are the same.
No, they're not.
Also, Catholics aren't.
Okay. I have to stop. I have to stop. Everybody, stop. Can you prove, Simon, since you were the one that said no, they're not? Can you prove?
No, I proved. I said they're the same.
No. Can you prove?
Yeah. In my opinion, they're the same.
They're the same.
Yeah. No, in my opinion, they're the same because.
So if you can't, you can't prove it.
I'm saying they're both non-existent, and therefore they are the same.
No. That's not proving anything. I'm asking you.
I didn't say I was going to. I gave you my opinion. All right. My claim was it was an opinion.
No one is offering.
My claim.
No, he made a positive assertion, and then I called him on a positive assertion.
I did.
And then did not.
I asserted in my subjective view, okay, that they are the same because they're both non-existent.
Okay, since you worded it that way, I would agree with you since you said your subjective opinion. It's not objective, it's subjective. I agree with you, but Mac, I'm just curious. Are you on a laptop or on a phone?
I'm on a laptop.
Okay, well look at the side chat. That's the verse that the, I believe it was DVD that brought up, of Romans 5:12.
Mm-hmm.
We already went through this with Mac. He told us to go read Romans 6.
Yeah.
The entire chapter.
You can go read Romans 6. That's a good one for you. I'm not going to tell you can. I mean, the Bible in general is a good thing for you to read, but that
was his refutation. That was his refutation to that passage.
Well, Mac, I commend you. You have a good reputation.
I want to hear more about this small g God in the Catholic Church.
Okay. Well, first off, it's not theory, okay? I don't know who said theory, but someone said theory.
I just said theory because I wanted to give some sort of description to it since you offered none yet.
Okay, that's because I haven't even started on it. Now, allow me to first make the, let me say this is a subjective opinion, so that way it can clear up a lot. The Catholic Church does not, well, allow me to say first off, they believe in many doctrines that the original religion, such as Christianity, does not believe in, and the King James Bible does not agree with, and yet they say it does, and they say they're Christians, but when you pinpoint it down...
I say the same about your King James Bible thumpers. I mean, you've added rituals and everything to...
Okay, let me ask you. First off, what can I call you? I don't know how to pronounce your name.
Yada.
Yada. Okay, I'll try to figure that out myself. Yada, can you give me an illustration on how we added things?
The King James Bible? The Lamb of God? Where'd that come from?
That was in the Bible.
That was in the Bible?
Yes, it was. He is. Got me.
I was gonna.
No, actually, he is the overseer of the. He is actually called the shepherd, and we are called the sheep. And in another verse, he was actually called the sheep brought forth before the slaughter. But so yes,
that was used as an analogy.
We did not insert that.
So is it really? Are you just telling a story there, or is it really there's such a thing about lambs and sheep in theology?
Okay. From an atheistic point of view, I don't know whether you're an atheist or not. I'm not going to stereotype you, but from an atheist point of view, 90% of Scripture, if not all Scripture, is not even credible as actual doctrine. It's more like, as a atheist once said, it is fiction to them.
All right. Now, Catholic religion has something about small g God?
I'm not just talking about Catholic. I was talking about all religions in regards of like Buddhism, Taoism. I'm taking it on a broad perspective, not just Catholic, obviously, because there's a lot of people that can scrutinize what people say, but unto Mac, I actually commend him because I was actually going to come in here earlier, but I chose to wait until the most definite moment that Mac was under quote-unquote spiritual persecution so I could hop in. tried to help him out a little, but apparently he had it under control because he was being called every word in the book almost.
No, it's two specific words: hypocrite and liar.
Oh, hypocrite and liar. Oh, doesn't it say that in the book of Revelation that we're going to be called that? Oh, that's right. Oh, okay, never mind.
Oh, yeah, but the Bible's true because the Bible says it's true. Of course, I understand.
Well, you just fulfilling Bible prophecy.
You could take it that, but I know exactly where you would go with that argument there, Simon.
Yeah, I know. I'm shorthanding it.
Like I said, I know where you would go with that, and it wouldn't be a smart decision, and I'm pretty sure we both know that, but okay.
No, we don't both know that.
I don't know that.
I'm pretty sure we do, because I'm pretty sure you've seen me go at it with several atheists over that exact topic, and I've seen you go at it with other Christians over that topic.
I haven't seen you go at it.
I'd love to see him go at it.
Yeah, I haven't seen any of that.
I haven't seen it.
Okay, allow me to preface this the easiest way. I know a lot of atheists have seen me go at it with atheists about a lot of things regarding stereotyping Christians.
Okay.
I don't see you stereotyping Christians. I just see you calling out on what they believe in. So I don't agree. But at least
you don't agree, Mac.
No, I don't agree with what they say that you're doing when they say you're stereotyping Christians. So
I don't stereotype. At least I don't try to stereotype anybody. I just try to point out the facts, and obviously if they decide to tell me that I'm wrong, well, that's their subjective opinion as well as I have subjective opinion. Nobody can make a definite fact in this world unless they have a divine intervention, which, in my opinion, the only thing that could do is that would be brought on by a god. So, yeah.
Interesting.
So you're a precept?
No, I'm an independent fundamentalist. We both know this.
We don't both know this. No, I've got no idea what your personal opinion is.
Simon, I have went over this. I swear, I have went over this with you at least 4 times in Naughty's room. How about you go back like 3 days ago in Naughty's hangout? I literally came in and there was like 3 new people I've never seen before, and I was introducing myself like to Candy. I asked her, I didn't want to stereotype her, I asked her religion, and then she said she's a lover. And then I turned around and I said, yeah, well, I'm an independent fundamentalist standing up on the King James only. I said it, who knows, Mac, how many times have I said that in a hangout?
Most of those terms I don't really understand.
Yeah, you said it, but he just doesn't listen, so it's kind of obvious.
No, I listen.
I don't want to say he doesn't listen.
I hear King James only. I just don't know the relevance of what that actually means.
King James only. Okay, let me ask you.
I hear it.
Let me ask you there.
I know what it means.
Simon, let me ask you the dumb question. If you say you are a vegan only, what does that mean?
By my definition, vegan is no dairy products, including meats, no animal products.
Okay, so in other words, you only eat vegetables and fruits.
It'd be redundant.
Nothing that has to do with actual meat.
Yeah, I think it's no animal or animal products.
Okay, so basically you don't eat meat, you just eat everything but meat.
And animal products.
Or dairy products. Or,
okay, you get the point. You're covering the broad perspective, but you're getting the point. Now, when you say only after that, what does that mean?
It means to the exclusion of.
So
nothing,
if I say
because
King James
be
only,
like saying I only eat.
Yeah. No, I literally know what that means. Literally, it means you only read that one Bible interpretation, right? So
congratulations.
I know, but I don't know what it theologically means. I mean, what's different about that Bible? Well, whatever. It's mostly the Tinsdale Bible copied, but yeah, all right. Carry on.
Let me give you some light on why I only use the King James. Because first off, I'm not going to go down a list of multiple reasons, but I'll go ahead and give you the main reason is because it's, in my subjective opinion, it is the subjective, as like I keep saying my subjective opinion, I don't know why you keep interrupting, but in my subjective opinion, it is the divinely inspired Word of God, and that is what I stick by.
Yeah.
Okay. apart from the 30% that comes from the Tinsdale Bible.
No, I stand up on the King James Bible, which was translated from a little bit of the Tyndale, but not all of it.
Not translated, just copied, in fact.
I wouldn't say copied.
Yeah,
I would say
about
some.
30% of it was copied.
So that's not all of it. That's some of it, like I said.
I would say about 30% of it is copied.
I think someone's missing the meaning of copied, but okay.
Well, it means literally to copy.
Mac.
Right. So if you're claiming that
some
the
people
King James
are
Bible
just,
is the
I
only
think some people are just trolling for no reason.
No, well, I'm just saying, if you're claiming that the King James Bible is the only inspired Bible,
I didn't claim anything, Simon.
I clearly, I thought you just did. I just heard you say it.
I said that like 5 times.
King James only. Really, King James only? Really?
I said in my subjective opinion, then you interrupted me, and I said my subjective opinion, and I said my subjective opinion just on top of it. So obviously it's my subjective opinion. Where do you not get subjective opinion?
So in your subjective opinion, you're saying that the King James Bible is the only inspired Bible, right?
In my subjective opinion, yes.
Okay, and I'm saying that in my subjective opinion, 30% of that Bible, okay, comes from another Bible that predates it. And so therefore that 30% must be inspired, correct?
No. Nice try.
Nice try with that, but no.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the compliment.
I'll say it in the regards of you are allowed to have your subjective opinion as well as I am, but that doesn't change the fact based upon what it is and why it is the way it is. I'm just throwing that out there for what it's worth. I mean, you can't change the Bible unless you can change like the words of the Bible, but you can't change the meaning behind the Bible of what it actually is trying to portray unless you're going to change the words in it.
All Bibles are inspired under that definition.
No, if you're referring to like the NIV, ASV, and RSV, and all those other nice little V's and B's you want to add on there,
or anything that anything that predates
revisions,
the King James,
and that's called versions. That's not called
what about the ones that predate? What about the ones that predate, which were the ones I was referring to?
Oh, I'm sorry. We're talking about the things that obviously didn't matter at the time.
No, I'm referring to the Bibles that predates the King James.
Oh, so in other words, we are talking about the stuff that don't matter.
Oh, okay. Only 30%. At least I proved that 30% of it matters.
Simon,
right?
it's kind of like when you walk
that 30% matters.
Simon, it's kind of like when you walk. Simon,
you want to make an analogy, really?
I'm giving you an analogy. It's kind of like whenever you walk up to a girl and you ask her if she has a boyfriend. She goes, "Oh yeah, I have a boyfriend." And then next thing you know, you go, yeah, so I have a goldfish. And they're like, what? Like, yeah, we're talking about crap that don't matter. It don't matter to me, okay?
Yeah, well, no, you can talk orange.
What matters to me is the King James and what the King James says, okay?
No, well, let me make the point then, again, because you didn't get it, okay, which is that you're claiming that these Bibles before don't matter.
I didn't claim anything. You stop saying I claimed it.
Them, in your opinion... Okay, I'll put the caveat in for you, okay?
Thank you.
In your opinion, you claim that these Bibles don't matter, and yet I'm claiming that at least 30% of the Bible you say does matter comes from a Bible that you say doesn't matter.
Okay, what you're trying to do right now, which I'll give you credit for trying, but I won't give you credit because it's not really due. What I'll say
is... my opinion, though. It's just my opinion. It's subjective.
You said you were claiming. So when you say you were claiming something, I kept saying... I said
it's
my
a subjective claim.
Opinion. You said you were claiming. I'd see you going back on
my claim is subjective.
Because I do that all the time. But in your subjective opinion, like I originally said, you have the right to your subjective opinion, but that doesn't mean it matters.
Thank you, sir.
To some people. Kind of like me.
I
mean, what you said.
I'm really not claiming that it does matter. I'm not claiming that it matters. I'm just pointing out that you have I'm not claiming that it matters. I'm claiming that you have a contradiction in what you're saying.
Okay, How about you prove to me that I have a contradiction not using the analogy in which you just gave me, because that's not a contradiction. That's more like your subjective opinion.
I didn't use an analogy.
You did use
You
an
used
analogy.
the analogy. I didn't use the analogy.
You used the analogy of a different Bible, which was some of it, not all of it, was translated from it. And I said
No,
the
that's not correct.
earlier versions
That's
did
not my
not
claim.
matter. Or
That
the
was
earlier...
not my subjective claim.
How could a version of the Bible be an analogy?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to figure out.
Well, no, I mean, okay, I know you don't care and you have an opinion and such, but I mean, Greek and Latin Bibles, I mean, you don't care? I don't understand the purpose of that stand. I mean...
I'm not following you there. Is that addressed to me, or is that addressed to him, or what?
Well, I'll address it to you. I mean, what's your philosophical religious purpose of saying King James Bible's nothing before?
Yeah, what's so special?
What's so special about the King James? Well, because it's God's divinely inspired word, in my subjective opinion, that I stand on, and I have the basics. Do you mind?
I'm gonna interrupt. I'm sorry, because I keep hearing this over and over and over again.
That's because obviously people keep asking me this, like the same questions in different ways, kind of like a psychology room.
I know, we've already heard it.
Yeah, but I didn't. You know, I've heard that before.
I'm gonna harp on you for
appropriate to my question. I mean,
I'm gonna harp on it just for a second, because you keep saying in my subjective opinion, and then you make claim. It's like saying but that's just my opinion, so you can't say I'm wrong. And if you say I'm wrong, you're going to have to prove it.
I'm sorry for interrupting you, but can you repeat that because you bleeped out?
Yeah, that's my shitty internet for you. I should pray to God for better internet. What I was saying
make sure you
is,
pray for him to save you first before you do that, otherwise he won't hear you.
People keep saying over and over again, this is my subjective opinion, and then you give a claim. Okay, I don't think you understand how subjective opinion works.
Okay, how about you point out the part of what I claimed? Because every single time I heard the word claim, I said my subjective opinion.
You said the King James version. And that's exactly what I'm pointing out. You can't say I have a subjective opinion, such as the King James version of the Bible is divinely inspired, and then say, but wait, that's my subjective opinion.
I can have a subjective opinion that there is a lawnmower right in front of me. That doesn't change the matter any. That just says it's from my perspective that it can be debated. But in fact, I have a lawnmower sitting right in front of me, and I can turn my camera on and show you it.
Okay, then it wouldn't be a subjective opinion.
Exactly. If I prove it, but I don't have to prove something if I say it's my subjective opinion.
That's not how subjective opinions work. A subjective opinion is like saying my favorite color is red.
Oh my goodness.
That is entirely subjective and dependent.
I think some people need to take some Ritalin or something.
I think he has a point.
Of course you would, DVD.
Why is that?
You're off on right field anyway.
Well, I could say something about the point he just made that I found quite recognizable. I really will go back to my question. Why the cutoff point with King James Bible?
I could have sworn before I was interrupted that I said, if I can actually get it out this time.
It's a profession of faith. I don't
your
think
opinion.
that's my question. It's a profession of faith. I'm looking for something else. I'm sorry if I am.
If you're looking for, I use the King James Bible because it's, to me, the clearest and the brightest, etc. Well, then, yeah, you can use that. But
you compare.
Okay, say what?
You compared them, right?
Yes, I've actually compared them. Yes.
Okay. All right.
I have a comparison Bible in my house, which I can go get and show you. I have. I have more than 5 versions in a room right inside my door.
Your opinion.
That's a pretty big
I have researched a little bit, and my dad has actually researched a lot more into King James Bible, and a lot of other Bibles. He actually has a little bit more of experience behind that.
Okay. So what's the main reasons behind what you reject? I mean,
what's the main reasons behind what again?
The non-King James Bibles.
I'm not following you. The non-King James Bible. I'm not following that.
Imagine that there's this book that people call the Bible, and there's a lot of different versions of it, and that's what I would refer to as the other versions besides.
Oh, so basically you're asking me why not use any other versions other than the King James?
No, I'm asking why you're rejecting.
Why do I reject them? Well, okay, let's go with I'm going to go with from one extreme to another, okay? We're going to go with the far extreme, the NIV. First off, the NIV has multiple verses actually missing out of it. You can research that on your own time. You can also go to
The King James Bible misses multiple verses.
Really? Can you actually show me those? Because I'm willing to.
The Roman Catholic canon.
No. That's the Catholic Church. Hold on. You're skipping tracks, okay? Kind of like you skip channels on your TV. You can't do that because that's the Catholic Church. That's not Christianity. That's Catholic. I said that as soon as I started speaking. Catholics are not Christians.
Yeah, but those books are...
Oh, fuck. Hang on a minute. We got to just stop there a moment and just consider the full ramifications of what we're saying when we say Catholics aren't Christians.
Yep.
All right.
This is coming from an atheist who doesn't even know what a Christian is.
Just the full ramifications of it.
It's not like much knowledge can be gained from you who don't even understand the spiritual side.
Well, I'm just saying that you just take more than a casual walk around Europe, and you kind of get the feeling that there's a few Catholics around that have got a lot of crosses with a lot of Jesus on them.
Which means Jack Squat.
Really? That means Jack
Simon,
Squat, yeah.
What is your point? Just because someone claims, I'm a Catholic, I do 20 Hail Marys for my sin, I do penance,
if somebody else,
this,
my point is,
that's
sorry,
all
you asked a question.
entire work salvation, way to go for them, but that still don't help them any to get in the kingdom
You
of
asked a
heaven.
question. Yeah, you asked a question,
Yeah,
and
but
then you started talking. I mean, what kind of rules do you play by in your subjective world?
No. I didn't ask any question. If you did, and if
yes,
I did,
you did.
please
You started
specify
the whole
question.
thing with a question, right? You said, Simon, what do you, and then continued, right? That's a question. I'm sorry, sir. You're mistaken.
Actually, I don't think I ever said Simon what and then went on about something
Yeah,
else.
you asked a question.
If I did, I'm pretty sure we've already skipped over that because I probably lost my
definitely
train of
one, I
thought
think it
because
was.
there's
You
like
asked a question and you carried on talking.
Can I explain something? There's like 6 unbelievers in this
you're doing it
whole
again.
entire call, and there's like 2 believers, and you expect me to sit here and have a talk, or should I say, a casual talk with you all when you guys are all going to overpower me.
It says in the Bible. It does say in the Bible.
I mean, I can say all because I can't remember his name now. Like, how do you say your name again? Yodan? Yoda.
I think it's Yada.
Yada. Okay. I can't stereotype and say everybody interrupts me because Yada has not interrupted me or whatever. He has not done that.
Right.
And Wolf King has.
But then you have interrupted everybody else. So
that's
including
probably
Yada.
the reason why is because
everybody
keeps interrupting me.
You didn't interrupt Mac. Oh, you've interrupted me again. Sorry.
I did interrupt his explanation, and if you'd like to go on, I'd be pleased.
I mean, go ahead.
No, the point was he asked a question and then didn't want a response. That was my point.
Well, then how about you answer the question if I ask a question?
You didn't let him.
Why didn't you give me some space to do that? I mean,
well, then do it right now. Go
ahead.
ahead.
Question
I'll give you the mic. I'll mute myself.
Just talk over it.
Oh no, Nadia left. Oh God, no.
It's all right. She's just having hassles with reception.
Simon, if you want to answer my question, go ahead. I'm mute right now. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. The problem is that God doesn't exist. All right. So all of your speculation about what the Bible actually says, all right, and what it actually means you don't get to decide whether a Christian is actually a Christian. All you can do is claim to be one. Okay, if you want to claim to be one, you can claim to be one. But what you don't get to do is tell other Christians that they're not Christians. If they want to claim to be one, they can claim to be one. It's a subjective opinion. You don't get to decide what other people's subjective opinions are.
Can I say something now? Okay, well, I'll say it anyway. I agree with you in the part of it's my subjective opinion to where I cannot say. However, I disagree with the part of that if they claim they're a Christian, then they're a Christian. Because, okay, Mac, I have to pick on you for at least 2 seconds about this.
Okay.
It's probably going to be longer than that, but let's just say Mac comes into a room, and I've never met him before, and he claims he's a Christian. Then he starts throwing around the F-bomb, starts basically cursing, basically dissing religion, and saying he's a Christian. At what point, Simon, do I say he's not a Christian?
He doesn't know.
Yeah. Well, in your subjective opinion, you can say he's not a Christian. What you can't do is claim that he's, in his subjective opinion, he's not claiming to be a Christian.
I would say whenever he contradicts himself.
I would
not even then.
I would
magic,
be
magic cures everything. There is no definition for God. All right. Okay. There's no definition worth its salt for God. Okay. So under those principles, if you want to claim a weird definition for Christianity,
God, then.
Okay, that's your subjective opinion. You have a weird definition for Christianity. So what?
Simon must be God, because apparently he just knows every definition that existed, and every person that said it, and every person that does not know who God is, or doesn't know what God is.
Wrong. You didn't say that.
Oh, but he's assuming.
To be honest, Mac, to be honest, you might want to say that's your subjective opinion. Otherwise, I would have to be forced to agree with Mr. Johan, or whatever his name is again.
Yada yada.
Is this your bit? You don't want to pronounce people's names?
No, it's just that whenever I first meet people, I don't understand. Like, when I first met Naughty, I didn't know how to pronounce her name until after I heard it probably about 50 times.
Oh, okay. Yada, 2 syllables.
I'll try to remember that.
Okay.
Hey, admin, Becca wants to know, are you still doing your hangout?
Yeah, that I'm aware of. Like,
Okay.
you mean the one I just announced probably about 6 hours ago that I was going to have, is Christians fake or true?
Yeah.
Is Christians
Yeah.
Is Christian.
Okay. Make sure you invite me, because I want to come. Oh, I still want to come.
Oh, trust me, you'll be invited.
Yeah.
So, unfortunately, Simon, you're not invited. It's not. It's not. It's nothing personal. It's just you're just not a Christian.
Yeah.
So it is
every cloud has a silver lining.
No.
Every cloud has a
in
silver
my
lining.
subjective opinion, he's not a Christian.
Yeah.
See, that's how that works.
You know, in my subjective opinion, okay, I'm more Christian than you are.
Bam.
Yeah. Hey, as I said beforehand, everyone's allowed to have their subjective opinions, but the fact still remains. If they denounce Christianity and they denounce there's a God and they say they're an atheist, then they're obviously not a Christian.
Yeah, of course. I didn't claim to be a Christian. I just said I'm more like Jesus than you.
Yeah, but Jesus.
Actually, no. Actually, you just said something wrong there. You said you're more Christian than you.
Oh,
you said you're more Christian.
I'm more Christian than you. Yeah.
Yeah.
I did
Jesus
say that. And it means the same thing. It's the same thing.
If you're more Christian than me, then please explain to me.
And I'm not, and I don't believe in Jesus, and I don't believe in
God.
God.
If you're more Christian than me, then you would know the main holding for Christianity has nothing to do with us. It has everything to do with Jesus and what he did.
Well, that's your subjective opinion.
My subjective